Okay, let's see. Does everything work? Is everything up and running? Are we doing okay? Nope, we've got a black screen for some reason. Okay, hold on. Alright, forgive me for just a second. Why does it not notice the game? This is the fun part of live streams. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Why are you upset? So if I'm just poking through OBS right now, why is OBS unable to find the game? How fun. Okay. Weird. I can't tell actually which one's being weird here. Is this Factorio or is this OBS? Okay, let me see. What if I just close Factorio? And let's try relaunching it. If that doesn't do it, I'm honestly not entirely sure what to do. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's picking that up. Okay, awesome. Well, it was just having a little fun, I guess. As long as it's not going to just go away again, I guess we're in the clear. Let me do my usual sound check, so let me just be quiet for a minute. Okay. Let's see what this does. Is this any better? Okay. Let's just go ahead and say that's fine. Bring you in just a smidge. Oh yeah, we are out of phosphorite. I do remember that now. Thank you, asked me. That is an important thing to begin working towards. I guess that gives me something to do right off the bat. So the bots are still building out the previous sprint here. Let's see. I do have a buffer chest back this way somewhere. Maybe it's a little further back than I thought. Right there, there you are. Okay. So as soon as they're done building this area, I will move the buffer chest forward again. Though at this point I'm wondering how much moving it around really helps that much. I mean, I will, don't get me wrong. I just think we're nearing the end of the usefulness of moving it around. We're so far from the base that I don't think it makes too much difference anymore. Yeah, they really, really don't want to go. Which is weird, because all the parts should be in here to build this area. All they need is landfill and rails. And there's definitely landfill in there. Not sure why they're taking so long to get over here. Like, I can see the bots coming from, like, way far away, but I believe most of those are logistics bots coming to resupply the buffer chest, which actually at the moment isn't exactly what I want. Where did it even go? Ah, there you are. Yeah, so it's just a bunch of logistics bots bringing stuff in. construction bots are just taking a break. Okay, at least they did finally decide to come out here and build it, you can see, because it's light blue. I suppose while I'm waiting for them, I can do my usual base review and see what sort of goals I can set for myself in the short term. Though, chances are you already know what those goals are for today, which is we have all of the biology sciences finished up through fish, which means the only biology science we have left to go through is arthropods, which means biters. So definitely today, we're going to be working towards Zoology 3 here. It's a little expensive, and you can see something I did not anticipate actually. I kind of thought these were going to be the other way around, is arthropods take astronomy science. I definitely thought we had to do biters before astronomy science. So I'm a little confused now. Yeah, all of the Genome 2 recipes take astronomy science, but it looks like we have to have astronomy science to even start arthropods. I did not realize this. Thing is, I'm not actually 100% sure how you even get astronomy science. Like, I know astronomy science is used as ingredients in these things in here. Let's see. So, I guess if I launch... Yeah, okay. Rocket launch products, you get 100 boxes of astronomy science. Okay. So you are quite expensive, it looks like. Like, they could have been worse. It could have used tier 3 batteries, could have used, like, tier 3 solar panels or something. It could be worse. But still, quite expensive. Okay, I guess that's what we're working towards then. Again, you can even see the names of my streams. I kind of had this in part 2 flipped around. I kind of figured we would be making arthropods and then launching rockets, but I suppose that's not what the game has in store for us. So we have a fair bit of research to get down. Interesting. I mean, alright. Yeah, arthropods all the way down here, so they might be part 2, and rockets are going to be part 1. Okay. Honestly, I think the rockets are the more interesting part anyway, so I'm okay with this. I guess one thing I should start doing then is finding where I want to make my rocket fuel at, because it's time for it. We're gonna need it. Alright then. Let's make sure the rail project is continuing fine. It does look to be. Before I copy and paste in the next section, like I was saying earlier, I do want to find that buffer chest. There you are, and move you up to the top. Right there is fine, and then I do... yeah. I was gonna say I do want to continue that, but I will wait for them to place the new buffer chest, get it filled up, and then continue forwards. I think the wait is worthwhile. And what are you guys waiting for? Here to... okay, that's fine. And once I do have this supply of phosphorite up here, I will be able to jumpstart fish production, and part of fish production actually produces appetite, which I believe is a positive feedback loop, because it also requires appetite somewhere further up here. And some of our processes take like phosphoric acid and things like that, so I'm hoping this is a positive feedback loop, but I might still need a little phosphorus here and there. Also not sure why I don't have enough fish. Like, it's all going into science for right now. Oh yeah, worms, which need grass, and then grass needs fertilizer, and fertilizer needs phosphoric acid. So, I suppose that does make sense. Okay, that's going to be construction bots carrying the contents of the former buffer chest away. And then these guys are going to be carrying landfill and the new chest, I can only assume. Those look like I assumed correctly. Blink and blink. Okay, then we're going to have a whole storm of logistics bots come out here and start filling this guy up. Might go ahead and bump some of these numbers back a little bit. Since this is typically how I make use of these buffer chests now, they hardly ever just sit somewhere. I guess 10, 10, yeah, that's all fine. It's just the high number products that I wanted to bring back. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Okay. Again, these are waiting on yield modules as well. That's what they're blinking about. Same down here. Okay. I guess I can go and see if there's any particular reason we don't have yield modules. But yeah, I think we're just waiting to produce them. They're a little slow. They're made mostly up here. And they are running, as you can see. Yeah, these guys are cool. Yes, okay. You take green 3, yellow 1, prod 1. Prod 1s are full. Let's actually increase your limit to match 200, which I seem to have somewhere else. Same over here. These are going to be just default numbers from the blueprint. You're 150. Let's go ahead and make you 200 as well. And you as well. The blueprint, when I place it down, just does, at the moment, 2 stacks. These stack to 50, so it was defaulting to 100. So, clearly somewhere else I had changed those numbers, and I'm actually happier with those numbers. I think 200 at this point is a pretty reasonable limit. Oh, nope. No, 200 of you, 200, yes, okay. Yep, okay. Just checking all the rest of my numbers in here, seeing if any of them are weird. Hey man, how's it going? Oh yeah, you're still marked at 100. Let's get you swapped over. Guess somewhere I have you set to 400. I'll go ahead and do that. 350 seems pretty weird anyway. How's it been going since last time? You been up to anything too terribly interesting? As you can see, I'm just trying to make things work for the meantime. Like, all this in here really doesn't need to be here anymore. You get used for literally anything? No. So, like, I guess while I'm waiting for other stuff to get built, I can just come in here and start ripping some of this out. Not that this really makes any difference. I'm just cleaning up a little bit while I can. Like, I'm pretty sure all of this, yeah, it's fully disconnected. That doesn't go anywhere. So all of this can come up. And I might have knocked out like a random power pole or something somewhere, but oh well. I'll fix it when that problem arises. Got teleported to a location in Terraria with a tree. That honestly is exactly, even though that's completely incomprehensible to me, that is exactly what I would expect typical Terraria gameplay to sound like. Just did something, teleported, there's a tree. Let's see. CS, you have no power. I can just do something like that. And then I guess I'll run a power pole this way for you. And then clean this up down here. Start breaking some of this stuff. And you also don't go anywhere anymore. Though you do go into a chest up here, which is kind of nice. So maybe only break like half of you. Yeah, there's no inputs or anything from up here. I think I can... Well, I mean, if I'm making use of you, I might as well leave you. Not like you're hurting. Well, there is a man here. If you wind up getting an egg in Terraria, I think you've got some interesting mods installed. Aluminum carbide. How long have you been up here? Yeah, he offered you something. I mean, at that point, I think you just have to take it. And make sure you remember. Ooh, lots of activity up in here. Kind of didn't expect them to still be bringing stuff over here, gotta be honest. Oh, it's because I didn't change my limits before they started bringing stuff, I guess? Well, they only brought 200 rails. But they're bringing the full 1,000 landfill. Interesting. If he's bringing you an egg, you want to keep it away from any suspiciously cat-shaped friends along the way. Apparently they like to bite. Okay, just double checking I didn't mess up there. It all looks good. Oh, I do need a radar up here. Let's make sure that's good. I still like whatever this is. Whatever weird terrain gen thing happened up here, this looks like a void rift or something. Okay. They are working correctly. Everything's going good. Okay. Not too important, not too unimportant. Sounds like something someone who tried to use an egg would say. Okay. So, why do we have no science? We definitely have science. Oh, physics, okay. Where is physics? There you are. Okay, so physics is running, it's just not fast enough anymore. I guess that makes sense, I've upgraded all my other sciences a couple times over at this point. So if I start from there and grab you... I mean, casually doubling it should be fine. Might even want to come in here and make sure I have enough of all these things. Yeah, like Belt 3, Stirling engines. Stirling engine 2s, huh? Well, you got an egg that isn't too important, but isn't too unimportant. Sounds like you might want to make a not too important and not too unimportant omelet. Or you can drop it off in your estranged father's fridge. See, at this point I'm having fun. I have no idea. Like, I'm pretty deep into Deltarune stuff. I get, like, I know a lot of the lore and secrets and stuff, and sometimes I forget just what is and isn't common knowledge. Because I can say something like, drop it in your estranged father's fridge, and just assume everyone who knows about Deltarune stuff will be able to follow along, but man, maybe that's a deep cut somewhere that I'm too into Deltarune to understand. Okay, I want this to get placed. And once all that's placed... Oh, I missed one, I guess. Oh, that's still 2. There we go. Okay, so once that gets placed, then I can grab a 2, have them replaced, and then I'm going to probably go and amp up production of your parts, because I don't think you're going to be able to keep up anymore. There we go. So on the to-do list, Stirling engines. Make sure nanofabs are fine. Everything else should be fine. Yeah, just mostly the Stirling engines are what I'm worried about. Then we need hardly any. We need 4 every 900 seconds, which is 1 over every 200 seconds or so. Oh, actually I have 5. Oh, 6. I have 6, I miscounted. We need 6 every 900 seconds, which is 1 every 150. Stirling engine 2, there you are. Nope, that's 1. I believe 2s are over here somewhere. I believe they're in a large assembler. Did I put them over here, perhaps? I know 3s are over here. Interesting. Oh, you're over here somewhere. Okay. So... why aren't you producing? No thermal tanks, okay. But all the same, you make 0.35 seconds, so assuming you are producing, you make more than enough. Same down here, as long as you are producing, you make more than enough. So, Stirling Engine 2s were stopped on thermal tanks. You need 0.29 a second. So, let's find thermal tank 2s. All the way up here. Thermal tank 2s, let's keep a larger buffer of you, since you're important. And you're stopped on eutectic salt. You also only make 0.21 a second. That's still more than I need, but it is worth noting that technically the other guy can't run full-time. So, eutectic salt box. You need 0.35 per second, but there's 5 items to a box, which means you're 175 a second then. So if I pop over here, you're Chemplant 2s, but I should be making way more than enough. You're 1.5 per second apiece. Or at least you are over here for some reason. I guess you get double beacon? Oh yeah, you get double beacon. Okay, interesting. Well, first things first, I can upgrade the speed in these beacons, and I can upgrade the machines. And if it's important, if you take nitric acid, I could also increase your yield module. I don't know how much nitric acid I really need. I think the remaining slot, I might just put a regular productivity in, and then put the tier 2s in, since I don't have tier 2s anyway. Oh, looks like I'm gonna be missing most... well, all but one of those tier 2 prods anyway. Oh no, I got them. I don't know why they showed missing and then instantly folded, but okay. I guess that's cool. Well, I mean that's... oh, I have plenty of boxes. Plenty of them. Okay. Oh, I only bring in the regular salt, though. That is true. Okay. Yeah, I box it up here. Interesting. Interesting. Does anything request just regular salt? You do. Nowhere else does. Okay. So I think I will change this recipe. So let's go for the boxed stuff. I guess I will go ahead and set a filter on you, just to try and get this out of the logistics system if possible. And then the boxing recipe up here is gonna get reversed. So let's get rid of you and request the boxed stuff. Let's see, so you request, you're the boxers, let's get rid of that. You're cool, but you need to be swapped around. And there we go. I'll keep 100, I guess. That's fine. You stack to 100, so that's one stack, so yeah, that should be cool. There we go. Okay. Yeah, these are all good, because they all handle actual boxing, so they can be purple, that's fine. I was wondering if any of them needed to be blue, but they're actually perfectly fine where they are. Looks like that's not running, but I guess that's because we have enough. Oh yeah, we have plenty of filter ones, that's no problem. So are you okay? It does show 3 trucks coming in with the box stuff, so as soon as they arrive, then that should help the filters up here, but I don't know why we didn't have enough boxes to begin with. Yeah, you're consistently running out. Yeah, that's really weird. I can only assume they must have been flying really far away to bring these in, and that's the problem. Like, they must have been flying out to where we produce them, like, way far away. I still have half a mind to come in here and just increase you to, like, 15 or something, though. Okay, anyway, the only other one that I was kind of concerned about was nanofabs, but it looks like we're keeping up with them just fine for the moment. So I guess that's that. Yeah, even Stirling engines seem to be okay. I might go ahead and increase the limit on those. Was there anything else? There was nanofabs, there was Stirling engines, there was substation 2s. That was something that was required. We only make 0.06 of you, so that is pushing it a little closer. So I might want another square making substations, assuming I don't already. I do, because I'm just that good. Funny enough, you have the wrong tier of productivity in you somehow. Don't know how I missed just that square right there, but let's go ahead and mark them for upgrade. But that will at least definitely give me enough. Okay, let's continue expanding the rail to the north. And we should be almost far enough. If I zoom out here, where am I trying to get to again? So there's phosphorite right here, and there's another phosphorite right there. So we have made most of the distance there. We've only got to go 1 or 2 more radar links forward. Go ahead and get that placed in. Am I making progress on modules? 636. I think that's less. I think that's fine. I think we're making progress there. So something else that I do want to do. Well, first let's check on glycerol. Why are you empty again? No ECH. That's going to be propene. I guess I can dive into the chemical area and see if there's anything I can do about propene real quick. Though I think the answer is probably not really. So these guys are running. You're not, because we're full on benzene. Does seem to be the case. Yeah, benzene is quite full. Does that mean we are burning benzene though? Wherever that happens. That's propene. This is benzene. Is that supposed to be propene, though? No, it does look like you were meant to be benzene, and I just copied the wrong recipe into you. Yep, there we go. So that'll help take some of the pressure off the other guys. Ironically, because I want to be making more propane. Okay. Let's see if that helped at all. That's going to be down this way somewhere. Oh yeah, it does look like these guys have kicked back to life now. This will start draining faster now that these are drained. Yes, okay. Yeah, you're still full on benzene, but as these guys empty, then eventually your pipe will have enough to empty. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can see the smokestacks lighting up down the line. So they are starting to wake up. Okay, so that'll give me a little more propane again. Propane, of course. Let's see. Propane was for ECH. And yeah, you can see now we have a little more ECH building up. We've got 13k in here. Granted, I'm sure there is plenty of trucks coming to come and pick that up now, but these guys are all running again, which is all I can really ask for. Very cool, okay. How's this area holding up? Ammonia seems to be full. Sulfuric acid's full. Nitric acid is not full. So I might actually want another nitric acid buffer down here, okay. I didn't think we were using that much nitric acid, but, you know, that's the point of checking, I guess. So, let's get another one. I'm staring at this, waiting for it to come in place so I can put the trucks in it, as always. That's actually really cool looking. I love the headlights on the trucks. Now that we're like kind of busy and congested everywhere, that's actually really cool looking. Oh, there we are. So 8 trucks, that's the most a fluid depot can take. Not that. There we go. Full stack only, everything else is all cool. Yes it is, okay. I guess I will briefly check nitric acid. That's up here somewhere. Nitric acid 100%, so yeah, we're perfectly cool on nitric acid, no problems whatsoever. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee before it gets too cold. Okay. There's a train. Where are you up here? Okay. Sure. So up here, how's it going? Okay, so they finished this stretch. Let's keep it going up. And we need another radar already, okay. I think we only need one more radar and we'll finally be able to capture this one, and on the way I will go ahead and get this one as well. While I'm waiting for things, I wonder how power's doing. I haven't checked power in a little while. Okay, being that wind is offering us so much power right now, and we're already kinda close to our limit, I might go ahead and start expanding power up just a little more. Yeah, let's grab a power blueprint. You are missing some stuff on the side down here, like solar panels and stuff, but I'm not that worried about it. I think I will expand on the edge here. Do I want to go up any? I think I'll hold off on going up, just because I have this guy up here. And if I do need more power, I can extend the tier 2 stuff out. Wouldn't be too much issue. Just trying to keep ahead, like one little blueprint stamp at a time. Also, you don't have a thing on you. I just noticed these over here have the holographic sign, but for whatever reason, whenever I put the cannons down, a lot of them did not get the holographic sign, so I do want to try and spread those around whenever I happen to remember to do so. Kinda thought there was a cannon up this way, but I don't see it, so I guess not. How's this area doing? Missing construction bots. I guess I did pop down a whole power square, so that does make sense, even though that's not exactly what I wanted to see happen, but okay. I suppose one thing I can do is try and find a rocket fuel area. Also, science is still dead. Why is science still dead? There's more than a stack of you. So the trucks should definitely, even if I'm fully relying on logistics drones, should be making a delivery here. But you say 0 of 1, even though you're completely empty. What? Channel -1 you should be able to pick up from anywhere. Oh, physics 0. Okay, I guess it did get picked up. Somewhere? What? Huh? Oh, I forgot the... The biological area also requests physics research. I kind of forgot that was a thing. Yeah, I kind of forgot that was a thing. That's why we're so starved. Okay. That does make sense. I do understand now. Even if I don't like it, I do understand it. Which one are you used in? You're used in bacteria genome. Yeah, and then bacteria genome is kind of the first one, so everything afterwards also consumes bacteria genome, sometimes more than one. So if each bacteria genome is 6 physics research, yeah, I guess it does make sense why I'm so low. It makes sense, but I don't like it. Okay, what can I do about it? Well, first things first, as long as production is keeping up, I guess I can get beacons down here. That's not absurd. Out of curiosity, let's put you there. Okay, and I can put you there, and then I get at least one machine that is double beaconed. So, module, and I guess I might even go ahead and just double again. That does mean I want to come and replace these modules with tier 1s though, because I don't have the tier 2s at the moment. There we go. Go ahead and knock those cliffs down. Oh, do I not have power? I guess I don't have power over there. Hopefully I'm not stressing my production of rockets now. Where do I actually make rockets? Oh, missiles. Sorry. My bad. Down this way. So each one of you makes more than 5 per second. So yeah, you are absolutely chill. Let's see, down this way. Yeah, you consume, each one of these machines consumes 0.02 boxes of missiles, which is only 0.1 missile per second. So we are perfectly fine. Okay, those have been placed. Let's go ahead and get them marked for upgrade now. Okay, we are short on a lot of things, but that's just because we're filling buffers. But it does tell me maybe I want to increase the amount of storage we keep at these things. So, drone, combustion 3, lab. Drone, combustion 3, lab. Let's just look for those. So, drone launcher. Yeah, we only keep 8 of these. That's not cool. Stack size 1, though. So I don't want to completely fill this chest. I can still... Maybe I can just give you your own chest. Maybe that's not absurd. You only have power up to here. What are you? Power pole 2. If I just upgrade you twice, I can put an inserter down this way. There we go. There we go. And then I can just get rid of that inserter there. And now you can have this whole chest to fill, which has 10 slots, I think? Oh, 20 slots, of course, because it's 2 rows of 10. I bet I can increase the size of this. Let's keep like 40 of these, even though that's going to be 40 slots. I'll just need a larger chest, which I do make now. The storage size 100, storage size 30. I guess you can go into here. And then maybe I'll increase this to 50. Like, that's quite a few. That should be plenty. You're also missing small beacon 1. That's large beacon 1. I believe small beacons are up in this area. Like, here's small beacon, or large beacon 2, actually. My bad. Small beacon 1, there you are. Yeah, I think I probably only have this one assembler making you, so maybe I'll need a couple more. Also, increase your limit to at least 50. Yeah, I only have the one assembler making those, that's why they're lagging behind. Can I reroute this hydrogen? Yes, I can, easily, okay. Let's see, how far do you reach? There. There. I can work with that. I just wanted to see how far I could get this line here. Can't build on marsh. And there we go. Nice little direct route rather than this big winding detour here that's been kind of a pain in the butt for a while. Now all I need to do is get rid of this connection, which is also pretty straightforward. Let's see, you would line up here though, which isn't super helpful. Anything I can do about that? I could run you up here. Nope, that's where the hydrogen goes. Up here doesn't really make you any better. So actually, carbon dioxide is still kind of a pain. Oh, I could bring you up from the bottom. Okay. Okay, that works. Let me just rearrange this here. So you go there. Get rid of all of that. So you connect down this way. Okay. So that gives me the same, like, dumping grounds for the extra carbon dioxide, but I do want to be able to connect you over here. Let's see. We need a carbon dioxide connection there, so one thing at a time. Let's get rid of this first. You're connected below. Can I come down at all? If I connect here, that's something else. technically that works. Let's see. I can bring you in one, and then I don't need that one pipe there. Okay, so now we've got a full connection this way. Let's see. I can also get rid of this weird little ugly squiggle here if I just bring that connection down. There we go. Okay, now what's left? So I need a connection up here. I think that can be arranged. So connect in, and then I can get rid of these pipes over here. Okay. And let's see, carbon dioxide. You would like to be right here. Can I make that work? Technically, I can. Yeah, because you don't have to go up that way anymore. So actually, that works just fine. You just come back this way, break all that, connect over here, and in you go. Beautiful. Okay, so you've still got your carbon dioxide that you need. All the pipes have been run out of the way. This whole area is clean now. So, if I get rid of this, I can just start putting more stamps down this way. So let's see, I needed small beacons, which needs power pole 2s, memory circuits, antennas, capacitors, iron sheet. Okay. I guess I can go ahead do that. Another power pole 2, why not? Can I just make capacitors in here? Is that like a chemical plant or something? Kind of figured. What other, like, intermediates did I throw in here? I remember transformers were low at one point. Yeah, not a lot of other things I can just throw in here, I guess. Oh, this is not the power pole 2 recipe I want to be using anymore anyway. Because I want to use the one that uses wood, because I need to get rid of wood. You know, I'm gonna make another hanger, because those always seem low for whatever reason. And that takes charger, relay, train stop. What's your crafting time? 6 seconds. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Okay. So I can't quite run a second one full time with only one assembler of each of those other guys. You take sensors, memory circuits. Maybe I'll just do another sensor. Hold on. I can do another sensor, can't I? I suppose not. That has to be made in something else, I guess. What do I unlock? Solar Locomotive Missile Launcher Car 2. Doubt I even make Car 2. Definitely don't make Solar Locomotive, but you know what? Sure, why not? Bet I'm gonna need them at some point. Out of curiosity, once all this gets placed... what do I need? I do need heat pipe, it looks like. And yeah, I don't make Car 2s. Okay, so it looks like I need to make more heat pipe. More heat pipe, Car 2, solar locomotive. Okay. Heat pipe's a little annoying because it requires water. So it can't be made in my standard crafting area. Look for where I make heat pipe though. That's going to be somewhere up in this area. Yeah, here's heat pipe. So you're low on pipe. Okay. Just a regular pipe. Oh, 1,000 dendrology science, nice. Okay. Well, I mean, let's just get pipe in here. There we go. Today, this time for sure. Oh, you know it. Absolutely. I do expect to make pretty good progress today. I feel good about the day. I was kind of expecting things to be the other way around, where I would make biters and then start sending stuff into space, but as it turns out, if I actually look at the tech tree in here, arthropod genes, which allow me to make biters, requires astronomy research. No way around it. So I actually have to start sending stuff into space and then make biters, which is the opposite of what I thought I was going to be doing today, but here we are. Okay, so I love that you're getting yield multiplied, but let's see if I can't get you to go a little faster also. Okay, that actually does get all those machines in there, funny enough. I think a single upgrade on you will be fine. If someone actually wants to come in and upgrade that, please. Would be nice. Thank you. And yes, you have power now. We're also missing a tier 1 heat tank. Somehow. Thermal tank? Sorry. Sorry, game. Thermal tank missing medium tank 2s. Why is it always medium tank 2s? Yep, we're just not making enough. Okay. Well, I seem to have enough transformers. I guess I'll leave you there. Like, I did not have enough at some point recently, so I might as well leave that there. Let's see. Medium. Let's go ahead and make another medium tank 1. Another medium tank 2. Might as well make another medium tank 3. And you know what? What do you take? Pipes, tank 1, steel rod. Yeah, we'll just make another medium tank 2 also. Oh. There's a smidge. Too early. I was a little too excited to upgrade those. Let's knock them back to tier 1s. There we go. Oh, and I also need to expand robot range this way, apparently. And now I can mark you for upgrade. Where can I fit you? Is this grid? Is this like the real grid? No. But you are. Okay, you might be grid. In which case, you're just something else over here? Yeah, that's not going to fit in there, whatever, that's fine. You can just go sit over there. That gives me full coverage, we're all cool. And allows me to continue at least. You're not running because you're full, okay. Love to see it. Very nice. My red pipe. How are you guys doing? Kind of thought you might be low on plastic, and it looks like I might be partially correct on that. Granted, that can be upgraded pretty easily as well. So that's not using a very good recipe for plastic. I think it might be time to just retire you. Like, you are eating a good amount of the ethylene that I produce that I'm otherwise just burning, but you're also consuming my valuable propene. Yeah, I think it's time to retire this setup and actually reverse it. Instead of exporting plastic, you're going to be importing plastic. You're still consuming chlorine directly, aren't you? Yeah, chlorine and ethylene. Honestly, you guys can get upgraded. Just have fun. These guys making rubber, what do you consume? Styrene and butadiene, you're probably fine. Plastic guys, however, they need to go. So you are going to bring in plastic for me. Full stacks. Let's start with, like, 8 trucks. I don't imagine needing more than that. Though it is pretty far away, I'll go ahead and give you 10. I'm not going to break my plastic until I actually have those, of course. Would be a little silly. I would like them to show up at some point, though. I'm not that far away. Come on now. Okay. And there. Now they should be bringing fuel, which is quite close. Yeah, right there. Oh, there he is, right there, actually. So now, once we get this delivered... Nope, okay, they're gonna wait for some reason. The trucks are always a little confusing that way, but sure. I guess I will go ahead and relay the belts while I wait for that. These are all still yellow belts. Let's start upgrading from at least, like, right here. Which I guess means I can start relaying from here somewhere. In you go. That can come up and become red underground. Not that any of this needs to be red, I'm just having fun. Since I'm going to be relaying this belt anyway, most of this is going to wind up being red. Yeah, I don't want to break it yet, and I do need to incorporate this plastic coming down from the top. Oh, I also send plastic off this way somewhere. What? I guess you're only being used to make this one machine of capacitors in here? Yeah, because nothing else in here actually functions anymore. So we're just making this one machine of capacitors over here. That's kind of funny. I mean, I guess we're using them. Am I bringing capacitors in here? It doesn't look like it, actually. Maybe that's something I should be doing. Yeah, okay. Let's pop you down here. And have you bring in capacitors, because I'm sure I make them somewhere, but I don't buffer them up in this area. Oh, you might be in one of these chests. Batteries. I'd assume if I buffered capacitors, you would be with the batteries. Yeah, I don't actually see them up there, so I guess this is probably a good idea. There we go. So that'll start work eventually. And then I won't really need this up here anymore, because most of this doesn't run anymore. Okay, so I do have plastic in here. Let's go ahead and start deconstructing this stuff. Breaking the power poles would probably break other stuff, so I don't know if I'm going to go ahead and do that. It will break this stuff. Okay, so I have a line going to you, but again, you're only for these capacitors, which I don't think I really care about anymore. Those can just go away. So let's just break all of this stuff up here. There we go. Yeah, you can just... Again, I don't necessarily want to get rid of too much stuff, because I might start breaking stuff that I do need. But, like, a lot of this is not important. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really care beyond that point. This stuff coming in is the plastic that I make up above though, so let's go ahead and bring you in this way. And then unleash the plastic here. So, for no particular reason, left, right, and then have you on the inside. There we go. Then I just need to break this stuff. And then you load plastic into the system. Do I need that? Like, do I have a buffer of plastic down here? Yes, I do. Okay. So that's all cool. I don't really need you anymore. You can go away. And yeah, we've got plenty of plastic now, so the pipe machines should be capable of running at full time. And we're using a more efficient plastic recipe that isn't quite so demanding on the propane now. I was wondering if that one yellow inserter could keep up with output, but it does look like it's able to. And I think that's a good opportunity to finish off my coffee for today. Okay. Train. I keep forgetting to continue the train stuff. Let's make sure that keeps coming up. And we're almost there. As always, throw down a radar so that we can continue once the bots decide to come up here and finish that off. And I think it's finally time to start looking for a spot for rocket fuel. I believe that's in intermediates. Yes, it is. So, rocket fuel takes rubber, salt, methanol canisters. Oh, just all kinds of stuff. Okay. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So here's what I'm thinking. We need... So the rubber, the salt, the explosives, the iron oxide, all of that's going to be brought in by trucks. Methanol canisters will have to be bots. Aluminum powder, I don't know what the ratio of aluminum to aluminum powder is, so I might wind up making aluminum powder on site. The ammonia... See, I could ship in ammonia, but I have to have compressed oxygen anyway. If I'm making compressed oxygen, I'll be making compressed hydrogen. I might as well make ammonia on site. Like, I don't really see a benefit to not making use of the compressed hydrogen that I make. Wonder what the ratio is here. So 150 compressed oxygen. Let's see. So about 30 compressed hydrogen, or 300 rather. So 300 compressed hydrogen. To make 150 compressed oxygen, I need 400 ammonia. So that would be 50 recipes. That would be 400 compressed oxygen. So, or hydrogen, rather. So I actually need more compressed hydrogen than I do compressed oxygen. Interesting. That would also help me accelerate progress towards the oxygen requirement if I just made it on site. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. And that'll help prevent me from overstressing my existing nitrogen area up here, so let me find a nice little place I can shove this. Let's see. This doesn't look too bad in here. Just right down this road, this little section. We do encounter these rails shortly. Don't think that's the end of the world. And then we do have more rails down here, though. A little more annoying. I could just go on the other side of the rails also. Just leave this space for other things I need, like if I need to make more stuff like circuits or whatever, I can make them in here, and then rocket fuel can be down here. I do want to go ahead and continue this down. Let's not grab the radar there. That works. Just because I did happen to notice that there was a little bit of room over here that didn't have robo coverage because this tile hadn't been brought down. So let's just make sure we go down and down and down. Carry this down the whole way. Go ahead and bring the road down as well. And while the bots are getting that constructed, I'll come up here and see how this area is doing. Still waiting on that to get placed. Perfect timing. Okay. Wonderful. So yeah, probably one more straight here. And then swap to a T. So you go in, and let's break the stuff that we don't want anymore. And of course, you have to move one square in, as always. Okay, and that should be just about the right spacing. Okay, we do need a couple straights. Let's grab a straight here. Maybe like 3 of them. And then swap to a loading station. How do you fit in? You're actually not as close as I thought you were going to be. Do I care? Not at all. You can just be belted in. Yeah, I've already got all this sorted out. I'm not going to move it at this point. Let's grab one more straight, though. Well, where were you lining up? Yeah, like, you line up well. Vertically, you're just not very close. So, we'll go ahead and just throw this in, I guess. So you're going to be phosphorite. And let's get a radar in here. Maybe like up that way. That works. Okay, and yeah, that won't take too terribly long to get built. And how's this area doing? Okay, so they finished down here. Yeah, I think I will leave this area reserved for just other random intermediate parts that I might need. And I'll start making rocket fuel maybe in this little square right here. I can do water production here, electrolyzing here, have like a road stretch right here for bringing intermediates in on. And then the actual construction, or manufacturing, can be done down here. One thing I do want to do, though, is grab a bunch of landfill and just start filling in all of this area, though. I did just go over that road, so I will have to replace that. Okay, so grab some road, not that much road. A little less enthusiasm. Okay, hopefully that's good. Nope, they're gonna rip it up anyway. Okay, there we go. So just cleaning this area up a smidge, just because I really don't like building in these big old massive swamps. Just not my thing. Okay, anyway. There's still a little more up this way. So let's just get that taken care of. Oh, cool. So for water production, I am going to need flotation, or not flotation, hydro plants. I'll just get, I don't know, maybe 5 of these for the time being. Just get them started. You're gonna produce water. There we go. You know, in theory, I don't even know if I need to do that. I'm gonna experiment with some things, but first I am going to finish this area up here. Or at least I thought I was, but the bots are still building. Okay. Go ahead and start upgrading some of these roboports to make the charging process a little easier on the bots. Tier 2. Tier 2. Okay. Yeah, like, they're doing a good job. It's just really far away. So, speaking of far away, let's see how this does. Okay, so I'm gonna leave those there, but I did want to explore an idea. So, heat exchangers are capable of boiling fresh water to make steam. Let's see. There you are, fresh water. So if I did that, that produces a tiny little trickle of wastewater. But I can also boil wastewater, and that just gives me sludge. But then sludge I can combine with fresh water to make more wastewater. So let me just think about that. So 75 becomes 250. Okay, so that would be roughly 4 recipes. So 4 times U would be 48. I'm just trying to make sure this is a lossy process. Yes, okay, so we do gradually lose sludge. All I wanted to see. We could even run this recipe instead to generate a little bit of mineral dust and carbon monoxide. Like, there is a path here. I could do that. At the same time, I think this is just easier. Because then I would need, you know, all the heating panels and everything. Then I would be electrolyzing steam instead of water. I think it's just easier to just make the regular old water setup. Unless there is one other thing, potentially. Go away. So, high pressure steam, just out of curiosity. When you get electrolyzed, high pressure steam, so 800 becomes 250 and 125, which is going to be more efficient than regular steam. I do know that. And I can just directly make you. That is true. So... Oh, I can just make you from water as well, though, of course. Okay, so hold on. One second. 250 compressed hydrogen. So where's the efficiency here? Okay, so using compressed steam is the most efficient recipe by a pretty fair margin, because one recipe of use, so 1 second's worth of electricity on the electrolyzer makes 250 compressed hydrogen. Even if I'm working from steam, that's nearly half, and then water drops way down. So working with compressed steam is definitely the most efficient recipe. So, let's have a little fun. Why not? Nowhere else in the factory am I likely to do this. Let's just go ahead and do it. That just sounds fun. I don't think I make heat exchanger 3s. I have them unlocked. Oh, I used them in the reactor, so I definitely make you. Okay. Okay. Now I just need a place for them, though. This is going to take more room than I was planning. I can do them vertically, I guess, and have the heat panels go this way. Oh, I can also use higher tier heat panels. That's true also. Okay, so supposing I put you, like, right here. Let's grab one of your recipes. So, just plain old water, for instance. You would go there. Okay, what if I changed you to fresh water? Just having a little fun. Okay, then wastewater comes out the top. Fresh water comes in there. Steam comes out there. Okay. Max consumption, 20 megawatts. Temperature... Min temperature, 500. Okay, so I need to be able to carry at least 500. Max temperature, 500. 1500. So I definitely want to be using heat pipe 3 then, otherwise the other pipe has to be at its maximum temperature, which is just not gonna work. I'm gonna leave one tile of room for underground pipe shenanigans. Vertical flip. Okay. So that way I can have the steam in a pipe here. I can bring fresh water in from the front if I want. Yeah, up this way, and... I guess I could even do wastewater in the front. No, I definitely want to take wastewater back because you're also going to be fed into one of these guys. Like, if I do this, high pressure steam wastewater makes sludge. Yes, that's correct. So you can connect up the back like that. Okay. How much you make? 40 a second, you take 600 a second. Okay. Probably not going to need more than one of these then. I would be quite surprised if I did. I do need to get the steam out and around somehow. Suppose if I just move you forward a pipe, that works. I can connect in there. And then the sludge itself. Do I want to boil you, or do I want to mix you with water? Like, the mineral dust could, in theory, back up. But if I fill an entire storage depot, that's a lot of mineral dust. I do need a lot of mineral dust right now. This seems like nothing but benefit. Let's just boil the sludge and make mineral dust. carbon monoxide, I can just vent. I can even try and export carbon monoxide if I want. In fact, let's get road right up this way. Maybe not that close to the train tracks. Here, let's go ahead and rip that up. So if I leave room for a depot there, inserters, some sort of underground, and then 1, 2, 3 for the depot itself. Oh god. Why is it deconstructing the train? Why did it deconstruct the train? What? Okay, well, sure. I guess that train's just gone. Oh, and that's my train for you also. That sucks so much. That sucks so much. Okay. Well, I guess I'll come and fix that for a minute then. Are you getting fuel? You did get fuel. You got fueled. Okay. Those are together. Do I have a group for you? No, I don't. So, go to loading. Can I just copy the other train, please? Copy you. And paste to you. So currently you are at unloading. Oh, that was just however much fuel I had in there at the moment. Okay. What do you stack to? 50. Yeah, you're gonna be here a while. Let's help out just a smidge. There we go. I don't quite know what that means. Okay, I guess we'll find out at some point. Well, that was fun. Okay, cool. So, once again, underground, inserter, 1, 2, 3 for the depot, and we should be cool right there. So, supply depot for the mineral sludge, or mineral dust, let's say right there. And then fluid depot for carbon monoxide, and go right there. Anything else? No, I believe that is it. Okay. So, carbon monoxide connects right there. We'll have a small pump. Small pump. Set you to overflow. And just give you a chimney right there. Nope, that's too close. Can't get the steam out. I can do that, however. And just connect your steam in right there. Inserter. And take out one away. And yeah, you just go right up there. How far does this reach? That actually is perfect. And in you go. Oh, cool. And then, of course, we do still need power down this way. So let's grab substations. Start just dotting them around. Don't need one there. Okay. Should be cool. So the big question is, how many of these am I going to need? Electrolyzer. Also, these guys. We output steam over here, so I guess in theory I do want to make sure. Let me grab one of those small pumps. And make sure you only do top-up. That way these guys can always output. And now an electrolyzer. Not that I think that's ever going to be a problem, but, you know. So, press steam, high pressure steam, right there. You can take in 3.2 thousand and output 1,000 compressed hydrogen. I don't actually remember where I make rocket fuel. I think that's an intermediate. They're made in a chem plant. Let's get a chem plant down here. Okay, so you only need 15 compressed oxygen a second, but you also only output 0.3 rocket fuel per second. I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot more than 0.3 rocket fuel. Let me look though, what all needs rocket fuel? So all these little drone guys do, but I don't know how many of those I'm ever going to need for anything. I mean, I can assume I'm going to need some, I just don't really know how many. Let's go ahead and look at the boxed recipe also. There we go. That is still only 15 per second. Interesting. Kind of would assume it would be faster, but I guess not. Oh, you're also gonna output wastewater. I guess I can loop the wastewater back into here. Okay. Well, you need 40 ammonia. Ammonia, I assume, is also made in a chem plant? Yes, you are. So let's see. Ammonia. 32. So it's actually more than a full chem plant 3 for every chem plant of rocket fuel. Let's go ahead and move you down. Move you more in a line over here. So how would that go? So that's 80. You make more than 80. You make about 96. Let's see. So we're 8 shy, so it's a 5. So I have to do 5 of these. That would be 200, right? And then 5 of you would be 150, so 160. Oh yeah, that makes sense, because half of it times 10. So 160, and that would be 4 of you. That's how it is. Okay. So 4 of you to 5 of you. That's the ratio. Honestly, that seems like a pretty fair amount to start with. That way, if I need more, I can just start copy and pasting it. So let's see, 5 of you. Well, that's exactly the same amount of input. Okay, so I also need 160 compressed hydrogen. How much do you make? 1,000, yeah, so we only need 1 electrolyzer. If anything... Well, I do get slightly more efficient as I upgrade tiers. And that's the only way you can get more efficient with an electrolyzer. So I guess I will leave you be. Yeah, we need hardly any of the oxygen we're producing either, so we'll be making excess oxygen. That is part of the plan here. I do still need the compressed nitrogen. I don't believe there's anywhere to produce nitrogen without also producing carbon dioxide. I can make compressed residual gas instead. Like, yeah, I guess. Because I don't really want to be venting carbon dioxide, but I guess there's nothing that says I can't vent residual gas. Is there anything I can do with residual gas? Like, I know you're made into argon and trace gas, but I don't think I really want to go through that whole recipe right here. I think I'm cool with just venting you. Okay, yeah. So let's see where I can get that work done. So that is a distillery with compressed air. And I don't think there's any way to make compressed air other than this. Correct. Yeah, okay, so I just have to make air and compress it. None of these are final positions, of course. I'm just kind of placing things down so that I can see exactly how much of everything I'm going to need. Let's see. Compressed air makes compressed nitrogen. Nope, that's the one that makes carbon dioxide. I want this one. There we go. So that makes 40 nitrogen. I need just a smidge more than that. Let's see, I need 60, it looks like. Is that something I could do with just modules, perhaps? It does look like it. I only need a 25% increase. So a single speed 3 module should do that. Or I could just do 2 of these guys. Pressed air. So let's see. You take 120, you produce 130. Okay, very good. You make 240 air. So I only need 280 extra. You make 400. Okay. I actually need to downgrade you. Oh no, if I downgraded you, then you wouldn't make enough. You'd only be making 200. Okay, I'll just put a, just gotta make sure you're a top up. Okay. Let's see, 130. Oh, now with your modules though, you're 146. I think I do make a compressor 3. Yeah, because, like, spacing-wise, it would be nice. You're almost the same width as this machine, so it would be nice if you were 1-to-1. So the amount you can take in is going to, like, double. It's going to skyrocket, but I don't actually need that much. I need barely more than 520. And I make 335 down here, so I only need like 250 from up here. So we're gonna be cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. In that case though, maybe I will go ahead and allow it in case I do need to expand this. I'll just put pipes there anyway. Because you can handle like 3 of these, I think. 3-ish. So let's make sure you get piped back to the beginning here. Trace gas. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Just in case I do expand this again. So we'll bring you down. Maybe one further back. Because again, even if I put just a small pump here, I do want to make sure you are top up only. So you can go wherever, and then this one just gets vented. Let's see, 11 a second, yeah. A chimney one is still more than enough. That'll be perfectly fine. Just waiting on this pump to get placed so I can change it out. Okay. Let's set you to like 30. Okay. I think this is just about ready to be finalized, and before I start locking things in over there, let's finally get this phosphorus set up and ready. So let's go ahead and get rid of these cliffs. Let's grab a minor blueprint. Man, I can almost get this whole thing. Okay, let's do that. So, belts come this way, and then just straight down. Maybe, actually, I don't even want to go that far out. I was trying to be kind to myself, but I think I just made it more difficult. Okay. Pick that up. Pick that up. So... oh, actually. Just bring you down this way. Cut in. And then you're gonna underground down this way, which, once again, I guess I could just do here instead. There we go. In you go. And in you go. Seems cool. Okay, and then you're all proper and such. You need build range. So let's grab, oh, build range and power, of course. Pylon, pylon, and pylon. So you go there. How far do you reach? These rocks right here, which is more than enough for this guy. Okay. Actually, I don't even need this one because we're already in build range with just this guy right here. Very cool. Okay, so that will all come together. We just have to wait for all of that to actually get built. The station is already present though, so I can go ahead without breaking anything. Come to the station. Is it you? Yes, it is. So I can go ahead and reconnect the phosphorite unloading station. Because otherwise all my trains get confused, wind up in the confused stations, and that's no good for anyone. Yes, all of this is getting built, so that'll be done before too terribly long. Now I can get back to focusing on rocket fuel. Let's see. That's gonna make 55.9. Didn't I need 60? How did I wind up not making quite enough? I mean, okay. If 40 isn't enough, I guess 50 will be. I would assume, anyway. So that's gonna get made. All of this is fine. Yeah, one electrolyzer is more than enough, though I do need 3,000 to supply you, though I'm not gonna have that much draw either. So I have 2,000, we'll see if that's enough. 2,000 and then intermittently another 1,000 over here, so yeah, that should be fine. And now exactly 60, okay. Very cool. So yeah, you'll have all your hydrogen, all your nitrogen. You'll have all your oxygen. You do need hydrochloric acid. That I am bringing from off-site. You guys will need heat. Can't forget that. You do need water as well. Not very much, though. That'll be easy to take care of. In fact, maybe I'll just go ahead and get that planned out next. Let's see, you need about a little shy of 1,200. So that's going to be 3 well 2s. There we go. So I want to be able to build this in such a way that I can expand it as needed. So let's go ahead and move you guys down here for now. I'll move you, like, over here somewhere, I guess. Okay, each one of you consumes 20 megawatts, so really I only need these two running full-time, and then an extra, like, 10 for both of those is going to be more than enough, so that's going to be 50 megawatts or so. How much does a solar panel 2 give me? Output 300. It does get a 10% neighbor bonus, though. That's a lot of solar panels, though. Even the tier 3s. Do I even make tier 3s? I guess I do. Let me just see if I actually produce them, though. Okay, it seems like they're on the way. So the tier 3s produce 600. They are twice as compact, okay. That's still a lot. That is still a lot. I am kind of contemplating, maybe since I need so few of these, maybe this will be the one and only place in the factory that I actually use the boilers. Just because otherwise I am going to need a fair amount of room here, over here. If I break those and just move them out of the way over here somewhere. I'm just kind of messing around before I fully commit to anything. So let's just see how this would work out. If I did do this, so I could put them that close to the rail, no closer. I could easily do a row of 3, and then just kind of stack them out this way. Yeah, that does dodge the power pole also. That was another concern that I had. So let's see what this does. Also, you are working, yes? You do seem to be, okay. Let's go ahead and upgrade your belts up here. Just allows for a little more throughput. Only barely, but it does a little bit. Where was I working? Over here, there we go. So these got placed in. So 720 and a 780. Okay, so that's 15. And then another 720. That's going to be about 2,200. So 2.2 megawatts every vertical line here. I need 50. That would be 25 or so of these. A little less than 25, but about 25. I got 7. So maybe that's not that bad. Like 14, 21. Yeah, like one more for good measure, and I think that would be it. I think that should be fine. Yeah, I mean, if I, like, really want to be sure, I can even add one more. I do need heat tanks. Transfer rate 200 megawatts. I don't need that quickly. 500. Nope. Transfer rate 60. 60 seems about right. Max temperature 500 though. So yeah, I do need this just because of the max temperature bit. Okay, so I can't get that to fit. Actually, you can go here. I kind of thought the pipe would be in the way there. And I could even get one more over here if I really wanted. That does kind of get in the way of being able to underground wastewater in, so I'll see how this does first. But yeah, I think that should be more than enough. Oh, none of these output like a waste product, do they? No, okay, just making sure you were the only one that had something weird on you. Yeah, we're all cool. There we go. So this is all set up and ready to go. This part, I don't think I'll ever need to extend steam, and if I do, like even doubling it, let me just see. You'd wind up down here. So if I grab you... Okay. Yeah, it's not super convenient, but I have all this room in here, actually, that I can build. Because the electrolyzer is not going to take up any room at all. So let me put you there. For now, I'll put the electrolyzer, like, down here somewhere, just to get it out of the way. And just make sure you stay below the rope apart. And you can start right there. The electrolyzer can go either up here, or just somewhere down here. I might as well make use of this room up here. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll put you up here, and then I can even have storage for the hydrogen and oxygen. That just seems good. So connect that in. Might even throw a storage tank for steam up here, in case something ever interrupts it. Yeah, just like pop you in right there. No reason not to. Make sure some of these get upgraded to substations. Okay. So I can store oxygen right there. No, if I have excess oxygen, I just want to vent it. So maybe I won't store the hydrogen either. I'll just store the steam. I don't need double buffering. Double buffering's just silly. So let's see. You are already working. We are filling up with compressed nitrogen very quickly. Very nice. And yeah, it is only the nitrogen we're filling up on. Compressed air, or the compressed residual gas and the air is being cycled successfully. All of that's good. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay, so everything does work correctly. Actually, speaking of working correctly, what's up with you? So you're still just building up temperature. That's fair. You didn't have enough daylight, I guess? Sure. Everything else should be in line, though. Okay. So let's get these guys into a more permanent position. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3. I'm moving them even just a little more out, just because this guy has so many requests. He's gonna need a lot, so I want to leave a little extra room for moving belts around and stuff. So let's see, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that can just barely be fit onto 3 belts. As long as they're all relatively equal consumption. We do need way more boxed rubber than anything else. But otherwise, everything is pretty much even. Oh, no, I misread that. We need way, way more powdered aluminum than anything else. And then rubber. What I might try and do... Yeah, okay. What is the ratio that I get when I powder aluminum here? Aluminum wire. So 2 aluminum wire boxes and nitrogen. I do already produce nitrogen here. Becomes 3 aluminum powder box. So it is like 50% better to just ship in aluminum wire. And I only make powder from wire though. Those are uses, never mind. So yeah, it looks like that is the only way to make aluminum powder. Okay. I was kind of hoping there was going to be a cheaper way to do that, because aluminum wire, not really my friend. Aluminum wire is a little expensive. Okay, I'll finish hooking this up, and then I'll have to figure out some way to expand aluminum. I do want to make sure this mine up here is working properly. Yes, okay, so we are filling up. Everyone's cool, okay. Just wanted to check. So let's just go down the line. So we are going to need explosives. I'm already bringing in methanol canisters with bots. Even though we're really far away, I don't know of a better way to do that. How many things need methanol canisters? Explosives and rocket fuel, that is it. Yeah, so it doesn't do me any good. Yeah, it doesn't do me any good to try and put them into the logistics drone system or anything. Because only 2 recipes use them. Okay, anyway, from right to left. Explosives, salt, rubber. And if possible, it would be cool to bring them in already boxed. Yeah, I think I will request them boxed. Same with the salt, I think. Well, salt boxed. Salt boxed is maybe a little more difficult. So I think I will bring in just regular salt here. Oh, nope. And then I do the boxed one anyway. Just regular salt. Okay. And then I'll have to box that on site, but that's fine. rubber. Yeah, rubber and iron oxide. Rubber, again, I think I will request already boxed and then just deal with that. After 4, let me give myself a little room. And then I'll do the next 2. That way I can bring the belts in a little more easily. So, iron oxide, again, you can probably already be boxed. Because, yeah, we'll have to see about that. I might change you out. But for now, I will request boxed ones. Okay, let me make sure I have trucks coming in to everyone. Yes, okay. Aluminum, I do think I'm going to bring in aluminum wire and just crush you on site. I just don't see any reason not to do that. Yeah, like, I can just make more nitrogen up here. In fact, what if I just go ahead and put another one of these guys down? Like, if I take you, horizontal flip, put you right there. There we go. You only make 8, or once you have modules, 12 of the stuff that I'm venting per second. You can vent up to 100 per second, so we're perfectly fine there. The air just gets recycled, and then the nitrogen is what I actually want to consume, so should be fine. What was this meant to be? Okay, explosives, salt, rubber. Oh, that's just it. Okay, so I'll put you there instead, and then you can be my aluminum wire boxes. There we go. Okay, everyone else is 10. Let's just make these 10 as well. I don't think I'm gonna need 10 for those, but, you know, it just makes them a little more even. Okay, salt is already being delivered. Yeah, I only need 0.5 per machine, so even with 4 of those, that's only 2 salt per second, which I'm pretty sure I can keep up with. The other ones, though, are going to be a little trickier, but we'll just see what happens. So let's go ahead and start getting pipes in place for at least our inputs and outputs up here. I guess I am going to need a request depot for hydrochloric acid. Might as well go ahead and put you in place. Make you the too tall, since you're just going to connect straight upwards anyway. In fact, you can just connect straight upwards. Then you can underground just like normal. There we go. Okay. So that should be mostly figured out. I was going to have 2 belts on the back, a belt of input on the front, and then actually output can go that way and input can be here. Let's see. So you can go there, connect in, and then that wastewater just connects out and up into here somewhere. Yeah, we have a line of wastewater right here. There we go. I will actually go ahead and move you out of the way up there somewhere, in case I do need to expand this. Okay, let's go ahead and get the inserters in as well. Output I'll actually have to underground for. Like, I could easily put an inserter right here, but then that doesn't tile. There's no reason to even bother doing that. Let's see, you can go right there to reach up one. And then these second inserters get to be offset by one. Okay, all cool. I could underground these belts, or I could underground the pipes, but I think it's actually cheaper, especially considering what tier of pipes these are, to just underground the belt. I guess I do need to figure out where I want those inserters to go, though. Not that I actually get a whole lot of choice. So 1, and then 2, and then 2, and then 1, and then the same over here. There we go. So something like that will be fine. Of course, we will need power down here as well. Let's make sure that gets connected in. Okay. Still just trying to figure out exactly what all I need to do now. So this will come out. You can go into a provider right here. Doubt I'll ever need more than just a regular old purple there. And if I do, that's a wonderful problem to have. Let's see, you go in there. You go in here. The only one that's getting delivered, it looks like, is salt. So, oh no, I have boxed rubber. I have no idea where I'm getting boxed rubber from. Okay, I do store you as boxed rubber. Never mind then. Fair enough. So I need boxed explosives, boxed iron oxide, and boxed aluminum wire. I guess, how much explosives do I need? Very little. I guess I could just request normal explosives. I'm already going to be boxing the salt right next to it. Don't really see the difference. So, in you go, in you go. Yeah, you can just be there, that's fine. You're not in the way of the pipes or anything up here. So that's going to be the one that I need the least of. And then I just need boxed iron oxide. Okay, so I did barely leave myself enough room there. I kind of thought it was going to work out a little better than it did, but that's where we are. So I do need to leave room for a crusher for making aluminum powder here. Which I guess in theory, depending on how much output I get from a single crusher, I might be able to just kind of directly take. Potentially. If I put you here, aluminum powder. Okay, you only do 4 per second. That's not great. Yeah, all of these together, 4 times 0.7 is going to be 2.8 boxes. And then 2.8 boxes is nearly 15 items a second. So I need like 4 crushers in here. Yeah, that's not the best. So maybe... let's see. Maybe I'll move you down here. And have the crushers work below. So let's go ahead and do boxed aluminum wire. And then I'll just have a line of crushers. There we are. Start right about here. There we go. So you output 0.8, so you're basically 1-to-1 anyway. Let's see, you come up this way. And then in. And at the last output for rocket fuel here, we can just underground and send you in like that. And always remember to offset where possible, okay? I'm gonna have a pipe of nitrogen on the back. And then we'll have inputs down here, and they just have to make sure to drop 2 tiles away. Seems pretty reasonable to me. Let's see. You need a decent amount, but not a tremendous amount of output, so I'll just do one of these. So down and down, up and up, and then offset. And then just nitrogen. Okay, I wonder if I can maybe even yield module. I can even yield module. Look at that. I don't really need yield up here, actually. All of these definitely should have yield modules, but the other ones maybe not so much. Why am I out of red belt? How is that something that's even possible? I guess that's another thing to go check on in just a moment. Not that concerned about it right this instant, but, you know. Okay, so everything should be delivered except for the things that I don't actually have. So I got explosives, I've got salt. Yep, you're all cool. I just need boxed iron oxide. And boxed aluminum wire. Okay. I do need to get nitrogen down. Let's see. Go ahead and do that. That's fine by me. The hydrogen's all the way up here. Let's see. Could I... no. That line is already consumed by the nitrogen. How about oxygen? Could oxygen be one to the side? Certainly could. Ish. Oh, you don't have input, by the way. That's probably something you'll want at some point. It's probably a good idea. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I'll check and make sure you work in just a second. Let's go ahead and get the oxygen in. So if oxygen's gonna be 1 tall, you know what? Let's move you down. At least, like, this level right here. There we go. That way, if I do ever need another electrolyzer for whatever reason, I can actually fit one. And there's the hydrogen. All connected. Okay. So that gives me the compressed hydrogen, the compressed nitrogen. I've got the compressed oxygen, at least once the pipes go in. Oh, for some reason this is never run. Yeah, products finished to 0. Full of water. Your temperature just is not high enough. I guess I've just been filling up the thermal tank as well. There's just such a huge buffer and everything has to heat up in Tamden. Well, now I don't even know what the word sounds like anymore. I said it wrong once and now I'm completely blanking. But anyway, everything has to heat up at once. And so I guess this is just a massive pool to fill up. And then once it does fill up, then everything else will kick on. What? Okay. Thank you for bringing in a massive amount of salt, I guess. You know, I wonder if that comes from the active provider. Because I do still have an active provider up here. You're on channel 2. That is possible. Let me change you to make sure you're on channel 1. I only want the primary source of salt to come in here. Primary source of salt being somewhere in here. Yes, you're on channel 1. You're good. You're just not filling up very quickly. Move you up there. And then get one of these deals. So, up and up. Gotta wait for that to move so I can actually reach the inserter. Oh, nope. Okay, there we go. Down and down. Yeah, everything's all cool there. And that should have the salt load in much faster now. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and upgrade this stretch belt here. And you know what? You can upgrade as well. All looks cool. Okay. So I still need nitrogen down here. I should have the compressed nitrogen here, which I do. So I can bring that down now. I just have to decompress it. Easiest way is to use turbines. Let's get a couple closed turbines. Like 2 of them's probably fine. And then send you right back up. And I do need you to be exhaust turbines so that you run whether we need the power or not. Any power generated here is just a little bonus. If anything, you can maybe just pay for the power like this compressor or something. See, I should have those. Nope, I am missing them. Okay, missing a bunch of weird stuff. I'm definitely going to have to go check that out pretty soon. Let me just finish this setup here. So yeah, that should be everything that I need gas-wise. Okay, are you actually heating? Yeah, you are heating. Like, all of these back this way are maxed out. Just wondering if maybe it would be smarter to move some of these solar panels down. The only problem is you can't, like, underground heat pipes or anything, so I have to dodge and weave around the pylons and roboports and everything. So I do lose my neighbor bonus. Like the lowest, or the soonest I can resume is right here. That's why I have these here. But I mean, what can you do? Put that there. And then just run you down. And yeah, that should be fine. Little extra generation never hurt anyone. Yeah, I mean, all I can do is wait for the bots to place it and hope that it makes it better somehow. There we go. So those are placed. They're lemon-flavored ribs now. Mmm, delicious. We produce thermal energy with the sheer power of lemon heads. Okay, so yeah, we're losing heat quite quickly, but that's reasonable. I think we're actually adding heat to these solar collectors right now as the sun begins to set, but hopefully that will have them heat a little more quickly, a little more evenly. Because we were maxed out on heat at the very back, so the back solar panels weren't adding anything. So I hope this contributes more. If not, I'll have to start dragging solar panels like this way too. Okay, let's go see why I don't have products. Why are things breaking? You have no motor 2s, that's not very good. Have a small motor 2 area somewhere. You are missing steel plate. Why are you missing steel plate? There's not enough iron ingot. I mean, fair enough. All of you are running. You're even Crusher 3s. I guess just having the Tier 2 productivity modules in you is making you too slow. Yeah, it's not like belts are jammed or anything like that. You are just too slow. Okay. I'm only using half of my furnaces, not even that, on the iron ingots. Okay, step 1. Let's get a large beacon in here. Get some speed in you. And then I guess at least one each I will swap out with an actual productivity rather than a yield. And that should give me probably just north of a 50% speed boost. They were speed 1, so once all this gets placed, what are you now? Speed 3.2, really? Okay. So that is considerably faster. Oh yeah, we are filling the belts now. In fact, let's see if this helps anything. I don't know how much that's going to help, but, you know, might as well try. There we go. So, do you empty now? No, you can't even empty anymore. I mean, I guess that's a problem in the opposite direction. Maybe I will go ahead and the back lines get to have yields, because they have priority output, and then only if we have the room on the belt do the very slightly less productivity machines run. Yeah, 2.2 versus 3.2, just a single module difference is pretty crazy, but Okay, that should at least help steel out pretty considerably now. Oh yeah, all of these furnaces are running now, so steel should be much happier. As the ingots come down, they should reach all the way down here. Let's see, are you running? Okay, so even that doesn't quite keep all of these running full time, but you know, we're doing much better than we were 30 seconds ago. Yeah, can a single purple even keep up with this? It does look like it can, okay. Yeah, these are already pretty much as fast as I can make them. Like I could add... Oh no, I've already got a beacon on you too. So yeah, hopefully that's enough steel plate to keep up with current demands. If not, I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble, but we'll allow that to continue for now. And just hope that now that I've increased steel, it'll just work itself out. Speaking of steel, iron oxide. I did at least get one of these in, so we should have nitrogen in here. We only really need one anyway. In fact, 2 is overkill. Of course, they put the further one in first, so yippee. Let's go figure out how I can get boxed iron oxide into a provider. So I know iron oxide is made up here somewhere. Let's see. I believe it's part of the nickel process. So let me see if I can find nickel. Yeah, there we go. So this is where I handle iron oxide. And that's mostly how I'm making ferronickel down here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm producing an excess of iron. Yeah, that's not a lot of iron oxide coming in. Mostly, though, that's just seemingly because I'm full of nickel solution. So I don't need more nickel, so I'm not producing much of the byproduct, which, you know, that's reasonable enough. How do I just make iron oxide on purpose? Because I feel like if I take from this area, it's just not going to be enough. I need crushed iron and caustic solution, and you make sludge. Do I not have a better way to make you? I can also make you from iron filings. I have a feeling this is probably the better recipe. Let's see, 6 to 5. I'm gonna have to do math, aren't I? Okay. Also get iron oxide from spent fission cells. I don't think I'm gonna be making any of those anytime soon, though. It also looks like I get iron oxide once I get arthropods up and running, but that's quite a ways away. Can I just make you in a box? I can. It doesn't change the ratios, though. Okay. So, let's see. 6 to 5. Brushed iron ore. Brushed iron ore. So, a little less than 1-to-1 to ingots. Iron filings. Let's see. Yeah, that's real hard to math out. I think it still works out better to do this recipe, though. Yeah, we get so much more. I think that's going to be the correct one. So flotation, caustic, crushed iron ore. I think I already ship around crushed iron ore. That's something I need for science. Yes, so I already have a source of crushed iron somewhere. I don't actually know where. There you are. Yeah, that's probably not quite gonna cut it if I'm gonna be using you for other things as well. I will at least upgrade you and see if I need more from there. Okay, that does mean I'm gonna need another area like this, though. So I guess I'll just come down below the train tracks here. Nothing else actually needs iron oxide, as far as I can remember. Like cement does, I guess, if I ever start using that recipe. Magnets are already taken care of. Yeah. Like, I guess it's easier than belting it around. I probably don't need 10 trucks in here, though, if it's going to be that close. So let's get a request in here. You're going to be crushed iron. Flotation. I'm also going to need caustic solution. Full stacks, yes, okay. Caustic, most I can do is 8, so 8 it is. And then flotation. Let's get some flotation cells in here. Starting about here, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there works. Let's see how this does. So caustic comes in, sludge comes out. You can actually be one together. We're gonna do this way. I might go ahead and swap these, actually. And then make U8 and U12. Just works out a little nicer. You take 6 a second. That's quite a bit. We'll see if a blue's able to keep up with you. Well, especially once I put yield modules in you, that'll slow you down a bit. So let's get the tier 1s in, then I'll mark it for tier 2s. We do at least have all of our belts and everything in place now, so it does look like I was able to make those motor 2s that we were missing. Modules, please. There they are. You got this, guys. You can do it. Boom. One of the best things about the higher tier bots, the tier 3s, is that they don't need the charge. I know if I were watching tier 2 bots, that would have been coming, and then stop, turn the wrong way, charged over here, and then come back. So if you ever watch the tier 3s, notice how they can just go. They hardly ever stop. It's very nice. Okay, I do need more substations. That is fair. Let's get those in place. Let's see, you output 1.5 a second. You guys, how much do you need? Basically none. Okay, so however much I need is going to be more than enough. Oh, I do want to move you down a little bit. 1, 2. And then I'm going to move the belts down as well. Reason being, I guess I can go ahead and put you in here, and then right, and left, and left, so that I can get a boxing machine in here. And then you can go there. Then I'll use the boxed recipe. That way, then I don't have to rebox these later, and I can make them a little faster. I'm a little more efficient. Okay, get the pipes in place. Purple, purple. Output belt. Offset. And you are in line with the substations and everything. Oh well, I don't anticipate needing that many of these. There we go. Let's see, that's going to produce 0.6, which is going to be enough for the 60 chemical plants making rocket fuel. If I need 60 chemical plants making rocket fuel, I'm going to be in trouble. Okay. Why don't I have anyone leaving yet? Like, am I just waiting on fuel or what? Also, I really hate the way this road is, like right through the radar here. In fact, can I just move the radar? I'm not moving the radar yet. I've learned my lesson. That's a lesson I've learned many, many times now. Since I am in remote view, if I move the radar now, the bots will pick it up, and then I just don't have remote view. That's no fun. Okay, so that did bring me some... Okay, now I'm just waiting on caustic. Oh, I have caustic, I just never connected the pipes. Because I'm just silly like that. Okay. Then I do still need to get the sludge out, so I actually have a sludge boiler up here. I might as well connect into you if I possibly can. I know I'm placing these pipes somewhat strangely. I'm just trying to place them so that I can expand things that might need to expand in the future, or at least in ways that wouldn't be too terrible to expand from. Okay, so that should give me a sludge output. You do produce 9 sludge a second. You can handle 360 sludge a second. I'm not so much worried about the sludge capacity as much as I am. That is going to give me more mineral dust, and I hope that doesn't build up and become a problem. Like, it certainly shouldn't. There's no way it should. But it is a concern, even if it is a small concern. Let's see, you stacked at 50, so I will have to wait for a few iterations of this. But otherwise, that should be finished. Let's see, you already have your items. So let's do that. And then I can just pick up these red belts and replace them up here. And now, do you need anything else? You still never did get the... anything from up here. Why is that? 400. Wait, do you max out at 400? You max out at 400. Well, wait, you require 500 to work. What? Okay. I guess I just have to use heat exchanger 2s. Like, that's not a big deal. That's just a little weird. That also means I might need more of them. At least another heat exchanger 2 down this way. See, pop you in. And then water goes here. There we go. And heat pipe in. Yeah, that's gonna take a second, because they have to come all the way down from the auto-crafting area up there. Like, hopefully this is still fine. Come on, guys. I just want to see numbers. Give me numbers. Wait, why does it say I don't have them? Why would I have 3s and not 2s? Oh, well, at least you upgraded you. Oh, does 2 not get the recipe? Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, you have to be in a heat exchanger 3. What about this recipe? For all the... Yeah, I kind of thought you had to be heat exchanger 3s also. And I don't even have boiler 2s. So yeah, let me start undoing, I guess. Because you are gonna have to be heat exchanger 3s, I just have to figure out a way to heat you. How do I get heat? I don't think there's a way I can just force heat. Like, I can put a reactor down here, but that seems a little excessive. I don't think there's, like, heating towers or anything, though. And unfortunately, I don't believe I can just look in here and find sources of heat. I don't think that is a thing you can do. I'm pretty sure I'm limited to solar collectors, geothermal plants, and reactors. Hilariously. I guess I could put this near a geothermal area. That's going to be really far away, but I do have this right here. I could do that. It would just mean moving all of this setup, and that's a real pain. Like, what do I just need compressed hydrogen. Compressed hydrogen and compressed oxygen. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay. You know what? I'll just be silly. Game wants to be silly, then I'll be silly. Who am I to say no? I think I will move the bottom row of solar panels down here down by 1 square. There we go. Well, you know what? I don't need to do that. I was thinking about running a line of heat pipes down this way so that I could run multiple reactors, but that's not more efficient than just running the heat through the reactors. So that would be silly. Yeah, I'll just put a reactor there and a reactor there. That way I at least get the bonus. And I will go steal the reactor logic from where I have a reactor set up, which is over here. So the only part I don't need is the part that's reading the batteries. I'll just grab this and adapt the logic as necessary. So I'll start with you. And actually, I kind of like that the inserters don't reach right now so that I don't do anything silly by accident. So let's see, this is my fuel selector, so that's going to stay unchanged. That's good. This is my conditions. And all I need to get rid of is this last one right here. Yeah, actually, that's pretty simple. That just still works. So let's see. I only want to read the temperature of this one. So you connect into there. Yeah, that's going to give me read temperature as T. I also want read fuel, but this one doesn't care about fuel. Oh no, it does. It does care about fuel. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to be... Yeah, I have to do something about that, actually. Over here on my reactor, you'll notice that the one that I do read temperature from, which is this one right here, I do read it and filter out just the heat signal. That way I don't get any of the other signals on the line. And I do have to do the same here, otherwise the fuel reading will tamper with my other logic here. And if that doesn't make any sense, I'll show you what I mean in just a second. But just for now, take my word for the fact that what I'm doing here is necessary. So disconnect the red from that line. And then, as long as T is more than 0, output T. And all that does is if there's any other signals on this line, then that's all we care about. I could also... Actually, that is a lot simpler, now that I look at it. I'm not used to being able to specifically read from one wire or the other, so I can also just make sure that the fuel only reads from green, and then temperature only reads from red. Green not connected. Well, it will be. There. Okay. Yeah, so you're reading from here, outputting to there. That's cool. And then you output to there. All good. So if I just take you, flip you around this way, you should just work. And then same red wire connects into you. You strip out only the temperature from the red wire and output that. Very good. You need a green wire from there. And I think that should be everything. So read fuel. Now you pick up from 2 tiles and you drop 2 tiles. And we need a substation. Come on, you got this. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Okay, so now these should be working. We're just waiting on the fuel cells to show up. Also, I don't think I actually deal with these anywhere. That's probably something I want to do at some point. Yeah, nothing's coming to pick these up, so I will need to deal with the fuel cells. Okay, it does say these are on the way. I'll take their word for it. I don't think they're lying to me. Okay, here comes some. There we go, just because that's going to make both of these reactors more efficient now that they get the neighbor bonus. So I will run through a little less fuel in here. I might go ahead and bump up how much of this orange fuel that I keep in both of these guys. There we go. But yeah, that's gonna get me to 500 at least. Even if it is the silliest, goofiest way possible, it is gonna work. Now, the problem is, I have no idea if these solar collectors up here are actually doing anything or not, because they are maxed out at 400. And I kind of think they might not contribute at all. Like, as far as I know, they are maxed out, they cannot generate heat. In which case, they're not doing anything for me whatsoever. Like, this down here is over 500 degrees, which means, if anything, heat would want to flow into these solar collectors. So, I think they just go away. I don't think they're helping at all. So now I just have a goofy offset reactor down here. Oh well. But yeah, that should keep me at around 600. I don't remember what your maximum temperature is. Max temperature, 1500. Okay, so you should be well within your maximum temperature. I shouldn't waste any fuel. And I should be able to keep you at well above whatever you need. At least I would think so. Yeah, because you're over 600 now, so the inserter should not run anymore. Like, once that fuel goes. Yes, so they're not putting more fuel in because you are over your temperature goal. And that heat should continue up. I have to assume, though heat is a little weird in Factorio sometimes. Yeah, you're only, like, 480 over here for some reason. But it is going up. It should be equalizing out. And I'm hoping this is just a one-time buffer fill the heat pipe kind of deal. And that once we hit temperature with a literal reactor going down here, we should be fine. Time will tell, though. We're just waiting on this temperature up here to rise. And I did see that first one down here operate, so I know it's working. I just have to assume we will be able to sustain both of these. I cannot imagine that we can't. Okay. And active. So we are now gaining heat. Okay, very good. Very good, very good. I guess I can move this thermal tank down here now. Or I could even just put you there. There we go. Yes, that loses a lot of heat. Oh well. So, hold on. High pressure steam. High pressure steam. You output regular steam. Okay. You know what? Fine. You're high pressure, you're regular steam, whatever, who cares? You just come over here and go into a turbine. There we go. Whatever. Let's see. I guess the sludge pipe must have been really full to allow you to run so constantly. I can only assume. Oh, my research queue is empty. Fatty acids... I mean, that's kind of cool. Ooh, a new ECH recipe. I don't actually know how you're different from the existing ECH recipe. I know paraffin's important. Do I want anything else, though? Destroys everything but resource patches. Places empty land with shallow water. Raises... Name is terraforming. With deep water. So, shallow water with deep water. Will eliminate anything on land, including resources. Okay, so you don't eliminate resources, but you do. Interesting. Okay. I notice you lead to Spidertrons. You also lead to Spidertrons, though. You look like you lead to more research. Let's do you first. So, final tier of large beacon. I believe that's the final tier of chassis. We'll go ahead and get you queued, though. Terraforming 2, I guess? Sure. Terraforming 3? Why not? Okay. I guess I do need to get rid of the steam in there. So now high pressure steam can come out. And yes, you are now running. And you need more temperature. But that could just be because I replaced the thermal tank here. Let's see, you're running, but you are above your threshold. So you will be cutting off pretty soon. You are also over 500, which is their threshold, and they are running. Okay. Okay, yeah, there we go. You're running beautifully. All of these are running, and we're filling up on ammonia. Okay. Can't help but notice you're not getting loaded in. Ah, that's because I didn't set your drop positions correctly. Well, before I can copy you. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So now all you're missing is methanol and aluminum. I've got to be real, I did kind of forget about the methanol canisters. I did kind of forget about that. Okay, I see a way to make this work. It's just a little goofy. There we go. So pick up 2 away, drop 2 away. There we go. And let's get methanol in here. Oh, do you have to be boxed methanol, or are you just regular methanol? You do have to be methanol canisters, okay. Well, I don't even make those, so... maybe what I will do then... Yeah, let's put you there, so then... adjust you to pick up correctly. You there as well. Okay, and then you can go there, and you can go there. Now, regular methanol. Let's keep like 100 in here. And same over there. Just because they have quite a long journey to get down here. On that note, maybe I'll start upgrading some of these roboports in this vicinity so that bots can charge a little easier. We are relying on quite a lot of bot assistance these days. Being nice to your bots always pays dividends. So I'm just going to go through and upgrade some of these random roboports on the path. And yeah, that's probably plenty. I just want to make sure that they are always able to charge up when and where they would like. Okay, that's probably good enough. So obviously I still need aluminum wire in a box, but I believe that is the final thing that I need. Everything else. So the belts are full. We're getting methanol canisters. We have all of the gases and fluids and such. We even have all the modules. So all I need is aluminum wire in a box. And I do need about 0.6 of it, which would be 3 items a second of aluminum wire. I could also just bring aluminum wire down and box it on site, but that just seems wasteful, truck-wise. Let's see, aluminum's gonna be in here somewhere. There you are. How's aluminum doing? So we do need more aluminum production to even keep up with the number of plants that I have running right now. Granted, it looks like I'm not able to output for some reason. It looks like aluminum carbide is full. Yeah, okay, so this area down here is full. Not a lot I can do about that, funny enough. Like, I can start swapping out modules and stuff. Let me see. How many furnaces are here? There's only 12 furnaces here. And it's gonna produce about 8.5-ish carbide per second. I have 14 furnaces down here. And that only consumes like 2.5? Okay, well, no wonder we're backed up. Aluminum carbide is a byproduct down here. You do also consume alumina, though. Okay, so first things first, let's just drop this a few tiles. I have to actually wait for someone to come and pick that up before I can place this. As you can see, it won't let me place it yet. There we go. And I want to upgrade your speed modules, including all of these guys. So that should be better already. You don't have power, so I guess I'll just upgrade this power pole. So how did that help? Well, you don't have power yet, so I don't get to tell. I guess it's a secret. Okay, so you went from 0.2 to 0.32, so that's already considerably better. So instead of 2.5, we're now making nearly 4, or consuming nearly 4, but that's still only half of what we need. So let's start the process of going around and changing some of these modules to productivity rather than yield. See if I change half of them. Wonder how that helps. Also, this belt looks surprisingly full. also be upgraded. Let's upgrade this through here. All of this. There we go. And there we go. Probably unnecessary, but you know, we'll see how much it does at least. Speaking of, let's go ahead and upgrade this through here. Just might as well. Okay, so how much does that do now? So that's brought us up to 0.4 from 0.3. So even if this whole thing was done like that, that would still only bring us to about 5 or so a second. Okay, well that's what I was trying to figure out. So let's go ahead and get all of these upgraded to productivity modules. Just one by one, one at a time. There we go. So that should give us, if not all the speed that we need, about as close as I can possibly get it then. Okay, so let's see. That brings you up to 0.5. So with 14 of these, that's going to be 7 a second, which is still not quite enough to deal with all of this, but I do technically have other things that might want aluminum carbide up here, so for now I guess I'll say that's fine. Also, it does look like this graphite provider is running low, but I do make graphite from other sources as well. Yeah, well, we'll say at the very least that's a big upgrade, because these furnaces are able to move much more freely now. Like, they still back up a smidge on this line, but, like, we're moving quite a bit better down here. And that's a lot more aluminum flowing through the system, too. Let's see. Yeah, this one's only ever made 15 in its entire life down here, so it's not gotten much action. And this belt's still jammed. There's nothing better I could do to get rid of it, huh? I guess the best I can do is these front two. Let me go ahead and upgrade your inserters to be able to deal with what I'm about to do. One of these productivities is going to be replaced by speed 2. There we go. That way I can be guaranteed to be able to deal with however much it throws at me. In fact, hold on. I was trying to undo away that module replacement. I don't actually want to replace these with the speed modules. I want to do the ones on the back, because the ones on the front have priority access to the materials. So I'd rather make sure it's only once all the materials have backed up and flowed all the way to the back that I start outputting the less productivity versions. There we go. Yeah, now you're able to handle 6.5 apiece, or, you know, 0.65 apiece. So that should give us a little bit more of a bonus. Even then, that's not enough to handle all of this, but yeah, it's actually still not enough. If it's not enough, then what's the point? Let's just continue on down and upgrade these as well. Let's see, that's going to be 4, 8. So that's 8 furnaces upgraded. That's another 0.9. So I think we're like 0.1 short now, which honestly I'm okay with. Yeah, these are flowing free now. Looks like if anything is holding us back, it might be graphite at this point. Yeah, it looks like I'm just not supplying enough graphite. It's coming in on a yellow belt, and a yellow belt just is not enough. There we go. Yeah, we're feeding you off of a blue belt, so I can definitely upgrade you to a red belt. That's not going to be an issue. Actually, you are still yellow up through here. But at least up until that split, I want to make sure you are red. Okay, so we've got a red belt of input coming in now, which is already going to help tremendously, because now it means we can fully supply this line without straining the left line. And now we should be able to fully feed both of these lines as well. Yes, it does look like you're running without being starved. You only need 5 per recipe. So you did starve for just a second there, but I think that was just waiting for it to catch up. Yes, you are able to keep up now. Okay. So that's all running better. These are able to keep up. Yes, the belt is not backing up. Okay, it backed up over there a little bit, but I think we're keeping up at least. So maybe now that I've increased the amount of graphite, so these are running faster, maybe once again, we are no longer keeping up with the aluminum carbide? Maybe? So I guess I will go and make all of these the same. It's such a small difference at this point. What's it really matter? There we go. That way, these don't back up. Aluminum flows 3. We even still get, how much productivity? We still get 6% productivity on these, and these are just the byproducts, so, you know. Who cares? Yeah, that's a good bit more aluminum coming in now. Yeah, now we're stressing alumina. I guess could go ahead and upgrade this way. Down to here, and to here, and then upgrade you, but I don't think that's going to make too much difference. Maybe it'll make some difference though, we'll see. Actually, it does look like it made some difference, because now this is backing up, whereas before this final machine down here was always starved. Let's see. You need 9 alumina. You're not getting any. Could be because this is backing up prematurely. So let's make sure you have enough room to run at least. I guess that doesn't make any sense. You should be able to flow freely even if this does back up. I think it's actually being consumed rather than backing up. But I mean, I do have it prioritized for a reason. I need to be able to take care of that byproduct, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's probably going to be straining our caustic solution production at that point, so I think we're fine to leave that as it is. The whole point of this was to make sure I had enough aluminum wire over here. So let's go ahead and throw you this way. I'm going to have a splitter down here. So prioritize to the right. And then this line comes out this way. Let's get a boxer. In you go. And out you go. Okay, and that'll start producing boxed aluminum wire. We do prioritize this way so that things that need regular aluminum wire can get it, and anything up here, like insulated wire or motor 1s, get priority access to it, but then any leftover comes up here and is turned into boxes. This belt doesn't look like it's even close to being able to keep up with that demand, or at least our possible production. So I'm going to go ahead and increase the tiers up this way. I guess that last bit's unnecessary, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. So we are producing. The boxes are in there, so that means all the way down here where we make rocket fuel. Yes, we do have a truck on the way. So let's go ahead and get a holographic sign. Pop you right in here, and that's going to show me the amount of rocket fuel that I have. So, rocket fuel box. Logistics, grab you, and display you. So it's 0 for now, but at least I know where you are on the map. I can always come back to you. Okay. And now we just have to wait. Yeah, that's all running fine. We got a second truck coming down here now. And that is our final ingredient. Okay, so we do burn off sludge every so often. Interesting. I guess that's a result of these guys running, since they produce sludge. That makes sense. This is standard. I probably want you to be exhaust. Make sure that you always run, otherwise we could wind up with steam backed up inside you. We've nearly filled this entire buffer tank of high pressure steam. Oh yeah, I forgot we make excess oxygen down here. So let's see. How much do you make per second? 500. You vent 2000, you vent 500. Okay. So leave. Single gap. Let's get a pump 1. Assuming you can do that much. Pumping speed, 2400, yes. Put you there, and make sure you are overflow. That's a very necessary addition, otherwise we would eventually not have enough hydrogen to continue making ammonia, and then we would not be able to produce any more rocket fuel, which would not be very cool. Also, like, half the reason I wanted to come up here and do this is for a little extra oxygen venting to help with the oxygen goal. Okay, and now we do have the aluminum powder coming in. Very nice. So that should be the very first of the rocket fuel. Yeah, each one of you makes about 0.25, so you are a little faster than 1-to-1. But, you know, you do want a little excess if you can help it typically. So I do still have to hit enough for one recipe, but once we hit enough for one recipe, we are making faster than we consume. Yeah, one more wave. We're at 32 out of 35. And there we go, the very first one has begun, and you can see just how slow it is. But that is the first of the rocket fuel. Very nice. Okay. With that going, I did say earlier that I wanted to come up here and tap this other phosphorite mine as well. Just since laying the rails does take such a long time, seemingly. So let's make sure I go ahead and make good on that promise. Start running the rails up. Let's get you in. And you're right there, so we don't have to go too much higher before I start turning to the right. Okay, but with rocket fuel out of the way, what does that actually allow me to do now? Okay, so made in the silo, but I don't have that research yet. I'm very close, but I don't have it yet. Consume 5 rocket fuel. What do you mean consume? I guess I can use it as... Oh, spent result alumina? What? Okay. I mean, I guess I can use you as vehicle fuel somewhere. I don't really want to, but I can. Okay, let me think how I can do this. Okay, jetpack equipment. My current jetpack is empty. You seem to only take... No, that's just what fuel you have in you. Okay. Burns vehicle power, so... Can I assume that I could burn rocket fuel in you? Though I do only make it in boxes right now. Okay, you know what I can do? Hold on. Something that I will want to do anyway. Let's come up to this area. So I no longer need you in here, I don't believe. Well, I do need to unbox you, actually. That is true. I was thinking I could just overwrite that one, but I guess you get your own square. We'll come up here. We will request boxed rocket fuel. And you will keep a little bit of unboxed rocket fuel in the system. 50. I don't know, what do I need rocket fuel for? Drones. Is that really it? Just these drones? Because I think they all get made in boxed recipes as well. Whatever, I'll keep like 20. Sure. I do want to make sure that I have a buffer depot up here that keeps rocket fuel up here, though. There we go. Let's see, so yeah, that is being picked up so that I can make the unboxed version of it. So, I guess I will come up this way, since the bots will be there soon enough. And just stand up here somewhere. Does look like I have a few new things. Okay, I have a new lab, a new launcher, new scout drones, new byproduct, or intermediary product rather, and a new truck. Let's see if the truck's used in anything. No. Okay, so I don't need to worry about making you, that's fine. You are likely used as an intermediary in something. Yes, you're used in large beacon 2s. Okay. Oh, and telekinesis field 3. There's another one, huh? And you're only made in a nanofabricator. I guess whenever I need you, I will come around to you. Let's see. I already have you somewhere, so you should already be being made. And then you need expensive stuff, but I can make that work. What's the advantage here? Manual range 16 plus 400, manual range 24 plus 600. Okay, so you do just get more range, which I mean is nice. I don't think I need it right now. You are used to make the silo though, so I guess I do need to make you. You're also apparently used in the Spidertron, okay. Well, there's rocket fuel. I think I needed to consume 5. Let's see. Yeah, new lab. Should have all of that stuff. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, you're fine. Get rid of some of this random garbage in my inventory I just happened to notice. Okay. Don't need that on me. Alright, whatever. That's good enough. So, I was kind of thinking about just holding this in my inventory and trying to use the jetpack, but that might try and use the methanol canisters first. Alternatively, what I could do is get a car. Don't know why it tried to give me 2. Stack size 2. Stack size 2, huh? Of course, why not? Apparently, I don't have cars in the logistics system. Because why would I? Yep. Upgrade, please. And then yeah. You're good as you are. They should bring me a car. Yes, they did. I guess I can get rid of that now. Put you down. 1 rocket fuel in you. Pop you in. Start the drive. That should count as consumed 1. Yes, it does. Now I can just pick you up. Put you down again. Rocket fuel. And repeat ad nauseum until I've consumed enough rocket fuel. There we go. Alright, and goodbye, Mr. Car. So let's come back to our usual spot down here now, and just park like over here. Okay. Did that open up anything interesting? Okay, that does open the way to the Spidertron now. Or most of the way through the next tier, or the next drone launch range. There we go. The next drone launch range research. That's what it is. Okay. Consume an excavation drone. Alright. I guess I can go and make those as well. So first things first, let's find somewhere where I can put another large set. So pop you down. You can be made a medium, so you don't need to be here. I'm willing to bet I need to make the trains. Oh no, I have the trains set up over there. I guess I'm just missing parts for them. Where could the drone launcher... Okay, so you're here. Do I ever need you for anything? No. So I can just do you. I'm willing to bet you're made in a large. Yes, you are. How about you? You're also large. And you are also large, but you might need your own area, so I'll hold off on now. All of these guys are also larges, but I don't know if I want to start on them right now, so I think this last one just gets to stay parameterized. Of course, I don't have the research for these guys yet, but I will get there. Oh, I also need to upgrade the blueprints on this, apparently. Well, first things first. Do that, and then once those are in place, I'll do the next tier. Oh yeah, these themselves need to be upgraded. There we go. So let's come over here, open you up. No tiles, please. And just upgrade everything. That mostly worked, but it doesn't upgrade the modules. And I can't change them out in here. Okay, I guess that's fine. What I will do is I'll just come up this way, pop you down, keep you as parameters, upgrade that in there, and then just select new contents. Make sure parameters are still configured correctly. It does look like they are. And save. There we are. Okay, so let's see. You need these things, which apparently you aren't getting right now. You're actually pretty tight in here. I hope all of these are going to fit. They might not, actually. Which is concerning. Oh yeah, these only stack to 1, don't they? Huh. Well, isn't that just annoying? I know. I have you, don't I? I don't make that. I do have the research for it, I just don't make them. Okay. Well, I need to make other things too. So, let's go back to normal size. I wonder if I have larges for any of the other ones. Let me just start putting them down and seeing which ones I need and which ones I have. Also, are you used anything? No. So I don't need the purple. I do need the blue. Do I need the red? I don't need the red for anything. Okay, so yeah, I really only need to make the blue. Good to know. Don't know why they felt the need to put a rail signal in there. That was weird. Okay, anyway. In you go. And let's see. We want tier 2 blue chest. Trying to think if there's anything else. Okay, tier 3 labs. I saw these guys, but apparently I don't make them yet. I could have sworn I did, but sure, let's just say I don't. Not researched. Not researched, okay. Well, I know I'm gonna need you for a checkpoint soon. Which needs you, which needs you. Okay. I guess I can put you there. Also, I happen to notice when putting that down that for some reason you have tiles unused. Let's get rid of that. How about you? You also have tiles. Let's get rid of that. Okay. There we go. So, let's see. That was mostly so I could upgrade the chest on you, which does give me more room. It does give me 10 extra slots, which will fit you and only you. I also need hangar 3s, which I don't make yet. And large supply chest 2, which is those. You shared the chest to get more density. I use the adjustable inserters. Ah, how do you mean? Do you mean, oh, okay, you just placed a second chest here and then had a second inserter, you mean? Yeah, this is pretty much my standard blueprint that I use in any regular game, so it doesn't really take advantage of Bob's inserters here. Certainly could, but didn't in this particular case. I certainly do in other places throughout the factory, believe me. But this one particular area I did not. Oh, didn't want to uncheck that. So, large supply chest 2. Sensor node 3. I know I have at least one thing making those. And also, why am I not getting drone launcher 1s? I guess they're being used in something else. I think they get used in science, maybe? You are missing motor 2s. Yeah, I ran them so each 3x3 was fed by... drumroll. Dot C dot. Let me track down my my motor 2 issues. So motor 2, wasn't that steel earlier? I feel like that was the case. So motor 2s, you're all the way down here. You're missing steel gears. Okay, I did just get a shipment of steel gears, but it's still not looking pretty. Steel gears down here. Okay, steel gears are running, they're just too slow. Fair enough. I do have them stuffed with these and no beacons or anything. Let me see. Could I get you in here somewhere? Perfect fit. Okay. I would love if I could actually get you over here, though. Well, I wonder, how much bigger are the tier 2s? Okay, so the tier 2s are the same size. They just allow for more modules. Got it. Not exactly what I was after. I can tuck you in here. It's kinda yucky, but it does work. If I put you up there, I get the same machines, but I also get those at the top right. I might as well. Okay. Let's just do that. Speed in. That'll help these guys a little bit. But I might also go ahead, swap out at least one module in them with a regular productivity. So let's see if I can figure out what you mean. So you got... why the yellow modules rather than the orange ones? So the yellow ones do make the machines quite a bit slower, but the orange ones don't do as much productivity. It's like a 1% difference. That's why I'm up here and I'm like, yeah, I'll just start swapping them out. It's a very minor difference. The same way that the haste modules, for the same tier, offer a little more speed, 20% compared to 15%, but the speed modules are just pure speed increase, whereas this does increase energy consumption by 25%, so it's kind of the same relationship between these two. These are technically a little better, but they have a trade-off. Mostly that they have a much higher energy consumption and they slow the machine down. So the orange does give you more throughput, whereas yellow gives very slightly more productivity. Oh, I also picked the wrong tier apparently. What are you talking about, man? What? Okay, I'm gonna assume that's just old. Yeah, okay, now it's going away. There we go. So let's see, what are you producing now? Each one of you is 128. We've got the beacon in. I might as well go ahead and swap the rest of these out. We need you to be a little faster. I'm hoping my steel plate production will keep up with that, though. Like, everything else does seem fine. So that's gonna be like 4.5-ish. How much do you guys do? Okay, so that's only one of these machines running. So we should be perfectly fine there. And a little less than 3 rods, which is also perfectly fine down here. So we might run out of steel ingot before that. But, you know, it is what it is. Let me go ahead and increase the amount of buffer room I keep here. Okay. Now I need to upgrade the inserters, which does make sense. These are doing like 2 items a second now. Just go ahead and upgrade those as well. Oh, and you, of course. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that. So left and left, and right and right. Other than that, you guys should be fine. Okay. Once that fills up, I want to go check on the area that's producing you guys. And yes, you are getting shipments of steel gears in now. Very nice. Okay, hopefully that should help out. I don't even remember why I was looking at that, to tell you the truth. I'm sure it was probably important. Oh yeah, wasn't it you? Yeah, you're missing motor tubes. That was the problem. So let's see. Assuming that does fix that problem, let me just make sure the steel is still keeping up. Well, at the very least I have enough output capacity. That's not going to be a problem. Let's see. Yes, so I was right. Steel plate is now lacking. Okay, these guys could have upgrades applied. Now that they're a little faster, I upgraded them to productivity modules at some point. There we go. And yeah, you guys definitely deserve an upgrade as well. Let's just get all these guys upgraded, I guess. Sure. Might as well. And might as well. Not that you really need it, but, you know. Okay, where else does that leave me? So yeah, we definitely need more steel plate, but I'm kind of maxed out on how much steel I'm producing and how much steel I'm processing, so maybe I will go ahead and swap back to just like one yellow module on these guys. Might as well squeeze out a little more productivity if we're producing too fast now. This area, how is this going? Okay, so we are still producing deuterium. That's important for all of the reactors that I'm going to be running. Speaking of which, I do need an area that can handle the waste products now. Let's see. You become spent fuel. So I need a chemical plant. You're going to take in water, produce helium, and wastewater. Produce helium, huh? That sounds like you want to be up in this area somewhere. Forget where exactly, but I have helium being produced up here. Maybe it's down this area. Yeah, you're helium, aren't you? Compressed helium, there we go. Compressed helium, okay. Huh. Well, is there water in this area by any chance? That's argon. There's water right here. Okay. So if there's water right there, then let's just upgrade you. Where do you go? You go down here. Okay, let's just make sure all of that is upgraded through here. Just, yeah. So 140 something still. It looks like you still have a unfortunate connection, though that could be connecting to you, potentially. No, okay, you're good now. Never mind. So let's just start running water this way. Just somewhere. I found factory search really useful for that. Search for thing, input or output, sort by distance. That got me the factory, and then I had to trace the pipes. Exactly. I've been using the search feature so much during this game. It's been absolutely invaluable. Like, it's useful in any normal game, don't get me wrong, but like, in a game like Nullius, yeah, you get a lot of mileage out of that. I don't imagine I'm gonna need more than one of these, but let me give myself a little room just in case. So, let's see. You go in here. I don't imagine I can module you, but I mean, I can try, I guess. Oh, I can. I'm so impressed with all the things that you can module in Nullius. I keep expecting not to be able to do things, and then I just can. And it's pretty cool. Ah, you got like an improved one, a modded version, gotcha. A lot of the time here, it's not that bad because my inputs and outputs are mostly handled by logistics drones. Like if I just zoom somewhere in here, like, okay, that's a bad example. Rocket fuel, for example. If I were to search for, you know, iron oxide or something, I do get iron oxide there. Because technically that counts as a producer of iron oxide. It just is the way the mod is coded. And so it still winds up being pretty useful. Yeah, being able to module just about everything is very nice. Let's get you and you in there. So wastewater is going to be my too tall. I'm sure there's wastewater around in here somewhere. Like there's just gotta be. So I'll deal with that later. If not, there's a lake over there and I can just go dump it. Yeah. I've got compressed helium, so I am going to have to compress it before I'm done with it. Also got these pipes in the way. Make it a little messier to work with, so maybe I'll just raise them both one. Let's see, if I just run this way somewhere, where can I get a compressor in? If I could get a compressor right there, that would be cool. That does interfere with just absolutely everything, of course. And I can't really put you anywhere else. That's kind of just it. Okay. Well, the helium is going to go here, whether it wants to or not. So I guess it will just come up here. And then in you go. Not exactly beautiful, but it doesn't need to be. Wastewater, I know there's something that deals with wastewater up in this area. At least I was pretty sure there was. But oh well, I guess I can just run it to the side, who cares. Let's go for at least a 2 in case I ever need to expand this area. There we go. And now all I need is a requester. So let's just request however many you can hold. What's your stack size? Stack size 20. So I'll just keep like 400 in here. There you go. And then you output empty canisters. I think the way that logistics bots work, I will actually have to put you into a purple chest. Because otherwise they'll never take the empties out of here, because I'm going to be further from whatever consumes empties than the typical production. So they will at least prioritize the ones in storage chests, but if I left this as a red chest, it would never get used. Exactly. Like, I have my heavy water processing down this way, and look at all the trucks I have bringing in wastewater constantly. Just an endless conga line coming down. Like, I do have enough, fortunately. I'm not that stressed about how much wastewater I have coming in. Like, they are at least able to run constantly. If anything, why is saline water backing up? Like, I'm able to dump so much saline water. Oh, I have a pump 1 here, and I guess it's stressed. It's, over its limit. Anyway, let me just make sure that the little setup I just made works, and then I'll go work on something else. Assuming I can find it again. Knew you were down here somewhere. Okay, so it is already running. That gives me helium. Oh, cool. Oh, I did not set your recipe. That's why you always have to check. Okay. I guess I have to leave you as a top-up and set you to like 90 or something to make sure I always have room for the other guy. Not that that seems to be too much of an issue. I'm staying about a little less than half full at the moment. I don't even know what's taking that much compressed helium, but I guess something sure is. Finally got another research to tick off there. Okay. Well, that gives me a destination for the spent fuel cells. I've been meaning to do that for quite a while now. He really went all in on the transport drones and moved most of the fluid stuff with pipes and pumps. Transport drones, I have to admit, not the best way to move fluids around. The major problem with transport drones is you can only have 7. I've been doing 8 just in case something at some point changes somehow. But due to the internal buffer of the request depot itself, you can only have at most 7 drones coming into the depot at a time. And the problem is that's only something like 28-ish thousand depending on your stack size research. And 28,000 is a lot for some liquids. It's really not a lot for others. Like the wastewater down here, I'm going through 200 a second. So with even just 20 of these, which is not a lot, that's already 4,000 a second. So you can imagine, you know, a buffer of 28,000 goes pretty quickly. That's why I needed so many of these, all bringing in wastewater. Whereas ideally, I would just have a single depot, but with like 50 trucks in it. Unfortunately, that doesn't work though. Okay, so let me just catch up with myself. So I was making tier 3 radars at some point, but I need boxed reinforced concrete. I guess I've just never put reinforced concrete into a box. So, reinforced concrete. And we'll just keep some. Maybe like 100, I guess. I don't know. Not 1,000. Okay. And that should give me sensor node 3s. And I do have another one up here, which I guess I can confirm. Yes, it does just need reinforced concrete. So those should be on the go now. Yeah, nothing for wastewater, nitrogen, oxygen, anything like that. That's part of the reason why whenever I needed compressed hydrogen and compressed oxygen for rocket fuel down this way, I just decided to remake it all from scratch, because I do have much larger dedicated areas for electrolyzers and everything, but I just did not want to have massive pipes coming down from my regular areas, so I just set it all up from scratch again. It also gave me an excuse to play with this goofy little reactor setup for making the compressed steam. I thought that would be funny. I didn't realize I would have to do this when I first started out, but it's kind of grown on me a little bit. Just a goofy little reactor down here for making rocket fuel. That and nothing else. I'm kind of hoping that I do make enough fuel to keep this up and running and it's not too wasteful. But I mean, that's the thing with heat. I'm not wasting fuel generating heat I don't need, and heat should stick around until it gets consumed, so ideally this should be 100% efficient. Or at least close enough to it. Let me just double check all the new stuff that I tried to make. So, are you finally running again? Now you need hangar 1s. Why am I out of hangar 1? Because I have no relays. Should have plenty of relays. Don't know what you mean. Okay, it says relays are on the way. Who knows? Let's just increase your request amount. Also notice you're only keeping 25. Let's bump you to 50. Same over here, let's bump you to 50. You keep 100, that's gonna be enough. But you only keep 5. Let's keep at least 50 of you. You're used as a ingredient in a lot of things, so it doesn't make sense not to keep a couple of you. Okay, so those should all be running now. Still waiting on relays to show up though. How how odd. I mean, I have relays in here. It's just choosing not to bring them. Okay. I don't know what to do about that. I guess they'll sort it out eventually. How many assemblers do I have for hangars? Okay, I do have 2 for hangar 1s. I have to assume that's gonna be enough. Hangar 3s. Need large buffer chest 2. Didn't I just go through this? I thought nothing needed that. Maybe that was the tier 1s? The small buffer chest instead of the large buffer chest? I guess there's an easy way to find out. Yeah, make large buffer chest 1s, but that's it. I mean, okay. Fair enough. Oh, I think I have an empty slot, actually. No, I filled it. Okay. So, large buffer 2. I wonder about the other chest. Large quest 2? No. Supply, used, and landing pad. Okay, so I do need to make you. You're used in things. That's bizarre. Okay. I wonder if I even make the large versions of these, the tier 1. There's only one way to find out. I don't think I make substation 3s anywhere, even though I do have them researched now. So, are you used in things? Oh, I must because they're used in the next tier. Oh, you're used in Charger 4. I make Charger 3s. Well, I guess. Whatever. We'll see what happens. Okay, as soon as that power pole is placed, then I can check and see if we're getting all of our requests. It does look like it, okay. Okay, all cool. Yeah, so you're running now. Everything else is running. Okay. You need card 2. Okay. I wonder if I make card 2s anywhere. No, looks like I went straight to car 3. Okay. Well, let's get a car 2 in here, because I know something needs the later line of cars. Car 2, there you are. Anything else that I don't make? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, I'll just leave these as perimeters for now. There we go. And again, I'll wait and make sure it can at least get all of its requirements. Does look like it, okay. Speaking of requirements, you're the wrong tier of module. Let's get you upgraded. I would change the blueprint, but I do actually like that it places the 1s first, because oftentimes I don't have the tier 2s. Let me check and see if I have any new recipes unlocked. No research for a while, okay. Or at least, not any research that actually unlocks new stuff. Speaking of, I have plenty of science produced. The slowest one is physics, but even that I'm backing up on. So, let's say I finally come down here and start expanding science again. I'm running into these guys. I can just move you to the bottom. Yeah, I have to wait for them to get picked up. There we go. And now you shouldn't be an issue. There we go. If you actually try and copy and paste them, you don't get the yellow preview square, which makes it considerably harder to place things down, though. Okay, so let's do that. Then I might as well do the same for the bio guys. Let's get them down here as well. And then I guess however many more labs I can fit on the front here. There we go. And now we'll probably be low on science production again at this point, because I just increased labs by about 50%, I'd say. But that's kind of the constant tug and pull of Factorio, is you always need more of something. It's just our science is taking a while. It's fascinating to me how much bigger you built than I did. I only had 16 labs at the end with a ton of beacons. That's interesting because I never build big. And Nullius, every time I go to do something, it's like, oh, I need like how many machines? Okay, I guess I'm just making a lot. But I've heard that from several people actually. But like, there's no way I want to be sitting here for like literally an hour waiting for Broadcasting 4 to finish. Because even once it finishes up, I have so many more researches that I need to get through. Like, there's so many more. I am also missing labs somehow. That's curious. Well, they're being made. I guess they're just also being consumed. Yeah, they're all being turned into the next tier labs, which I guess would have been much more reasonable to put down, now that I think about it. Well, I guess if I don't have any, I can't exactly put them down, now can I? Are you being used in something? They are being taken to the silo. I don't have the ability to make the silo yet, but I did put down its box, so it's probably trying to fill the chest. No? No, there's no Lab 3s in here. Oh, Lab 2s are consumed in physics. That's the problem. Okay. Also, apparently I don't have gates, because I don't have rail signals. What? I was mostly using the prod modules, so I got a lot more speed out of each lab, and then I had them with both the mall and big beacons. Or small and big beacons. I don't know if you can really mix beacons and get much out of them. The bigs, specifically, of course, you can't mix at all. They just don't really work. But even if you put the small beacons in, like, it allows you, but I think you get greatly diminished returns from it. I found that usually there was some better tech that compensated for small builds, although not always. Yeah, you do get really good upgrades in Nullius. Like, the upgrades, you really feel them when they hit. Just out of curiosity, I put this down here. We're currently at speed 2.2, which is minus 45%. If I fill you with speed 2 modules, do I get anything? Okay. Okay, that did give me around 15, 20 extra percent, so it's not like it did nothing. Okay. There might be some uses for that in different parts of my factory then. Especially around science. Not here though. not in just random crafting. Rail signals. I guess I have to go track down why I have no rail signals. They're producing. I guess I just need more of them. Okay. They are used as an intermediate in a lot of things, so I guess that's not the wildest thing I could possibly do. Let's just come over here and make more rail signals, I guess. You stack to 50, so I'll keep 100 of you. Smalls get degraded, but it's still worth it. Yeah, it seemed like it wasn't that bad. What? Hold on. Where's my other rail signals? There you are. How many do I keep of you? Okay, you say 100. You are circuit connected though. Oh, I remember. I had to override you because I keep rail signals in buffer chests, and that just really messes with things for some reason. So let me do the same here. So I'll just read from you, connect to you, and 100. There you go. Okay. Well, if nothing else, they're crafting twice as quickly now. It's still not making a lot, so I'm kind of wondering if maybe I just want another. Yeah, I mean, why not? Well, that's not quite right. What have I done wrong? Okay, maybe you shouldn't be green. Maybe you should be a red. Okay. I think I've managed to complete this without making you blow up this time. Oh, obviously. I need you connected to the red chest. My bad. That's what I did wrong. Okay. I was just being a little bit silly. Okay, much better. So that should have rail signals covered for the time being, and hopefully for just the rest of time. Hangar 3s are running now. Scout Drone 2s. I did make, okay. These guys are running again, nice to see. Did I ever make any of the Tier 2 cannons? Let's see, yes, the Tier 2s are running. I'm only keeping 5 buffered. Let's keep like 50 since you are an ingredient and things, though that won't fit in the chest. So let's say 20. And flip you around and get a large provider. And get rid of that. And of course, I don't make those. I really should, I guess. Hold on. I've got some blanks down here, don't I? Yes, I do. Wait, isn't that what you are? Large supply 2, large supply 1. Yeah, so I already make that. I just don't have it. Wait, what? Large supply, chest 1. Okay, maybe I just handcrafted a few. How confusing. I guess maybe I never did make those. So large supply, chest 1. And then we'll keep like 25 or something. Okay, weird. Well, you'll get placed eventually. We do have the drone launcher tier 2s. I did have a checkpoint coming up. Yeah, this one right here for using an excavation drone. So let's go ahead and Excuse me, I think I need a drink of water. Okay, so as I was saying, terraforming, that's going to be this one. So I can't actually set the recipes yet. I guess I'll go ahead and move them forward one. Yeah, this is 4,000 science packs worth, each one taking a minute. So I didn't want to wait quite that long to finish out that research. One thing that could help with that is if I can find those next tier labs that they ever complete. We're still waiting on lab tier 2s. Wait, what? There you are. Okay, so you're still waiting on gates, which are still waiting on rail signals. Okay. It shows them coming, but what if I just increase the requested amount? Also, apparently we are low on steel gears. Just still. So let me go look at steel gears as well. The lights we should be getting. Yeah, steel gears still a little slow. That's going to be steel plate. Which is just steel. I might have another tier in medium furnace. There is another tier in medium furnace, so in theory I could upgrade this again. Why are you not running? No lime. Okay. Well, lime is being delivered. Okay, I just need more lime throughput, I guess. Let's also upgrade the belts, at least up to there. Yeah, you don't need very much lime, but I guess was more lime than I was providing. So once this backs up on the belt, I will see how we're doing. Let's see. Yeah, up here we are backed up on iron ingot. We have plenty of ferronickel coming in. Yeah, it looks like it was just the lime there. Okay. Well, we now have plenty of lime coming in. I was just making sure the belt speed was enough, the inserters are enough. It does seem to be the case. Okay. How about output? It does look like we are just barely able to output in time. Yep, okay. So it's getting tighter, but it's still working fine. Again, just every little thing helps. The problem is that's still not quite enough. Removing from depots was one place where I found the adjustable inserters really helped. You fill a belt completely with one inserter if you have a small enough angle. I've been doing something mostly for fun, mostly just a little goofy. Let me see. There we go. I'll just throw 3 inserters right here and just have them all pick up from the same square and drop off on the same place. I just like how they all kind of huddle together. Becomes one super inserter. Of course, this one's loading, but I'll have these just turned around and they unload just as well as they can load. Okay, so all these furnaces are running now. Okay, well, let me see. What happens if I just upgrade these? So, crafting speed of 1, just for comparison. making sure, just pausing, making sure all those get upgraded first if possible. And then moving on to these. So these all have yellows. So let's give them more yellows. And then these have productivities. So let's give them more productivities. So crafting speed, still crafting speed 1. Okay, so we did not gain any, but we did not lose any speed. And then these will be faster, which means we might actually need to increase the speed of these a little bit, but I don't think at that point I have enough input for them. We will just have to see. We'll also need to increase the belt tier through here. At least up to that point right there. And then you get to be red. You also get to be red. If I don't autosave at least. Okay. So waiting for all that to get placed before I really look at too terribly much, because you really need the belts in place before you start making too many decisions, and apparently I don't have blue undergrounds. How can I just not have blue undergrounds? Let's see, you need red undergrounds. I have red undergrounds. What do you mean? What? What? Okay. Sure. Let's just increase how many of you I keep in stock. Because apparently 5 is not enough. Or at least 5 times your recipe is not enough. Let's see if 15 times your recipe keeps you in stock. It is somewhat wasteful. We're going to be keeping 45 Splint Beacon 2s in here, but it's a one-time cost, so oh well. Who cares? Also, apparently the answer is no, they will not keep them in here, even though we have 10 times this many. Oh, they're probably bringing them in from storage. Probably way out in the storage chest in the boonies somewhere. And they're just bringing them in from middle of nowhere. Well, anyway, there was a couple of blues. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's see how they're holding up now. Missing iron. You're running fine. Yeah, the left side has plenty of iron. The right side does not. So what if I go ahead, make sure you merge here. I didn't do that before because I didn't really think it mattered, but you know, eventually they would probably back up if it was truly imbalanced, and then the overflow would get to the other furnace stack and whatever, but this is just a little more direct. There we go. Okay. Once again, just little incremental improvement. We'll see how that does. So each one of you takes almost 2 iron a second. There's 28 of you. That's 56. We only make about half that much iron over here. So I guess I do need to speed things up a bit. So I think I make large beacon 2s now. Not that I can get a beacon over these guys. So the best I can do is just start swapping out their modules. So let's just swap all of them to productivity and see how that does. I'm not going to do these one at a time. I'm going to do the first 4 here. and then I can copy and paste that. I just didn't want to copy and paste this first one because it's got this weird little belt bit in the middle. That might try and replace my belt type. Oh, you know what? I can just take only the machines. There's no reason I have to copy a whole big bunch. I can just do this. There we go. And now that I do merge the belts, let me see if I can do something funny. I can prioritize to the right here, because you have the modules with more productivity, and then these have slightly less productivity, but are faster. So just upgrade all of that, upgrade to here, and then we'll see how that does. Also, you output way more items and input way more items, so your inserters need to be upgraded as well. Let me make a special upgrader that only does inserters. There we are. And then come back to steel, wherever it was. Wait, are you steel? You are steel. I thought you were going to be further down. And I might as well do the other side as well, because I have a sneaking suspicion it will also need to be upgraded. There we go. That was very satisfying to watch, actually. Okay, so yeah, we're starved for crushed iron. Okay. So this is only half a red belt. So first thing I could do is try to increase the tiers here. Might as well do that over here as well. And just go ahead and start the process of upgrading these to blue belts, because once again I kind of have a suspicion I'm gonna need it. Okay, and one more I think. Oh, you're already blue. You're already blue. Okay, once again, for some reason I don't have blue undergrounds. I'm just choosing not to think about that for right now. Game does whatever game wants to do. There we are. And that's now officially the highest tier that I can get you to. Okay, so these are outputting without any issue. I think I can go ahead and swap these out as well for a little more throughput. And maybe the front line also gets an extra. But I don't know how much more throughput I can squeeze onto this one belt. I think we're getting pretty close to capacity there. At the same time, we have hit capacity on our output belt. Oh, that could just actually not be capacity, that could just be backed up. Yeah, you kind of look like you're just backing up. Never mind. So that's capacity of the machines, not of the belt. So I'd say that means we've upgraded pretty successfully then. Speaking of upgrade, you look like you could use a hand. So, up and up, and down and down. Much better. Okay. How are the gears? Gears are slowly building up. So it looks like we mostly refilled the buffers that were empty when the gears were completely empty. Yeah, bots are coming to pick some up, but not very many. And yeah, we're doing fine. Okay. So let's assume steel is mostly okay. It's not great, but it's mostly okay. We have several boxes of rocket fuel now. Oh yeah, the whole point of this is I wanted to set aside an area for some of these guys. Doesn't look like I have automated rock pickers, so let's go ahead and get those made. I kind of thought I might not. You take hydrogen canisters. I don't have those made anywhere. Okay, I'll have to make hydrogen canisters somewhere. I can make large beacons now. I might already have those made somewhere now. I'll hold off. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, I don't think I have any of these researched yet. Yeah, I'll just leave this here for now. So, hydrogen canisters. I do believe my original area might still be up here. Yes, it is. It's just not going into a chest. What made you turn off? Oh, you don't have empty canisters. Okay. Okay, so first things first, let's pick that up. And then let's see what I can do. Let's move you and you. So let's see. You output empty canisters. So if I put your output here, and your input here, that works. And then that works as well. Okay, so supply, provide, and provide. So you want to be provided with water canisters, just however many I've got. Shove them in. Good. Then you want to be provided with empty canisters. Let's say like 50 is probably fine. And this is true. Let's also have a logistics condition and make sure you only run if I have less than about 50. Okay, now of course I do need some little relay or another just to bridge the gap up here. I'm gonna put something up here. I want to bridge the gap all the way to the left. That works surprisingly well, so let's throw you up there. Crash unrequested. Yeah, that way you stay exactly 50 in there. I guess that works. That basically just turns you into a purple provider though, so maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's fine. What's your stack size? 50? I'll bring you down to like 40 then. Not for any particular reason, just why not? Not like I need that many hydrogen canisters to begin with. Okay. And that is everything that I needed for the rock picker. So that's gonna start. I probably need more than 2. That is gonna keep 10 stacks of you though, so maybe that's excessive. Because you stacked a 2. No, you only stacked a 1. Okay. Well, that'll allow you to take up half this chest. That's fair. Okay. And where does that get me? So you're 7 minutes out from being done. And make sure science is still holding up after I expanded the labs. Red wire's empty. I'll have to go look at that. Most of my science looks okay. Geology could be better. Let me make sure geology's doing okay. Geology's not running because I don't have crushed bauxite. Glad I checked. Why do I not have crushed bauxite? Where do I load crushed bauxite? What? Ah, I have broken you. That's why. I didn't even realize there was belt weaving going on in there, but at some point, I guess I upgraded this belt. I broke my ability to get the crushed bauxite down. That's not very cool. There, let's at least allow it to refill quickly. Oh, of course. Of course, I don't have blue undergrounds. Why would I? Why would I have blue undergrounds? Well, they're running. Maybe I just need another assembler. Because I know something is consuming boxes of blue undergrounds. I think it's physics science. Also, it looks like you don't get gravel anymore. Yeah, my supply of gravel down to this guy has been completely cut. And has been for quite a while. There we go. Oh yeah, I guess this can go away. It's no longer needed. No longer serves any purpose. I wonder if anything else down here needed gravel? Rails need gravel. Glad I looked. There we go. Because otherwise I would have just silently run out of rails at some point. Oh, I already request gravel below. Never mind. We're fine. You request gravel, however. And you also request gravel. Okay. Let's just do that then. Have you on the inside, and you can request gravel as well. Might as well get that sand out on the belt, since you also need sand, don't you? Oh, nope, no you don't. Never mind. Get out of there. Okay. I guess we're cool again. Down to 3.5. So once this is done, I can finally start making these guys. So demolition, excavation, excavation shallow, excavation deep. So I'm pretty sure the red one I already have up in the corner up here. Yes, I do. Demolition. So I've got all the parts ready for him. Let me go ahead and set the recipe for the other guys as well. Let me think how I can do that. Okay. If I really wanted to, I would have to do you as a blueprint. So let me do that. And then excavation drone shallow. Okay, that shockingly worked pretty well, actually. And then we'll just keep, like, 10 of those in here. And then, same deal up here. You can be excavation drone deep. And again, we'll just keep, like, 10 of you. And I guess I can't productivity module that one? I can this one, just not this one. Interesting. I wonder why not. How strange. Okay. Sure. But okay, everything's all set up and ready to go. Once those are done, wonder, do you get used in anything? You are turned into an asteroid miner with lots of stuff, including a satellite and astronomy research boxes. So it's going to be a little while before I can get to you. Got it. Okay, I'm not that far away from the rocket silo though. Might as well go ahead and queue up some of the things that I'm going to need. And I guess while I'm down here, I'll go ahead and clean up a little more this way. Just get rid of some of this random junk laying around that does not do anything and has not done anything in a very long time. I don't want to break the power poles though, just in case they are still connecting certain things. I'm gonna do my best to leave them standing. There we go. And let's see, this belt's not connected to anything, so we can start bringing that in as well. Not the pipe. Pipe might be important. You clearly are not important, whatever you are. So let's get rid of you. You are more gravel at some point. Oh yeah. You're up here. So I've still been making ferronickel parts up here, I guess. I mean, sure, you can stay. Not like you have to be moved. There we go. And clean this up as well. Oh, that goes, like, way far away. Okay, well, that just leads up to this whole area, but I don't really feel like taking all of that apart. I will go ahead and clean up this little bit through here, though. Yeah, that's much better. A little cleaner. Geology! Did you ever get your delivery? Yes. Okay. Very good, so you are full. Looks like I'm just not able to load you in quickly enough. I now produce science faster than this one little inserter can actually load it in. So, down and down, and up and up. Now everything should come back to life. Much better. How many do I have down here? 22. So that should... yeah, that's only like 6.5-ish. 6.5-ish science. You do all output to the same side of the belt, which is probably not a good idea. I don't think a yellow belt can actually support that much. So let me make sure you alternate. Could just upgrade the belt, of course, but if I have a whole belt, why would I not just use the whole belt? There we go, now everything is back to life again. And just in time, because we apparently are running a little low. I don't know why it says I have 1500 and there's like 100 in here. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, sure, why not? Red wire, I did mean to come in and check on you. You're just not fast enough. Okay, you have plenty of input. We just need more of you. Sure thing. So, do that. Let's get rid of these power poles in here. I believe these are grids. The roboport's down here, so I should be able to just substation up and get rid of the power poles. That makes everything so much better. It's all so much nicer when you can finally get rid of the nasty little power poles. Let's see, you are connected to something. You have power over there, you should be fine. Nope, never mind, I lied. Put them back. Put them back. Okay, well, this area is fine at least. Let's connect you in. You are gonna need output, of course. I guess I can do that. Even though you're alternated, whatever, you'll wind up on the same side of the belt anyway, but there's these guys over here also, so should be fine. Granted, of course, only this first half feeds into greens, which is maybe not what I want. But with the way this is built, I don't really see how I could change that. Like, there are ways, like, for example, I could just have you pick up from here, and you could just pick up from here, and then you can pick up from over here and get moved. Like, I guess that does work. It's a little weird, but it works. Okay. And yeah, we were definitely quite low on red wire, you can see, because even though I just increased production, we're still picking it up just as quickly as I can make it. So I think we're refilling buffers in certain places, because we've been deficit for quite a while. Even though you're kind of expensive, I might go ahead and replace one of your modules with the productivity. Just one by one by one. There we go. So I just basically 2.5x'd up here. Okay, I just quadrupled actually, because I doubled the speed of the machines and I doubled the number of the machines. Let's make sure you even fit. There's 6 of you. Yeah, you do 2 items a second. So that's going to be 12, so that is definitely a red belt once we hit here. Yeah, we're not even able to pick up that mini red wire, which is a very welcome change of pace. Much better, okay. Yeah, we finally have more red wire than we are using, so there we go. Okay. Did I ever get enough Lab 3s to upgrade the labs up here, I wonder? Let me start with the back row first. Just see how that goes. I'm curious to see what the speed increase, or possibly decrease, will be of upgrading these. Well, I guess I'll just continue wondering, because apparently I don't have even a single one. Still missing Lab 2s. What was I missing from Lab 2s before? I can't remember. Lab 2s are running. It was gates that I was missing before, because I was missing rail signals. Now I'm missing sensor 1s. You do seem to be running, though. That's probably just all going into physics research for right now. Sensor 1s, huh? Should have plenty of sensor 1s. They're running. I guess it's just not enough, okay. Oh, over here, you can be sensor 1s, I guess. Oh, and I finally have you unlocked. They should be running. Intermediate. Sensor 1. And then we'll just keep, like, I don't know, 100, I guess? What do you stack to? 100? Let's keep 200. Okay, all the parts are being delivered, they're just apparently really far away. And there we go. I'm just making sure that inserter can keep up. And it does look like it, okay. Oh yeah, what are you guys doing? Oh, you're already done. And you're already done. So, ammo category, excavation drone, which can be fired. Okay, it can be fired from a Spidertron, but for right now, it looks like we need to launch you from a drone launcher. Okay. So the checkpoint was consume 1. That's easy enough. I'm standing right here, right next to drone launchers. So let me just snag one before the bots take it who knows where. And then I'll run up this way towards where the excavation drones are being made and snag one of those. There we are. And targeting alert. Excavation. Oh, I guess I'm within minimum distance. Okay. Let's just get rid of that island. I'm curious to see how effective this is. Because that was quite a large range it was showing there. Oh, that is quite effective. Oh yeah, that's quite effective. Okay. Well, there we go. Good to know. I can see that being pretty useful, actually. That's a nice little tool to have in my back pocket there. Especially once we start having to see biters around the place. Curious that there's one little offset square here. I have no idea how that could possibly happen. Like, you're all just regular roboports. There are some tier 2s scattered in. Maybe that's what it is. I guess that must be what it is. Okay. Well, that was cool. Next up, I need to make you. I don't even have you unlocked. Can I move you up? I guess I can. 4x4 chunks, though the map had so much water on it, I pretty much didn't use the excavation drones. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is that we're already pretty much, like, pretty well isolated. This is all pretty much islands to begin with, so not that useful, but I can see where it might be useful at times. It did just remind me that I should probably get some grass scattered around. Go ahead and finish out the grass checkpoint. Just kind of fire them around wherever. I've already covered most of my explored area in grass, so let's just see what this does for me. Okay, so you're empty. I got one shot up here somewhere. Fire you up that way. And then, you know, you can just go off that way somewhere. Okay, and let's see where all these shots land before I try and stagger any more out. Come on, game, you can do it. There we go. Okay. I know it made you unhappy. Alright. Okay, so that's empty. Let's get another shot down that way. Get a shot up there. I guess I can get one up that way. None up there. Okay, so this corner's got a shell. Let's shoot you that way. Fill in this area. And again, there's quite a lot in flight right now, so I'll fire one over that way, and then I'm just going to wait and see where all these land, so I don't wind up shooting two shells on top of each other or anything. Grass complete. There we go. Okay, very nice, very nice. So I shouldn't need to do any more of that, I don't think. Oh yeah, the game's a little unhappy as the last of the grass shells load in. Go on. There you go. Okay. There's the grass objective complete. Now I just need trees, worms, and fish. Funny enough, I don't even think I can make any of those. Yeah, the most recent one I even have access to is the grass. Let's see, I could get the worms without too much difficulty, but I am trying to get sprint towards the rocket silo for now. So I'll leave some of this biology stuff for a little later, though there is quite a lot more bioscience to go through. I do kind of wish, since the biolabs and the regular labs were at different structures, that I could have them both going at the same time. But, I guess I don't have enough production to keep that going long term anyway. It would just be kind of nice. Like, I totally understand why you can't, that would be absurd, but, like, at the same time. So let's see, you have a speed of 176, you have a speed of 192, so you are slightly faster, and you do give me an extra 7% productivity. So, not too shabby. Okay, geology science is no longer dead. Physics is building up. Okay, very nice. Love to see it. Rocket fuel is running. It's very slow, but we are building up. I do have this sinking suspicion that I will probably need more than just 4 rocket fuel boxes going at some point, but right now I'm not that bothered. Still making more tritium, more fuel cells. Okay. If you're going to play with biters for a while, it could be worth excavation separation. I ended up losing some of my factory to biters because of expansion, but I played for a while after biters. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking when I was talking about the mostly being islands, so it doesn't make too much difference, but as you start, you know, spawning biters around the place, being able to just cut off land masses, that's a pretty useful tool. That's pretty nice. Oh, I forgot I started upgrading batteries up here at one point, and then had to stop. I guess, since I'm not really doing anything of tremendous value right now, I can go ahead and deal with that. I'll set from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Just anywhere they happen to be. There you go. Now let's get the pipe upgrader back in there. Oh yeah, so those got replaced. There's a random solar panel down here that apparently is not connected to anything. So I guess I'll just move you over there. Okay. Let's see, another 3 minutes it looks like until the next research. Do I have any new recipes? No. So how is ore doing? So it looks like you are backed up on crushed iron. That's the ideal thing to be backed up on. This is my actual iron. Nickel. Let's see, nickel doesn't have enough crushed nickel coming in. At the same time, nickel solution isn't going anywhere. So that's kind of odd. I guess you're just barely filling buffers here. Yeah, okay, you kick on every now and then. So, you're doing fine. Bauxite. Go ahead and get these belts upgraded. No reason you should be yellow still. There we go. And there we go. Belt 2, belt 2. So yeah, you're red the whole way down now. Very good. I kind of thought you were already upgraded to red, so I was surprised to see you were yellow. That's why I was like, let's get a move on here. Now let's see, does that actually help anything? Oh yeah, that looks like it helped a good bit. Make sure you're able to output full time. Maybe not. Yeah, it's real close, but I think you are slowly backing up. So up until at least there. We'll just upgrade everything. There we go. You're a yellow bone. I guess I should probably go ahead and upgrade you a little bit. Same there. Okay. And then you come out, you go into there. That part seems fine. Oh yeah, now you're able to output just fine. So it wasn't inserter, it was belt speed. Just wanted to make sure. There's a single red... Oh no, they got it. I thought I missed one somehow. Okay. Well, that gave me some new stuff to look at. So I've got a stabilizer. I've got quadrupedal adaptation. I do think I need to make these for the Spidertron. Yes, I kind of have to remember that. R3, stabilizer, solar panels. Okay, let's get the prerequisites down. I guess I might as well go ahead and get a large assembler for you as well. Let's just do that, and then stamp you down. Like a 1. Yeah, all I really need are these things, which can be made in mediums, and the stabilizer, which is made exclusively in smalls, because of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Excuse you. Thank you. You stack to 1, predictably. Okay, so small assemblers. Let's see, is that a small? Yes, it is. Get you moved over that way. So let's see, stabilizer. What do you even do? Speed bonus, inventory bonus. Okay, so what? You just give me a little extra inventory and a little extra speed. That's interesting. Not exactly what I'm after. I doubt I actually make Lake 2s anywhere. But if I do, I'm gonna just hold off. There we go. Let's see, what are you? I make like 1s, but not like 2s. That's kind of what I figured. I do need to make the quadrupedal leg specifically anyway, so I wasn't that bothered about it. Let's get you up here. Personal equipment. So, leg 2s. Let me see. You take 2 leg 2s, but you do also take twice as long, so that should be fine. Do leg 1s go into anything else? You do get made into androids, and quadrupedal also takes them, so it is reasonable to go ahead and make a little more. And then quadruped 1, and quadruped 2. Okay, just waiting on the power pole. There we go. Now that you have all your modules, I will again go ahead and upgrade you. Speaking of, how are these? These also need an upgrade. There we go. Okay, so quads are moving, leg 2s are moving, and once I have those, leg 1s are missing blue inserters for some reason, and all you're missing is leg 2s, so we should be cool. You're also just missing blue inserters. Okay. Blue inserters, we have plenty of blue inserters. We are definitely not low on blue inserters. Yeah, they are bringing you. They're just coming from really far away, I guess. Maybe that's something I should keep in here. Maybe whenever I notice something like that, I should start leaving it in a buffer, because I think the problem is that they're winding up in storage chests, and the storage chests are just really far away. Thank you, game, for getting rid of my selection for me. Maybe I'll keep all the inserters in here, just like a few of them. So I think Blues are probably the only one that's really going to be affected by this, but, you know, whatever. I'll just keep all of those in there. And we'll see if that makes any difference. Okay, so you did already complete a couple products. I can see products finished 3, so whatever it was that needed you, I believe it was the Spidertron. Yes, it was. So you've already been taken and put in the requester down this way. Okay, so I've got all the parts. They are all finished. I just need you to actually finish up and be done. What am I missing for you? I don't box productivity module 2s. I don't make vacuum chamber 3s. Let's see. I don't box steel, and I need boxed logistics bot. Okay. Let's go with boxed steel first. With steel beams, I believe, specifically. I guess I can keep 100 in here. What's 100 steel? Steel beams. That one I don't want to keep very many of. Next up, where do I make logistics bots 3? Because I think I want to go the other direction with this one. So I know I can make you as a boxed recipe. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Okay, you have to be made in a medium assembler, and all the other things must also be boxed, which does make sense, but that does mean... Just because it's a little annoying to have to box you, but you know what? I guess it's fine. It just feels a little wasteful. But I'll just keep, like, 10 in here. And then logistics. And we'll just keep, like, 5 in a box or something. Not like I need a lot, I just need some. Any that's taken away and used in here will not count towards that 5, of course, so that means we just keep a buffer of 5, which is all I ever plan on needing. So yeah, this one we have all the ingredients for. This one we need a drone launcher 1. Oh, that's drone launcher 2 anyway. This one just needs vacuum chamber 3, which I don't even have researched yet. Okay. Do I have any open spots anywhere? I'm just kind of looking around. Doesn't look like it. So let's just pop down this way. So, vacuum chamber 3. Yeah, I don't even think I make a vacuum chamber 2, so before I commit to that, let me look around a little bit. Okay, apparently I do make vacuum chamber 2s. I wonder if I've ever actually made any, though. Yeah, okay. I've got a full thing of vacuum chamber 2s. So then, vacuum chamber 3. I'm trying to think what else would be nice to have at this point, and I'm not really coming up with anything, so once again, I will just leave you parameterized for now. And as I think of things, I will fill you in. Oh yeah, let's get you... Once those are placed, and those as well, now I can mark you to be upgraded. Okay. Stabilizer, telekinesis field 2, I don't think I make. And you must be made in a nano fabricator. Because of course you do. Okay, you can just go over here. There you are. Expensive ingredients, okay. Load you in, pull you out. So, blue chest. Just let's make sure we only keep a couple of these things. What do you actually use then? Okay, I do need some of you. You stack to 20, so I'll keep 2 stacks. 2 stacks. There we go. And there we go. 1? I don't know about that, Chief. Let's increase that just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so battery 2s are on the way, it says. So it claims. Well, they're right there, so it shouldn't be that much of a journey. Even though they haven't shown up yet. Even though they haven't shown up yet. I'll trust that the bots know what they're doing. Maybe the bots don't know what they're doing. What? It does say deliver 10. Yeah, okay, I'll just trust that they're okay. Sulfuric acid's full, just haven't been up this way in a while. These guys are full of hydrochloric acid, so that's not a problem. Mineral dust and sand, going good. Let's see, you are completely backed up somehow. What? Why are you so backed up? Okay, well, let's upgrade you, and upgrade your speed modules as well, which means I'm going to want to upgrade your inserters. And quite possibly the belts. There we go, at least up that far. Make sure you get upgraded as well. Okay, looks like I'll want to upgrade the feed belt. So let's get that on the go. What are you? There. And you come down this way. And maybe just whatever the next splitter is probably okay. Right there. Okay. And we'll see if that does help. And of course we have no blue belt. I believe the blue belt problem is still a motor 2 problem, which is probably still steel. If I look for motor 2. Down this way, there we go. No, we have motor 2s now. If anything, we're out of insulated wire. Which is going to be aluminum. Let me just double check on that, because That's important. Okay, we have no rubber. I think that's just a delivery problem though, so let's just increase the number of trucks. It used to be that I would have, you know, that much rubber demand down here, so... but for the time being, blue belt. Are missing regular blue belt. Which is being made. It's just not being made very quickly. You consume 176 red belt, and I produce 4 red belt, as long as you're actually running, which is seemingly kind of rare. So in this case, it's because I have no lubricant. Always something, huh? Okay, same as I've done before, but if I just trade out a couple of your modules. Oh, would probably be much more helpful if I did this though. Okay, so now you should be working much faster. Hopefully this guy can keep up with him. See, the recipe still takes a while, but it is running. Let's see if red belt is running constantly now, or if it's still running out. Okay, yeah, you're perfectly fine. So red belts should be running a little faster now. If anything, it looks like I might need output help. Okay, I might also want to go ahead. Oh, you're already beaconed. Never mind. Can I get like a little beacon? Nope. No, I cannot. Okay, well, you're doing fine. So what's not doing quite as fine is the blue belt, wherever they are. I don't know why standard blue belts are not together with you, but sure. So one of these over here that I had set aside, that I didn't know what I wanted to do with you, let's get you to make more blue belt. Yeah, that should be just fine. How high? So that's going to be 5 stacks, so yeah, you are perfectly okay. You only take 2 stacks, so yeah. And I'm still missing those labs, which is kind of bothering me at this point. Now we're missing sensor 1s. Because we're missing... Okay, we're missing sensor node 1s, sorry, because we're missing sensor 1s. We also only buffered 10 of you. Let's bring that way up. Ah, red wire is missing. I do remember working on red wire earlier. We have no insulated wire. Well, if that hasn't just come back full circle. There you are, insulated wire. So we need rubber. But it's not coming in, so... let's go look for rubber, I guess. Yeah, okay, looks like we just need more rubber production. We're running just fine, we just need more buildings. So, in you go. Connect in. And I think that's all that I needed to do. I guess if I want to tile again, I will need that underground there. Otherwise, we should be a-okay. Oh, and I need to connect the belt. Also, can I just make you a boxed recipe? Yeah, I can just make you the boxed recipe and then get rid of this nonsense down here. So let's set a filter on you, just so I don't do anything wrong. There you go. And then start from the back, this way. So, rubber box. And there we go. So all the regular rubber should get picked up and boxed. You got this. And there we go. Now I can pick you up. All of that gets picked up. And then the belt just extends. Okay, you do take quite a lot more time. But that's fine. I might just double you again. I don't think I need this much rubber production, but might as well have the buildings in place in case I do. Everything else is cool? Okay. Let's get substations on the go, so I can stop moving all these power poles around. Okay, you don't need any. You on the left might. Yeah, let's get you in there. We are quite far from the main base, so I am trying to be patient and wait for them. Okay, we do have the Spidertron researched, so that should be made pretty quickly now. Alright, substations are in. Let's pick up these little straggler power poles here. Okay, so these guys are out of power, but I can just bring substations down this way as well. And then start picking these poles up. These are also chem plant 2s, so I can actually go ahead and upgrade you and get another module, and you're still faster and you have more productivity. Same with these guys down here. What are you? Also chem plant 2s. I'll do one more, but I'm not going to do any more because I might start running out of stuff. Well, what I'm not going to run out of is you. So let's do that, and then since that upgraded the blue pipes, and I don't have blue pipes anywhere else in the factory, let me just upgrade straight to black. There we go. And yeah, we're still cool. These are implant 2s. I completely missed you somehow. Okay, so that should be quite a bit more rubber coming in now. Oh yeah, we're good. Rated first mecha, let's go. Okay. Hopefully that's gonna be enough to fix the issues I was having. Let's go play with our new toy. That's gonna be up in this area. So, let's see. How good are you? Have they tweaked you at all? Okay, did meet the checkpoint as well. So you can have drone launcher ammo. Very nice. I wonder what actually goes into you. Okay. So you just clear landscapes. You actually create the craters. Good to know. And you just take regular magazines. Okay. And then you take any of those. Very nice. Okay, what do I want to do with you? Suddenly, this is very cool. So I don't think I need grass anymore. The first thing I should do is give you armor. Yeah, I wonder if I go into map view, can I mess with you? Yes, I can. That just makes it a lot easier to do stuff in here, because Hanger 2s are going to be much better. Portable reactor, huh? Yeah, okay. I doubt I make that, but if I do, it'll be in the train over here. Products finished, 0. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I am somehow making these solar trains, though. Oh, I guess you are just an alternative to the Tier 3. You are Tier 3 solar, and this is just Tier 3. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so you can take any fuel, but you can also take reactor fuels. Alright. Where does the portable reactor get made? Regular assembler. Okay. Well, I just so happen to have another blank spot down here. Yeah, I don't want to keep a lot of these, but maybe like 5 or something. What do you stack to? Stack size 20? Yeah, that's a little too much. Maybe I'll keep like 6. Just keep it on an even number. Okay. Okay. So, once again, back into you. Let's continue planning you out. So, portable reactor. Refueler. You just go over in the corner somewhere. Might even give you a couple solar panels. If you have free room, perhaps. Maybe that would be better spent on other things. Like, I could just give you movement speed. Movement speed 75%. Like, that is pretty good. What's the equivalent if I were to use just Lake 2s? Let's see. 75% compared to 50%. That is what those cells taken. Oh, you are also a little shorter, though. Huh. Okay. All things considered, I think I'd rather just have 2 of those. Yeah, I'll keep you over there. We'll figure something out with you. Tier 2 batteries are single tiles. So let's get some batteries in there. Maybe just another hangar? Maybe that's silly. Maybe the relays would be nice. Yeah, you're tall and skinny. So I can give you just a really big area. Allow you to house more bots. Charge them even faster. And then just give you a bunch of batteries. So you can move really fast. Any other equipment that I could possibly want you to have. Don't even know if I can make you. I can't make you. Interesting. Same with that. Okay. So I don't really think there's anything else that I want to do in here. I think that's pretty much it. Inventory room is interesting, actually. Speed penalty, minor speed penalty. Oh, I can't put you in there anyway, so you can only go in the chassis. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I mean, what else do I even put in here? Just batteries, I guess? Maybe I can just leave that space empty, and if I ever need something to go in there, then that's where you can go. I don't think there's anything else I really want to put in you. Yeah, you've got massive amount of storage. You should be absolutely blazing fast. So, let's see. Let's make the mecha set. So, first things first, you want fuel in you, so let's grab fuel cells. You're going to keep the orange cells on you. And we'll keep like 2 stacks of them. Then you want construction bot 3s. I don't remember exactly how many you can keep. Max robots 32, so keep 32. No more, no less. I'll keep like 40. The reason being, as soon as construction bots leave, then it tries to come back and add more into you. You stack to 50, you can just have 50. Okay, so you got cells, you got those. I guess the next thing that I would want is anything that I want to fire from the drone launchers. So, grass and algae's done. So, I have these left to go, but I don't know how long it's going to be, and I don't even make those yet. So I think I'll just leave them be. One thing that I do want to keep stored in here, though, are the excavation drones. So we'll keep, like, stack of you. Destroys everything. Let's see. Replaces empty land with shallow water. And you just replace everything with deep water. So I think I'd rather just keep some of you. And yeah, I'll just keep adding more to this as the need arises. And construction bots, just useful to have, always nice. But also, what they will allow me to do is if I do have, let's just say, a couple things of these grass drones and a couple things of these algae drones. Just as an example. I don't know how long it's going to take to actually get those here, but they should arrive before too terribly long. What the construction bots can do is, since I'm in map view right now, if I weren't present, if I were not standing right next to this guy, so like let me right over this way. So, you know, imagine he's way off somewhere by himself. And I want to swap what type of ammunition that I have in the launchers. Well, ordinarily, I'd just be out of luck. But as long as he has his own construction bots, I can just take those and swap them out. And okay, well, he's within the base, so it looks like the actual base construction bots want to do that. You know what? Let me just let me grab you and walk you somewhere outside of base range. Oh, you are so fast. Oh my god. I wasn't ready for that. Okay. Anyway, if I do that, you should be able to swap those out. No? Oh, well, I was really counting on you being able to do that, actually. I really thought you would be able to do that. Huh. Okay. Well, that does change things just a little bit. Can I do this the jankest way possible? Keep just a couple of those in there. Grab my remote. Send you back into logistics range at Mach 5. Here, you know what? You can come to the bots. There you go. Okay, so you have your things. Cool. Let's grab you again. Once again, send you out here. And before you can even blink, he will be gone. Here, you can go stand in the crater. Beautiful. Okay. I won't mess with you that much. So, could you do this, potentially? No, okay, I didn't think so. That was my, the last thing I could think of. I guess that's not quite gonna work. Well, that makes you a little less cool than I was hoping for, to tell you the truth. Like, you're still incredible. You can run crazy fast. You can have the drones loaded into you. Like, all very cool. Please allow me to click on you. There we go. Let me find your fuel cells, because you are out of energy now. And the fuel loader doesn't automatically fill you if you don't have fuel already in you. I don't know where you went. You come to me. There you go. There. So now you should be filling up. Yeah, everything's refilling again. All the batteries are filling up. Okay. Yeah, okay. Interesting. And there's no way to keep them empty either. They will just be loaded with whatever random junk happens to wind up inside you. Okay. What I can do then... So, let's go... Excavation mecha. And then you can go... here... and here. Get rid of those. So then I can make specialized ones. So this is my excavation guy. You're in charge of just blowing holes in the land, basically. You know what? You could also be stocked with landfill, reasonably enough. Keep like 1,000 landfill in you. And then I'll just have more for other jobs that I happen to need, and they can all just kind of stay together. Yeah, like I've already made 6. Let's go ahead and change your color. Just so I can kind of identify you. Let's make you kind of that same blue-gray landfill color. Actually, I kind of like that, whatever that is. It's kind of cool. You can be a landfill excavation guy. So, there you are. Oh, you don't want landfill, though. Landfill should go in here. There we go. Okay, and then this one. You can be the agriculture. So you're gonna have... where are they? There we are. So I think I might still need the spread algae and grass, because I believe that is a spread condition for some of these things. Yes. So fish want to be near algae and away from other fish. Worms prefer land near grass or trees and spread out from other worms. And then you, within moderate distance of trees and fish and far from other nests. And far from the fumaroles, which is the volcanic patches. Okay. So I did notice that they do mention trees. You mention algae. You just mention... Okay, you do mention grass and trees. Interesting. Okay, well, let's do the ones that go together then. So let's keep 10 algae and 10 fish, since you want to be together. And then you can be water instead. Again, change your color to kind of reflect that. This kind of aqua-ish color is cool. Maybe you get to be a smidge darker then. There we go. A little easier to tell them apart now. Grab you. Once again, start with Mecha to get you fueled up, get you some bots and all. And then you're gonna have grass and worms. So you're gonna be... what do I want you to be? Let's say land 1 mecha. Sure. Okay. Oh, and you need a color. So you're kind of grassy. Let's make you like a brighter grass. Didn't like the blue very much. So something like that's cool. Let's call you Worm Mecha. Okay, and then you, once again, fuel up and everything, and then you get to be Biter Mecha. So you get trees and biters. There we go. And then I'll make you kind of biter colored if possible. Somewhere around in there is fine. Okay, at least I've got the whole squad ready. I guess I should have them follow each other. So let's say land 2 follows land 1. Land 1 follows... well, maybe they don't all need to follow each other. Let's just say fish follows excavation. And then I can have... let's see. Remote for you. I don't really have anything I want to get rid of. And C-Block Silicon has always been a nice 3-tier. Like a 3rd-tier material, I gotcha. Yeah, C-Block... I don't have all that much experience with C-Block, but from what I do remember, at least from what I remember playing through Bobs and Angels, getting the Silicon is a nice little upgrade. Like, you feel it. At least being able to stop drowning in it as a byproduct, because the first several hours that I had Silicon, it was just building up everywhere. don't think I've placed a tier 2 power pole in a very long time, so you can go there. And then... which one of you is following which? Well, let's make you follow this guy, and then you can come down here. There we go. Okay, so I've got the sea Spidertrons and the land Spidertrons, at least. And then you know what? I might as well just have a personal Spidertron, just one more. Because being able to get around at breakneck speeds is kind of fun. You know what? You could be a rail-laying Spidertron. That would be kind of nice. Yeah, there we go. That's a good idea. That I like. Let's give you more rails. Maybe one more stack of rails. I'm being a little hesitant because that's the same group that all of the buffer chests are on. But I shouldn't really need the buffer chests if I have this guy. Oh, you know what? I did not give them all the same equipment grid. I should have copy and pasted the first guy. I don't even know which one is the original one anymore. There we go. I wonder... Yeah, I guess there's no way to copy and paste this. I just have to recreate it. For some reason, also, the bots have not brought battery 2s. I guess I'll have to look into that. For too long? Okay, well, let's just recreate that with everyone. So, map view it is. Silver's not actually that bad with its tier 3 recipe, and I meant the tier 3 recipe for silicon. Ah, okay, gotcha. Silicon and Bobs and Angels was actually my favorite material to work with. It was just consistently kind of fun. Let's see. Refueler down here. Battery tier 2s. I think it was at least this many. Quadruped 2s. And let's see. Where's the fueler? There you are, portable reactor. And then I think I did also have you shoved down here. I think that was it. I did have a charger. I guess I can throw a charger in there. And a couple more batteries. There we go. Alright. Now get ready to do that another couple times. In you go. And you go. Refueler. And battery 2s. Quadruped 2s. There we go. Oh yeah, and a charger. Gotta make sure they're all the same. At least I'm getting better at making them. I think that was correct. Yeah, not like it's the end of the world if I accidentally somehow make them different. As long as they're close enough, what's it really matter? There we go. And then I have one more down here. Silver tier 2 is a pain, yeah. I think a lot of the tier 2s are a pain. Like tier 3, Tier 3 is the nice sweet spot between this is pretty complicated, but it's worth it. Whereas Tier 2 is like, okay, this is so much better than Tier 1, but man, I wish I didn't have to set this up. That's how I remember most of the medals being. Okay. There we go. And now I just have to come up and make sure you all get your first fuel cell placed in. That way the refueler can keep you topped up. And last one. Yep, okay. You know, the refueler, let me double check you actually. Like, that should work. It doesn't look like it's loading more fuel into here though, even though you have 3 slots. Which does have me a little concerned, but maybe we'll burn fuel so slowly it doesn't matter. Who can say? Make sure trash unrequested is on, because as the fuel comes out, we will get alumina out of it, I believe. And if they happen to build or pick up anything somehow, like stones, ores, or anything from deconstructing rocks, I don't want that just sitting in their inventory forever. Also, let's see if I can... Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Well, let's make sure I gave you a color as well. You could get just be red. Yeah, you can just be red. And of course, you're the only one who doesn't get a full load of construction bots. Even though you would be the one most immediately useful. But that's fine. We're also missing batteries and legs, but I trust those will get made with time. Let me check what you are. So just back out in Spain boiling again. Lead lead tier 3 sucks compared to tier 2. Can't say I remember lead that well. But yeah, I can relate to the boiling weather. I don't think it's been below about 90 here for like a month. It's awful. But let's see, what do you do? Replace landscape with gray terrain and an approximately 4x4 sector. Clears rocks, cliffs of water, and debris. Raise terraform rating of the planet when replacing exotic terrain such as purple, volcanic, or black. Interesting. Okay, 1.25 effectiveness for the tan. 1.5 effectiveness for brown. 1.25 for red. And no bonus for beige. Interesting. So brown gets a bonus, huh? It also says it raises the terraform. Okay. So do you, but these seem like the one that I probably want to be going for. And if tan is 1.5 times as effective, I see no reason not to just go for tan. Like, that just makes sense. Yeah, let me go look at my tan landfill, because I believe that's made down here in my crushing area. Oh, also, why are batteries taking so long? Okay. Well, it would help if you were connected, but they are producing. They just don't produce very quickly. You know, I think I make nanofab tier 2s. Does look like I do. So that should help out also. But crushing. Let me find my crushing area. Okay. So all the stone comes down here. There we are. So let's see. I make tan here. And I make brown here. Okay, so this is completely full of brown landfill. What if I put you down here? Oh, this is going to be kind of tight. Okay. I can do this, I just have to be a little silly about it. Let's bring that way. I have to wait for that to actually get built. Because you are actively running and I don't want to interrupt it. And it shouldn't take that long. Like, they should be on the way. I'm actively reconsidering this proposition, though. Okay, there you are, finally. Good enough. So, with that out of the way, now I can grab a boxer. Let's just upgrade that power pole twice. That should give me 2 more squares. And so, you output down, and then you pick up. Honestly, you can probably be like purple. I don't anticipate having all that much coming out. Yeah, I think we should be fine there. 3.3 per second. Yeah, okay, I can beacon you. Even if it's only beaconing you, that's fine. So, upgrade you, and then give you modules right there. So you're 2.2 right now. I'm curious to see what you'll be once the new modules hit. Oh yeah, we're like 1,000 miles away, I forgot. So we were speed 2.2 with the new tier productivity brings us all the way down to speed 1. With both of these, that brings us up to 2.2. Okay, so we lose absolutely no speed, but we do get more productivity, which might seem like a silly thing to want productivity on, but, you know, every little bit helps. Are you logistics? You are logistics connected. So something else I might do is I might make this inserter disconnect if ground landfill drops below like 20k or something, because I need ground landfill for my biology area. If I drop below about 50% of this supply depot, I want to stop putting it into boxes. Also, I can get another beacon over here and make you even faster. Oh yeah, I don't need to wait for that one to come in. Oh, you have to be over. Glad I noticed that. Otherwise, I'd be wondering why it was never working. Okay, so that should be quite a bit better. That's going to start building up ground landfill boxes, though I do need to ship those back to the main base. So let's get a little buffer over this way somewhere. Perhaps right here, since there's already some cement and stuff over this way. So, brown landfill boxes. There we go. Full stacks. Like 5 trucks. Don't think I'll need much more than that. Okay. And then I will need to make the drones somewhere. I'm assuming I can make them in a regular assembler. Seems I was naive. You probably have to be made in a large assembler or something. Large assembler, okay. Well, let's grab a large assembler then. And let's see what I can do. So, the brown ones. Okay, so that's the paving drone. That's not what I want. Terraforming drone. There we go. So 200 boxes of landfill, excavation, construction bot 3s, rocket fuel. Okay. Yeah, I can deal with that. And then you guys. I wonder if there is anything interesting I can do in here. I was looking for like robot related stuff. Like anything in here, but no. Doesn't really look like it. So you get to stay as parameters for now. I was just noticing that you were taking construction bot 3s and you also take robots. So that's going to be quite a bit of strain on my existing construction bot stuff. So I was thinking I would come over here, and maybe not a big, but a normal sized, and start making some of the boxed recipes for robot part. For example, boxed robot frame 1s, and boxed robot frame 2s, and boxed robot frame 3s. And then I might as well have a spot for robot frame 4s, even though I don't make them yet. And then beside that, I can do boxed construction bot of all 4 tiers. And then I can just barely squeeze in next to that the boxed logistics spot. There we go. So of course, the tier 4s I don't have unlocked yet, but once I do, they will just automatically begin production. Let's also make sure you have the correct tier of productivity module in you. And I'm willing to bet I probably don't have any of the things in here that I'm going to need. Also, I guess I should come in and change the amount. So let's see. What do you stack to? I can't tell. Stack size of 10. Okay. So we'll keep like 2 stacks of you. So 20. And I guess I'll just do the same for all of these. Oh, also, you might be the recipe, not the item. Probably important that I look. Okay. Logistics. Yeah. So you are different. It was doing the recipe, not the item. That is an important thing to distinguish. That's why it wasn't able to get the correct stack size, because it wasn't picking up the correct item. This is construction. Tier 4. And then construction tier 2. Okay. Yep, I did tier 3 for you. That's not right. I kind of thought that I had, so let's make sure that gets flipped around. You are tier 3. And then tier 1. Okay, it kept 10 of you. That's weird. Oh, that's because you're... yeah, that's how the blueprint's set up. So those are just the default values that I have in the blueprint. Okay. Oh, nope. I want the boxed one. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I still have all these to do also. Thought I was nearly done. How silly of me. So this is the tier 1 construction bots. And then I still have the robot frames left to do. Yeah, you're also not correct. Stack size 20. So again, I'll just keep 20 of you. That's a single stack. And then this is the tier 1. And tier 3. Okay. I think I might actually be done. I think I'm done filling in recipes and amounts. I think all I have to do now is make sure the proper ingredients are put into boxes. So, aluminum plate box, capacitor box, sensor box. Okay, just lots of boxes. Where do I do box stuff? Down this way. I have a little room left, but let me go ahead and pop down another blueprint this way. I can get rid of the box, tier 3 logistics bots though, that's kind of nice. So, aluminum plate, capacitor, sensor. Aluminum plate. Which means you can come out. And you get overwritten with aluminum plate. And then keep like, I don't know, 100 or something? Well, that's a lot. We'll keep like 50. Because that's, even just 50 is 250 aluminum plate. So it's not like that's super cheap or anything. I might just make... I'm producing sensors, but I might also just produce boxed sensors rather than boxing sensors I'm already producing. So if I look for boxed sensors, that takes glass capacitor, logic die, red wire, arithmetic circuit box, and a lamp. So let me try lamp and arithmetic. Well, I don't know if it'll let me do arithmetic and red wire in a regular assembler. I guess we'll find out. Red wire, it will, okay. And arithmetic? Yes, it will, okay. So arithmetic does take a boxed memory circuit. So let's also do that. And then directly above you, that's gonna mean we need boxed logic circuits. I could also just put these in boxes. That wouldn't be ridiculous, but I don't think I need a tremendous number of these, so we'll see if this works, like, for the time being. Might as well do boxed green. I'm sure I'm gonna need boxed green. And I don't necessarily know what else I need. Okay, let me just look at robot frames. Antennas, purple inserters. I think I already boxed those though. How about the next one? And the next one. Yeah, that doesn't really seem all that useful otherwise. Okay, so let's just go ahead and keep those as parameters. So let's see, I need to box insulated wire and magnets. So, insulated wire. Oh, that is the boxed recipe. So, insulated wire. And magnets. Let's make sure to check these, and then over here, I'll check them and make sure to copy and paste that over all the chests up here. Okay. So that should be receiving magnets. Yes, it is. So you will be done as soon as you're done. You just need boxed graphite and logic dye. You are getting boxed graphite. The bots are going to be coming from really far away to bring that in. So let me see what I can do about that. The answer is not a lot. Yeah, okay. So I'll put you there. Bring in the boxed graphite, please. There we go. So that should start coming in eventually, and then the bots won't have to go quite so far for it. And then logic dyes. So I don't bring logic dyes in, and I don't think logic dyes are even available to the system. So let me just move you up here. And where can I get logic dyes? Logic dyes are actually completely dead right now, because there's no silicon ingot. Yeah, that was weird. Like, it's not as if there weren't a lot of silicon, there was just no silicon at all. One thing I should probably do is upgrade these flotation cells. Oh, and your modules are really old as well. Okay, so those are all marked. Let's grab better modules for you. And get them all placed in. And that should make quite a lot more silicon. At least I sure hope so. Okay. Does look like I could be making more sand. Hard as it is for me to believe I'm saying that. Maybe I could just upgrade some of these belts though. Bring you on down, right then. Bring the blue back up. Okay. That can be blue. Which means you can be blue. And might as well make you blue. Which makes you blue. Okay. We'll see if that makes absolutely any difference whatsoever. Just upgrading for the fun of it at this point, but, you know, might as well see if that helps. Okay. Oh, you have random junk on you somehow. I guess that came out of the train at some point. I guess picking you up isn't enough, I should also replace you. Yeah, that must have been one of the times when I was working on the train and it accidentally unloaded onto the belt or something. So, I've had my crushers handicapped for God knows how long. I mean, it is only a single crusher on each line, but still. They also could definitely be faster. I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll give you the same treatment that I have given a couple buildings today. And replace your last module with a actual productivity module. Now that I've got the whole line, let's just pick you up. And that makes you much easier to just camp down the whole way. Oh, first terraforming drone. Let's go. You know, I guess you can just come down here and get loaded into the rail guy. Because I don't really know who else would possibly want you. Let's see, what am I missing? A bunch of random junk. Just keeping 2, huh? Let's keep like 10. Okay. Let's see how far this area is coming, and then I'll have to start looking at stuff that's not happy. Oh yeah, I needed logic die. Yeah, look, it's not like silicon's low, there's just no silicon. Yeah, absolutely nothing for some reason. So I think part of that could be slow belts at this point. Definitely looks like those belts weren't keeping up anymore. So let's do that. Which then means the feeding belts will need to be upgraded as well. Let's see, where do you come from? Let's just grab you and start upgrading all the way down. I don't think I'm gonna need this much, but you know, you might as well have the option. Oh, you're going somewhere else. Well, get upgraded anyway. There we go. I don't even know where I am anymore. I don't think that's necessary, but that's upgraded too now. Okay, well the furnaces have silicon all the way to the end, which they did not before, so I'm gonna say it was in fact a belt speed issue. Let's see, you take 0.5 though. That's 7.5. You should have been perfectly balanced at half of a yellow belt, so don't ask me why you weren't. But hey, it's better now, I guess. Also, we have a red belt feeding a blue belt here. That's a little silly. Okay, so you should be much better now. Go ahead and upgrade this into here. Not because it needs it, but everything else has been upgraded, so now it just looks weird. And yeah, that's all the silicon we're making, I guess. At any rate, I have logic dies going into a chest. So if I just stop doing that, get rid of that, bring you up, and load you into here. And it'll be like nothing even changed. Yeah, we don't make enough. We just don't make enough. What can I do about this? Looks like we have enough silicon, so I can upgrade you. I can also upgrade these from vacuum chamber 2s to vacuum chamber 3s and get more productivity into you. Same up here. Since you don't have enough input anyway, it doesn't matter if you're slower. There we go. So these definitely can't be slower. I'll be putting productivity modules into them. But then these guys, what do I want to do with you? I could put productivity modules in you to make sure you're not slower, but you don't have any input. So I kind of feel like just good old tier 2 yield modules is the way to go. Yeah, we'll see how that does. Are you able to stay fully supplied with just one yellow inserter? Yep, you've even got time to take a break. Okay. You're full, so this belt is not enough for you anymore. So get that upgraded, and upgrade you. Okay. Looking better, looking better. This needs... thank you. Okay, so we are filling up this area now. Which means, ironically, this area could be faster. I cannot change your upgrade, so I'll have to un-upgrade you, re-upgrade you, then add the module, and then copy you. I don't have to worry about any sightedness stuff, so I can just drag you across, and drag you across. Okay, that didn't seem to do anything, so what if I cancel your upgrade? And then try and paste you across. No? No. Okay, well, I'll just re-upgrade you then. There you go. Of course, we are missing 56 of the tier 3s, but they will get placed over time. And then I guess I should do the same up here. There we go. That should make you quite a bit faster once you get around to actually upgrading. And I do now have logic dies. I don't need many of them, so I will go ahead and limit it, as I will do over here as well. And now up at the main base, I can start requesting logic dies. Actually, that makes no sense. Hold on. Let's go ahead and break that real quick. Because I don't need logic dies, I need boxed logic dies. Let me see. Yeah, so you're only used in like 3 things. So, whatever. Probably doesn't really need to be in here, but it's just easier to move you around this way. So, box, inserter, inserter, complete the belt. And then, you, filtered to you, and output diagonal. There we go. That way we'll start emptying of the regular logic dies and start building up of the box. Can I upgrade you? Because you're temporary and I don't want to wait all day. We'll see if the bots get here first or if the inserter just finishes first. I think it'll be a tight race. Yeah, the inserter might just straight up finish first. It's not even going to get a chance. Yeah, it just takes them so long to get down here. Yeah, it finished first. Okay. Whatever. That's fine. Well, I have you in a box now. Oh, and we've got the new jetpack. Very nice. I can't put you anywhere in here, it looks like. I guess I can put you over here. What? Okay. I don't know why it showed 8 for a second. I mean, that's what I wanted. It would have been kind of cool if it just psychically knew ahead of time, but that also seemed a little strange. This should be a buffer. Whoops. There we go. 8 and full stacks and allow bots. There we go. Okay. So what else will I need up here? So that's going to complete logic. That's going to complete red wire. I don't have capacitors in a box. And those two will be completed. Okay, so let's just box capacitors. That seems easy enough. Capacitor. There we go. Okay. So that'll give me boxed capacitors. That'll complete arithmetic circuits. Okay. Did I make a boxed recipe for lamps? I did not. So let's see what lamps need. Aluminum sheets, glass, carbon fiber, or graphite iron sheet glass. That makes 5 lamps, that makes 1. It does seem better, but only like marginally. Yeah, okay. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Box, lamp, lamp. There we go. Now keep like 100 of you. So, aluminum sheets, glass, and carbon fiber. I wonder if I have any of those things. I have carbon fiber, but not glass or aluminum sheets. But that's easy enough to resolve. So, aluminum sheets. And aluminum sheet. There we go. Oh, and glass. Let's make sure glass is in here as well. There we go. Carbon fiber. Okay, are the bots flying really far away to get me carbon fiber or something? Because I'm kind of worried that might be the case. Yeah, it doesn't look like I request carbon fiber up here, which means they're flying really far away. So let's not have them do that. So, carbon fiber box. Again, why is it pre-filled? Like, it's not actually. It would be nice if it was, but, you know. Okay. So that's gonna give me lamps. Yes, it does. Okay. And then I'm just waiting on those, and those will happen by themselves. Okay. So that'll give me sensor boxes, that'll give me memory circuit boxes. Let's put purples in a box, let's put turbines in a box. And I might just make boxed antennas. There you go. So, inserter. There you go. And let's keep like 20 of those. Okay, open turbine 2 box. Open turbine 2. And open turbine 2. There we go. Then just antennas. What are antennas made from? I believe I have all of that except maybe aluminum rod in a box. So I think I will just make antennas up here. Not jetpacks, but antenna. Let's see. Does look like everything's on the way except for red wire, but I know that will be here. But yeah, aluminum rod, not on the way. Let's make it on the way. And aluminum rod, there we go. So red wire should be getting made. Let's go ahead and increase the limit on you. Disabled by control behavior. Are you sure about that? You shouldn't be. Maybe the recipe's wrong. Hold on. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. The recipe was just wrong. Wonder if there's any others like that. Yep, you're not an item. So... green wire. I could tell it wasn't an item because it didn't have a stack size. Red wire is going to be the same then. Yeah, see how it says red wire boxed, not a red wire box? That is the recipe, not the item. And if you hover over the item, it now shows the stack size. Let's not get too carried away. Okay. Same here. Place you. Keep like 30 of you. And same here. You also do not have a stack size, so... the boxed recipes just really mess with my blueprint, apparently. They are not friends. Yeah, see? Again, no stack size. Okay, all of them do seem to be running now, at least the ones that actually have ingredients. Go ahead and give you better modules. And I think I will even, if possible, give you a beacon to make you run a little faster. There we go. So what am I waiting on? Arithmetic circuit. Those are running, so it should be showing up pretty shortly. Okay, yeah, you got loaded in. There we go. So the first of the boxed sensor ones should be showing up, which will then allow me to make boxed robot brains. Very nice. What do you take? What is your recipe? Yeah, I think I'm just going to shove those things into a box. Some things I'm okay with making more of, and some things it's like, maybe I don't need to do that. So, fabricator. Not filter. There we go. Okay, that was fast. Logibot. Already finished. Okay. How about Logi Tier 2? I'm going to focus on Logis first because we do actually need boxed logistics bots 3s. So, efficiency module 1, robot frame, and the earlier logistics bots. Okay. So all I really need is efficiency modules. So efficiency module tier 1s. And boxed efficiency module tier 1. There we go. Then the tier 3 needs speed module tier 2, frames, and that's it. Okay, that's pretty easy. And just throw it into a box. There we go. Wonder if the construction bots are going to be that easy. You just need yield modules and productivity modules. Okay. Yeah, you have everything else that you need, so might as well. I don't remember the tiers. That's a problem. Tier 0 and tier 1. Okay. So yield, tier 0, and prod, tier 1. Let's make sure we get those limits set quickly enough. So, yield, and prod. There we go. Can't say I really know what that is, but hello. Now let's say fiberglass batteries, night vision, levitation field. What are you made in? Ooh. The boxed one is made in a chemical plant. Okay, I can box you. Okay, that's a weird way of showing that. So you're made in a chemical plant. Yeah, we're just going to throw you into a boxer, fiberglass, night vision, levitation. Yeah. So, battery. I believe that's equipment. So, battery 1. And make sure we set a limit on you. Battery 1. Oh, cool. Fiberglass. I might take a look at making those, but let's do fiberglass first. That was you. Yes, it was. So, let's get fiberglass in here. Don't actually know if anything else needs fiberglass in a box. I guess a few of the boxed recipes need it, if I ever wanted to change them up. Okay. Night vision. That's going to take sensors, capacitors. I think I have all of those. Yeah, I think I have all of these, so that should be fine. So I can make night vision. How about levitation? I also think I have all of those, so levitation and night vision I can make. So, levitation, night vision, and then these get to stay parameters. There we go. Come on, box. Thank you. Okay, so you have all your materials. You should also be able to get all your materials. You did not get the correct item, so let's replace that. And then we'll keep, like, N of you, sure. We're also keeping N of you, but you also are not an item. There we go. They're on the way. I have faith. They'll be here soon. Yeah, even just this little setup over here is having trouble with sensors already. So I might go ahead and swap your modules out. Just let you run a little faster. Okay, 0.2, you produce 0.17, so it's no sense. Making you faster than your ingredient. So 0.16, 0.17, very good. So 0.14 and 0.14. You output 0.3. You output 0.3 as well, but you also consume 0.12. Yeah, so you, if anything, I might want to make a smidge faster. The 0.07, yeah, you can be much faster also. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. So, battery 1. That should just be happening, but apparently I have no batteries. I assume I do bring batteries in. I could be mistaken though. Hold on, I've got capacitors, I've got battery tier 2. Yeah, I just don't bring batteries in. Okay, that'll do it. Fair enough. I'm kind of running out of room in here. Wonder if I could box my battery recipe. I don't think I do where I make them. It would be kind of cool. Let's go see where I make batteries. Down here. Oh, batteries are dead. They need aluminum sheets, and apparently I don't have any. Okay. I'm actually backed up on aluminum sheets. This one inserter just isn't capable of going fast enough. I do not like building on the road, but oh well. I'm not going to stress over it. There we go. I might even just upgrade that belt there, because I'm not sure now that the belt is able to keep up with my output capacity. You know what? Have fun. Yeah, you're capable of outputting like 9 items a second each down here, so I don't even think a green is all that absurd. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Missing green inserters. Of course, why not? Like, why would I not? Why would I just have green inserters? Missing sensor 2s. Thought I made sensor 2s. Yeah, there we go. Missing sensor 1s. Missing logic die. Okay. Let me see. So I bring boxed logic die in, so funny enough, I guess I need to unbox logic die. Let me make sure I don't have a recipe over here that is boxing it. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So, logic die. And then logic die. Seems fair enough. Go ahead and get another square of these down, I guess. Just can't keep enough of them. Oh, and I guess my my current research queue has finished. Okay. Let's continue making progress towards rockets, though transport drone stack capacity is appealing. Why would I do this? Chlorine sink I understand. Boron sink I do not understand. I don't understand why I would do this. Yep, don't understand why I'd do any of that. Honestly, the only one in there that seems even remotely reasonable is the chlorine sink, and I am low on chlorine right now. But you know, I actually have to take it in order to get carbon sequestration. Like, the word is sequester, so sequestration, I'll say. What is this one? That's spreading trees. Yeah, maybe I'll hold off on you for now. Let's go for rocket. Just beeline that way. And then inserter capacity, why not? And then let's pivot to some of the bio research. What is this one? Bacteria, algae, grass. Sure. Wait. That's why I don't have vacuum chamber 3s. I haven't researched them yet. That's why I haven't been able to place any. I guess that makes sense. Doesn't make any sense why I still am missing batteries and, like, a red chest, but, you know, I've been trying not to think about it. We'll get there eventually. Okay, so that's gonna give logic dies, which should bring sensors back to life. There we go. And now that I have sensors again, I should be able to make sensor 2s. Yeah, there we go. That should be much better. Oh yeah, I do want to come up here, make sure that gets checked. And then just run it all the way down. So, robot frame 2s. Robot frame 3s. Robot frame 2s. Robot frame 3s. Okay, so I have all of the robot prerequisites done and over with. Robot frame 1s are running. Let's look at the other ones. So you just need batteries and then you'll be done. You need everything, just literally everything. Okay. How do I make carbon composite? You're made in a foundry. There is part of me that's almost like I could make that on site. I bring epoxy in. I have epoxy right here. Like, what was it? Carbon fiber? I also bring boxed carbon fiber in. I'm pretty certain. Yes, boxed carbon fiber right there. In fact, do I have epoxy over here? I have epoxy right here. Like if I did grab a foundry, and I put it like right here. I don't see why this doesn't work. Let's see. What am I even making? Carbon composite. There we go. So I can get you somewhere around in here. Oop, maybe even right there. Ah, just not quite. One tile off. Ah, feels bad. You know what? I'm just moving the inserter. Which means upgrading the power pole, but that's fine. You pick up from 2 below. Works just fine. And there's the epoxy. And that'll make boxed carbon composite. There we go. Okay, box carbon composite. So, what else do I need? Okay, inserter 4s, battery 2s, turbines. Alright, one at a time. So, green inserters. Let's grab one of the more recent ones. There we go. So, green inserters, that is inserter 4. Next up was battery 2. So, battery 2. And yeah, that's cool. After that was open turbine 3. Open turbine 3. And you're never gonna guess what this is. Open turbine 3. All that's left is relay 3. Okay. Relay 3. And relay 3. There we go. Right, we've got robot frame tier 2s. And all we need are the green inserters and the relay boxes for the tier 3s. Very good. Okay. So part of this, of course, has been trying to make more bot parts in a more economical fashion. Not that you even so much get a discount, as much as this is much more space compressed, much more space conscious. So every one of these machines that is a boxed recipe, you can think of it as being 5 machines, which is more than my entire, like, standard blueprint when I pop one down. So, you know, technically this running right now is like 5 machines making robot frame 1s. I'm making 5 robot frame 2s, and so on down the line. So even though that was a lot of work, it was definitely worth it. Like, we are producing quite a lot more of our robot products now, and we are going to need them once we start messing with all the drones and stuff like that. Reshape exotic alien landscapes such as black purple or volcanic terrain using terraforming or excavation drones. Okay. So that might be something I want to go ahead and just start messing around with. I guess I can get rid of the lamp since I don't think I've placed a single lamp this entire game, which is incredibly uncharacteristic of me. You're gonna be my rail laying and terraforming robot, I guess. Get rid of you. Oh yeah, I did intend on coming up and capturing this resource zone up here. So what if I go ahead and send you up this way? Assuming you do have drones on you, like if I grab a targeting remote and go brown terraforming, it might just be because you're moving, or it might be because you have nothing. Oh yeah, I guess you can't just cross the ocean. Yeah, why do you not have any brown terraforming drones? Okay, just come on back. Come join the herd. I have brown terraforming drones right there. What do you mean, game? Oh, it's so zoomy. Yeah, what? Oh, your small supply chest too. That's not quite what I wanted when I upgraded the blueprint here. Whatever. It's fine. Maybe what I should do is go ahead and just start making those. You can be like up here. So small supply 2. Yep, that does make more sense. Okay. I just wasn't able to output them into the chest. And now we're missing rocket fuel, I guess. No? Oh, you just have to fill with, like, a whole bunch of landfill. So you should probably be green, if anything. Also, objectively, all of my trains should probably be the solar locomotives at this point. That way I don't have to worry about fueling them. Would just be nicer. So I wonder, can the solar locomotives just run for free, or do they run out of energy at nighttime? And it's not like it's a massive inconvenience for me to have to continuously fuel my trains or anything. I set it up once and they just go. So who cares, I guess? I do need more sensor 2s. Okay. Why are sensor 2s holding me back? You're running. Yeah, you're even beaconed. Hard to say. Okay, do I have nanopap 2s? Yes, I do. Very nice. Yeah, now you're way faster, and you even have a little more productivity. Much better, okay. So we'll see if that's enough by itself or not. And if I do wind up needing more sensor 2s still, then I'll have to figure it out then. I really don't like that you output chlorine, but I'll just have to figure out some way to deal with that. But yeah, inserter 4s are running again. Granted, we need a lot of them. And inserter 2s are going to other places as well. Yeah, lots of things need sensor 2s. You know what? Just out of curiosity, I do have a boxed recipe of you. Not an awful idea. Okay. Let's see. So, what will just show up and what will not? Also, this stuff needs to go. Oh yeah, all of this is no longer correct. Let's increase the amounts a smidge. Not ridiculously, but a smidge. Let's just make you all like 20 or so. Okay, so I do have ceramic powder in a box, and I do have sensor 1s in a box. I do not have lamp 2s boxed, I don't have circuits or optical cable in a box. But I think I could change that pretty easily. Lamp 2s especially, because I only make you right here. Okay, I do put you in a chest up here. Okay, here's what I will do. I'll just come up here. You're set the relays already, so let's go lamp 2 boxed. And then lamp 2s. There we go. And then I can get rid of that right there. And then put them back. But change you to be the boxed recipe. And just keep like 50 or something. There we go. Okay, and you're gonna be boxed now, so lamp 2. Again, let's just increase your amount a smidge. Keeping one of an item in here doesn't really make any sense. And we'll see what turns up and what doesn't. Okay, green wire should turn up. Hard glass, I don't know if it will. It looks like it will, okay. So I need sodium and I need electron gun. Well, where do I make electron gun? And what are you used in? Okay, you're used in a few things, that's fine. I'm just gonna shove you in a box, I think. Okay. We'll look at your recipe. You do have a fairly simple recipe, but yeah, I don't want to box all of those things. Just so I can make boxed electron guns. So there we go. And electron gun. There we go. Okay, and then the last one was sodium, I believe. I do bring sodium in here, correct? I might not. In which case, it's something I need to be bringing in. Yeah, I don't really see it in here anywhere. So, pop you over that way. Okay. And then I'm gonna start boxing sodium. There we go. And sodium. Oh, cool. That should be the last pieces. Surprised electron gun boxes haven't shown up yet. Okay, there we go. Don't know why that took so long. Like, I make electron guns right here. And I don't make them anywhere else. So it's not even like the bots had to fly far away and find them or anything. They're just only made right there. It also looks like I might not be making enough. Which does kind of make me think maybe I should just be making boxed electron guns. Like, if I did do that... let me set you. Nickel wire, ceramic, calcium, lamp. So yeah, I would have to box calcium boride. Well, I already have ceramic powder. So I'd only really have to box calcium boride and nickel wire. I mean, okay, I guess. I guess that's fine. So, calcium boride, nickel wire. There you are. And calcium boride box. There we go. And then nickel wire. I might come down to the nickel area. Nickel wire. Pickled. I love the addendum there. Let me look for nickel wire, make sure I'm using the correct one. It's nitric acid, output sludge, yes. So what I'm going to do is I will just continue you this way. I will continue the input here. And then you just get loaded into a provider. Simple as that. Oh yeah, you also need boxed input, I guess. Which, hey, fair, makes sense. Let's do that. And then that. So, we're up to. And let's get a boxer. There we go. Come on, guys, you got this. There we go. Okay, and that'll get me the boxed nickel wire that I need. And now I just need underground, the sludge connection. There we go. Okay. All this just for boxed sensor tubes. Now I just need boxed processors and optical cables. So the processors, that's easy enough. I will just box them. So let's find boxed processors. There you are. 20 is probably fine. But as for the other thing... optical cable. Where do I make optical cable? Because I might just swap you to be... boxed. What all is optical cable used in? You're used in quite a few things, okay. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We can just, we can box optical cable as well. There we go. And optical cable, we'll keep a little more than that. There we go. Okay, we've got the Tier 3 vacuum chamber now. And we have sensor Tier 2 running as a box. Love to see it. Okay. So let's see. Right now I am boxing sensor Tier 2s. So let's go ahead and reverse that. So sensor Tier 2s. And then you get unboxed. And we will continue running until we have a certain number of unboxed sensor Tier 2s. And that should just work out. Let's take these out. They'll go into storage, and then we'll make sure to use those first. Like, over the new ones that we're producing. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, that should be considerably faster. Much, much better. If anything, you're actually consuming the lamps as quickly as I can make them now. So I need the lamps to be crafting faster. Even if just a little. Let's make sure someone actually does that. There we go. So 0.15, you consume 0.1. Okay. So we are making surplus lamps now so they can go be used in other things. I might actually go ahead and just speed you up all the way, because we actually need lamps for a few important things. Okay, never mind. We just need you for relay 3s. Well, okay. I guess that's fine then. Everyone else churn along. Okay, we've got sensors on the go. We've got sensor 2s on the go. Go ahead and increase our maximum here. No reason to stop producing sensors. Always need them in great abundance. Okay. How are the bot stuff going? So we still need the relays, we still need green inserters. Because of course we do. So let's look for relays. The yellow one was down in this area somewhere. There you are. You're missing relay 2s. Relay 1's missing logic circuit. Somewhat concerning. They are bringing some, but it looks like we are running low. Yeah, that's all we're missing. Relay tier 2s are just missing relay tier 1s, which are only missing logic circuits. Yep, you are looking pretty dead. So what's the deal? What's going on? You need logic dies. Okay, so it's great that we're loading logic die boxes into there and everything, but it looks like we are not producing quickly enough. I think the best way to do that, though, would be to start producing the tier 3, whatever they are, which it looks like I already am, because I'm now only missing 44. Yeah, there's some vacuum chamber tier 3s, so they are already getting placed. So as those get placed, and these get placed, that should help out quite a lot. We just have to wait for them to actually start showing up. Speaking of showing up, why are those 4 battery 2s still not here? Okay, you're running, you're just not running nearly fast enough. You're even nanofabricator 2s now. You just need to be way faster, okay. Idea time! What if I also make you boxed recipes? So let's just start breaking these belts here. There we go. Oh, you're already boxed. I was actually unboxing you. Hilarious. So let's see. Into the box, into the box, into the box, into the box. And then we'll see where we go from there. So you had 3 belts. Let's get all 3 belts restored here. Spacing might work out to be a little tricky here. Let's see what I can do though. Also, what even are you? You are battery 2. So, battery 2, boxed recipe. All the way down, let's go. So you're gonna start outputting random junk. And I'll just have the bots take it out. Okay. Okay, so looks like everything pretty much comes in at the same rate, except for the powder, whatever that is, iron filings. We need more of those than anything else. Looks like it would be cool if you could also be on that front belt. Don't know how reasonable that is. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so you need to be on the normal side of this belt. Okay. Oh, nope. So even if I have you drop there, well, I guess at that point you can just drop there. There we go. And then just come in. Okay. Then the next one can be batteries and capacitors. Yes. Looks like it. Okay. There you go. The only problem is you. So we have this single item right here that needs to go over here somehow. Right, you know what? It just gets to be goofy. So you pick up from a knight's move and you drop at a knight's move. So pick up, knight's move, and drop knight's move. Oh, not quite. Looks like pickup is that knight's move. Okay. Also, I'd prefer if you dropped one tile further so that this inserter doesn't have to fight you for it. Oh, and batteries and capacitors are mixed. Whoops. Okay, I have to pick up this whole belt. Come on, guys, you got this. Actually, have to pick up that as well. Okay. Come on, guys, you got this. Didn't think it was that big a deal. Okay. Gonna make me undo it one at a time. There we go. Now you should be better. Once again, just waiting for him to place it. There we go. Okay. So now everyone should have everything that they need. And yes, it is all good. So now we're making boxed battery 2s. So as I've done before when I've converted recipe into a box, let's do this. Filter. You're gonna be battery 2. There we go. And then let's get a boxing machine down here. A little faster, guys. Come on. Okay. And as I did before, I'll try and upgrade you to green, even though we're missing greens, and that's never going to happen, but you know, stranger things have happened. We'll have fun. It'll help me find him later, if nothing else, because he's going to be blinking at me. But that does mean wherever I bring in battery 2s up here, let's go ahead and swap you out to boxed battery 2s. Get all this pulled out of you. Sure. We'll assume that's okay. Now, the question is... Okay, it does look like I do box battery 2s, so let's go ahead and reverse this. So, battery 2s request instead. And then you become regular battery 2s. And we'll keep like 100. Okay, that should be alright. Should be alright. Okay. Let me check on those green inserters one more time, just see why they're not running. Sensor 2s, are sensor 2s stuck? Nope, sensor 2s are running. And they should be about 5 times faster than they were before. I assume, actually. I assume you're faster. Actually, there's like 100 sensor 2 boxes in here, so you're definitely faster. Something's just being silly. Ah, there's a regular sensor 2s jammed in there. If I clean them out. There we go, that's gonna start allowing us to make sensors again. Okay. Simple enough fix. Go ahead and take that out. And those out. Okay, oh cool, and then that gives me regular batteries, which we will only dispense when we need them. So, rocket science is progressing. We've got about 10 minutes left on that. And once that's done, then I can start researching the satellite. What all do I need for a rocket? So... I know I can make the silo and the landing pad. What about the actual rocket itself? That takes steel, titanium, insulation, ceramic. Okay, all things that I have made before, but just in fairly large quantities. On the other hand, this is not like a Space Age or anything where I'm gonna need dozens of silos. I anticipate I'm only gonna need a couple. 50 boxes of rocket fuel per silo every 400 seconds. Okay, hold on. So that's 5 every 40 seconds. Or 8. 1 every 8 seconds. 1 every 8 seconds per silo. I think I'm gonna need more rocket fuel. Okay. Let me come down to my rocket fuel area. Yeah, I make... oh boy. I make a box every 0.01 seconds per machine. So even with 100 machines, I would only be making 1 box per second. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think I'm gonna have 100 machines. Yeah, my aluminum would give out long before that. Huh. Yeah, even if I were to build more, with nowhere to go right now, it's just going to start building up anyway. But I guess I will go ahead and double everything. I don't know how that's going to affect Steam and all, but I'll just start from the back and work my way forward. I am definitely going to need double you. So let's do that. Connect your pipes. You don't need the underground. And let's see. Doubling you. How's that going to work out? So the wastewater pipe is in the way. Though it does mostly line up with what I need. Funny enough. Okay, so I'll just bring it that way. And then wastewater can just connect up here somewhere. What are you? You're sludge, you're wastewater. Okay. The sludge is still connected. Wastewater is this one. So connect you in. There we go. Acid does look to be connected. Nope, we're missing a single underground right there. Why always make your designs tileable. Okay, and then you make 32, and you consume 40. So I remember you as a 5 to 4 ratio. Connect in and connect in. Okay. So 8 and 10, yes, just double checking. Oh yeah, you're gonna need all your top stuff as well. So let's grab all of that and just start bringing that over. There we go. Oh, and you also need an underground. Okay, that should be everything, unless I've messed up one of these undergrounds or something, but they all look good. Okay, and you're running, all running, okay. So with 8 machines, that gives me 0.08 per second. Okay, maybe I have to ease off on the productivity a little bit. So let's do that. And then grab you and bring you down. And we'll see what that does. So at the moment we're doing 0.08 with 21% productivity. Come on guys, you can do this. That's not what I asked for. Okay. We'll see what it does for the other guys. Okay, so you're all gonna get all 3. I did specifically ask for one of these to be a speed. There we go. Also, you don't have a beacon on you, interestingly enough. I don't really have room to put a beacon on you, interestingly enough. What's in the way? The sign's in the way. That can be moved. Okay, that does give me a beacon across all of them also. So I am going to wait until those go down to look at numbers again, and I might have to adjust some of this top stuff to compensate for the increased speeds down here. I don't know if they're going to be enough anymore. Okay, so now instead of 0.01 you are 0.1, so you are 10 times faster than you were before. You only have 12% productivity, but hey, you've still got 12% productivity. So yeah, 10 times faster, about 10% less productivity. I think that's a fair trade. So we're now making 0.8 per second. Which, I mean, is still like 5 times slower, I think? No, that is 10 times slower, I think, than I need to run a rocket silo full-time. But yeah, I don't think my input would be able to keep up with any more than this. I think I'm probably tapped out. Speaking of which, you need more nitrogen, but I already knew that. How much nitrogen do you need? 15.5. So I need 155. Each one of you... Okay, so I only need like another 50% out of you. So let's just do that. And you can go that way. Connect in. Okay. So let's see. You need 180 input. But what is the compression ratio here? Roughly 4 times. So that means you're also only consuming 90. So each of you need about 90. So that's 270. Oh, power is fluctuating. Awesome. Also, 520. How many of you? So that's... Let's see, that's 360. And then another one would be 540. So you're just slightly too slow. So if I grab you... Oh, I can't module you. Okay, I just need another. That's fine. So you're 2,000. You only need like 20 or something. So like maybe 2,200 or something. Yeah, that's 720. That's about 1,100-ish. And you produce 400. I think it's just easier to wait and see if it works. Oh. Do that. Okay. Does look like I need a little more air production. How about you, though? Hydrogen's keeping up just fine, it looks like, though my consumption of hydrogen will go up once my production of compressed nitrogen goes up. So I'll have to recheck you once this all gets placed. Which will happen, I'm sure, at some point. Sometime today. There we go, okay. Is that still not enough? That would be quite surprising if that were the case. Oh, we've got the silo. Okay, very cool. Alright. Whatever. I guess I can just put another one down. Not like that, you know, is a horrible thing to have to do. I just wasn't expecting it. And astronomy is now researching. Should take about 25 minutes. That'll give me plenty of time to plan out where I want my satellite production area to go, and where I want the silo and the landing pad to go. Okay, there we go. So that's 3 air filters. That's gotta be enough. Yes, so you're now running comfortably. Let me increase your top-up amount. I think that might be part of the issue. I mean, okay, as long as you're running comfortably, that's all that really matters. Okay, so that's going to be full nitrogen now. These guys do look to be running constantly. Very good. At the very least, we have more ammonia than we need. The pipe is full, and we are building up. Hydrogen is more than keeping up. Okay. Very nice. That's all I wanted to see. Yeah, we are now waiting on aluminum powder. Let me see. So each one of you is 1.1 per. You produce 0.5 per. So there's 8 of you, so I need about 16 of these guys. Yeah, that'll have changed the modules in you. Yeah, I'm not quite happy with how expensive you are. I might try and expand this a little more and just put more productivity in you. But even still, you're so slow. Yeah, even still, you're so slow. All one thing at a time. And that pipe is going to be in the way, but I can just move the pipe. So connect in, and connect in. And then this pipe can go right there instead. And that should give me more than enough aluminum powder. I would hope. Just kind of waiting on them to all show up. Oh yeah, you also need a substation. Let's get you in place. Okay, I'll just leave that to run for a little while. That should be enough. So I am making progress on those things. I have a feeling I put the wrong battery in you, whichever one is angry. No, they're just requesting battery 2s. What? Why would there just not be battery 2s? That makes no sense. Battery 2. Battery 2. There's so many battery 2s. Okay, there's just something weird. The battery 2 that's in here is not the same as the battery 2 that's in here. So if you use the picker on it, you won't get the correct item. So that's why that hasn't been showing up, I guess. Fair enough. It was just the wrong item, I guess. Did I produce my rocket silo? Less than 0 is not quite what I wanted. And it doesn't look like it did produce. Item ingredient shortage. Need a vacuum chamber 3. Productivity module 2 box. I could have sworn I went through and did all this. Ah, the requester chest is too small. I remember running into that in one other place, also somewhere. Yeah, okay. I wonder if you'll be able to produce now. I can't help but notice you aren't even requesting the productivity module 2 box. What? Why not? don't trash unrequested. Now just read contents, now set request. What? Like you're outputting the signal. Okay. You know what? Fine, you get to just be special cased, I guess. Sure. What I'll do is I'll just remove the line from you. Oh, move the line from you. And then right-click and left-click. So we still get the contents, the recipe set from the spider. It should still set that. But now the shift right-click should include all of the ingredients for you as well. So hopefully that just works. I don't know why it wouldn't. But hey, I don't know why the other one didn't work either. So, anyway. Looks like I truly do not have Productivity Module 2s in a box. Let's also make sure we have Vacuum Chamber 3s, I guess, even though we've been placing them, so we must. Yeah, I would love if I could just make... That's a small assembler. I would love if I could come over here and just allow myself to make the boxed Prod Mod 2, but then I have to box all the other modules, and that kind of defeats the point. Because the whole reason I don't want to box the Prod Mod 2s is because they're expensive. So, there we go. And Prod Mod 2. Okay, so we do have the silo running now. Very cool, very good. How about you? You never ran. But you do have all of your ingredients at least. Okay. Okay, oh cool. So let me see. Satellite's cool and all. What do I need for a rocket though? So I need radar tier 2s, I need haste modules, I need a lot of steel, I need a lot of titanium, I need a lot of rocket fuel. Everything else I think I can probably manage. But the steel's going to be hard. The titanium, I'm not sure if I'm able to do that much. We'll have to see. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. We'll see how that goes. Let's find a silo. So grab a silo. No idea where the best place to put this would be. But I'm pretty sure I want the landing pad somewhere in this area, because I need to send it down to the bio area, and I need it for actual science. But all of the stuff that I'm doing, all the crafting, all the boxes and stuff, that's being sent up to the main base. That's up here. It's not like the silo and the product, the science, have to be in any way related. So I think I will just stick the silo over here somewhere. What I'm seeing, the grand division here, is if I stick the silo like here. Let's pick that up, and then all of this can go away. Why are you running? why are you running? Carbon dioxide's we invented. Oh, okay, you are my, like, original nitrogen battery. I guess that's fine. I forgot that I kind of just taped you onto the side of what was originally a graphite build, and now that graphite build is no longer needed. Anyway, we've got the first silo placed, and what I was trying to say, but I couldn't get a coherent thought out, is I can try and place requesters, like, down this way. For any of the stuff that I need that isn't produced literally right here, which I think is going to be very little. But maybe, for example, like rocket fuel. Even though I unbox rocket fuel right here, which means I'm requesting rocket fuel somewhere. I think? Yes, there you are. So let's actually get rid of you. I'll change you into a buffer then. And then you can be rocket fuel. There we go. Okay. And that way I can just unload you straight onto belts, straight into the silo. Yeah, all this stuff has to be boxed, which is a problem. It didn't have to be boxed. It would be so much easier. Like titanium sheets. Do I even bring titanium sheets up into the base? I doubt I do. I think I just bring them in... yeah, over here. So I will bring titanium sheets by truck up here. Bring a little bit of the pressure off the bots. How far away is steel? Okay, steel's a decent distance. And if I can bring it in, I might as well. I wonder, out of curiosity, go ahead and put trucks into you. If I come down to the steel area, I'm loading steel into a thing. Don't know why you pick up from 2 away. You really don't need to do that anymore. Does anything ever request steel? Like, what even are you specifically? Steel beam. No, so nothing requests steel beam. Interesting. Where did I go? Okay, there we go. So, obviously I need steel beams. But what I'm thinking is, if I just back off a little bit here, get a blue inserter, and then regular inserter, and then box, and then standard deal, so you will filter to steel beam, output diagonal, there we go. And do one of those, so left and left, and right and right. Not that I have that much throughput on steel. I think I'm limited to half a belt of half of a yellow belt, yeah. Though you are capable of producing way faster now. I guess since you've been upgraded several times. So what if I get rid of this little intermediate here and just allow you to output normal? So you there, but you get offset. Okay, we're just waiting on things to get placed. Okay, so we're making our way through the stack here. Oh yeah, I guess you can be blue if you really want to. Okay, bots, come on. Really? I don't even see anyone coming in to place it. Like, usually you can see the yellow construction bot. Oh, there we go. He came from the bottom. He was trying to surprise me. It was a surprise attack. Okay, anyway, that's going to give us a lot more steel output, though now we're going to be input constrained. And this might put strain on steel gears, which is kind of a problem until we filled up buffers and stuff. Not much I can do about it, though. But yeah, we'll just slowly make our way through there. And that does mean somewhere up in here, I have a steel recipe, and I'll want to switch that around. But first things first, are you actually receiving? Yes, you are. So you're going to get trucks. Very good. So I will come up here and just swap this around. So steel, swap the condition around to be regular steel. And we'll keep, like, a stack of regular steel beams, I think. And then make sure you don't have any garbage left in you. Go ahead and pick those up as well. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, this is boxed titanium sheet. So I will need to go deal with that as well. So titanium. Can I just make you sheets by any chance? Also, your modules. Let's upgrade the machines and the modules in them. Probably over this way as well. Let's make sure all these pipes get upgraded to black, because I did just make a few blue pipe in there. And I'm just upgrading everything that I can. So, again, I'm going to do this, but that just means I have to upgrade all the pipe in here. I mean, I don't have to, but I will. Okay. What I wanted to do, first of all, is look and see if I could make a boxed recipe, which I can, but only if I start with U, which is possible only if I start with boxed recipes of U, which will probably need boxed sodium. I don't have too much trouble with that, though. So let's just throw a boxer in here. Oh, you already covered that area, okay. There we go. And I can't actually get one more in there, but I think we'll be fine. And then you pick up from the right. Let's have you input to the near side. And then you pick up from above, and you can output to the bottom. That's your only item input, so we should be fine there. And let's change you out to boxed recipes. There we go. And yeah, that's gonna send sodium all over the place. Oh well. Should have probably cut the belts first, but I'm just waiting for it to back up now. Okay, so you're finished. So, cut you, and cut you. And the same there. And I believe that's everywhere. Now I can just undo those 3 cuts. Okay, and we can give you better modules. Just all the way around. And probably even give you some productivity now. I don't think it's actually taking that. So I'll just do the one on the end instead. Oh no, okay, it did. It did take that. Well, I'll have to do a little fixing up, it's fine. Go ahead and get your modules replaced as well. And I'm not even looking at ratios or anything over here. Let's get that placed in. And then replaced here. I guess that gives me a good comparison though. So let's see. Well, we're going to make some amount of stuff over here. I need to make sure we're consuming that amount over here. And make sure that our belts are up to snuff. So you're about 2 items a second per. With 4 of you, that's going to be about 8 items a second, which does comfortably fit on half a red belt. So no problems with belts or anything. We do need massive amounts of input speed though. So you're 9 per. So that's gonna be like 2 blue inserters per, I think. So let's get that upgraded in. And then the same up here, but that does mean moving your underground a smidge. So let's see how that rework will go. I forgot to ask the game nicely. Forgot to say please. Okay, so in you go. In you go, and you go, and in you go. Okay, 9 times 4. That's going to be 36. That is more than a red belt. So I will have to upgrade you to a blue belt. There you are. And there you are. Why are you undergrounds? No idea. You really don't need to be. Okay. And then just up this way. And there you are. And that ought to do. Oh, and these inserters as well. Okay, we might wind up needing a few more trucks down this way. We'll see how that goes. Okay, anyway, with all that out of the way, who knows if that's even necessary or not. So, okay, we do also have astronomy science now. Okay, so each one of you does nearly 2 per second. So that's going to be around 32 per second, which is just over 1 red belt. So it is split over multiple red belts, so that's fine. Hold on. I have the same number, so that makes things easy. So 1.9, you take in 0.8. Okay. You take in sulfuric acid and sand. I'm just thinking, I'm trying to balance how much productivity I get with how much speed I want. So I'm going to try this out and see if that works. And if that works, then I'll continue it up. If that doesn't work, though, I'm going to have a different idea up here. And we're just going to see which one of these is most efficient overall. Okay. So you take in 2.6 input. That's a little overkill. We are aiming for 1.9. You take 1.2, so that's not quite enough. And you take 2.07, that's pretty close. I'd say that one is our winner right there. So let's repeat that one around. So you're going to be able to output 8.7 fluid per second apiece. There's once again 16 of these. And you take in 6.7. And you output 8.7. So we do need you to be slightly faster, which is impressive, being that you already have 2 speed modules in you. Yeah. Okay, maybe I just need to beacon this side. Well, if I try and beacon you, I'm gonna beacon the other side as well. Not that that really matters, because you won't have more input, but it is kind of wasted. Also go top and bottom there. Yeah, that works. That'll give me a little more speed. Could I just get you in the middle somewhere? I can just get you in the middle. It'll work way better. There we go. Okay. So we're just waiting on that to get placed now. But, I mean, that's going to give me a 30% speed increase. Takes it from... yeah, that'll give me like 7.5-ish, I think. And we are 8.7. Oh, come on, guys. Killing me. We're also missing, apparently, a whole bunch of inserters for whatever reason. There we go, finally. Oh, okay. A little more than I thought. 8.2 is pretty close to 8.7. I'm happy enough with that. That works for me. Okay, so then that will come out, and we'll make stuff up here with those. And once we're up here, we don't have to be quite so careful with them. I will go ahead and sort these out to be boxed recipes. So you here, output to the right. Box. Set your filter. And then pick up from left. There we go. And then change your recipe. Yeah. Box plates? Box plates. Okay. So, pick that up. And the one that wound up on the belt. In fact, this whole belt needs to be picked up anyway. And never needed to be there in the first place. Now that I think about it. Preemptively, we will empty you. And let's get better productivity modules into all of these guys. So, boxed. Empty you. You. And you already have rods in you. So let's go ahead and do the same thing over here. So you're going to drop to the right. Grab you. Filter you. And pick up from left. If possible, once you're placed, I would love to upgrade you. But apparently I have no blue inserters, so it is what it is. And the same thing, once again, for the foil. Okay. So, slowly making our way through the plates. making some headway with the rods, though hopefully we get output room before we're totally full. And now that you exist, let's give you an upgrade. I'd love to give you an upgrade as well, and you as well if possible. Okay, so this area is empty. Salt. Boxed salt wound up down here somehow. That's not something I want to see. It wound up down here as well, so let's clean that up. Anyway, let's change your recipe. Here we go. And once again, just pick that up, because that's not what we want down here. Oh, I am going to have to change my filters. That's going to be... I guess searching for box wouldn't do too much good there. Because you are going to output boxed salt. And I think I am going to get rid of you guys and get a box machine and just load regular salt back into the system. Though, I don't need to, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe this is a good thing, because I've been annoyed for a while about wasting trucks on the active depot. This will condense the number of trucks that I use by 5. I just need to make sure that this up here is changed from salt to boxed salt. And then when I output you, I need to unbox you. And there's actually an unboxer right here, funny enough. So what if I did that? Had you output and... let's pick up. Output Knight's Move. And pick up from... right there. Yeah, that works. There's radars on you. You're not filtered, are you? Nope. Well, at least I noticed. Wonder how long it'll take until they pick all that up. Okay. And back you go. And these... which way should this go? These guys should be disabled when this box is too full. So there's 5,000 in here. So you should be disabled. You actually have a hand right there. So be disabled when you are more than 3.5k. There we go. Oops. Okay, that should be fine. Created 1,000 ichthyology research. Less than. Less than. Okay. Yep, there's a rail signal in here. Let's get rid of that. Ooh. I do want you to have priority though, so maybe I don't reuse the same boxer then. Like, what if I put you there? So, left and left. Make sure you output to the right. And then in there. Yeah, and then I can get rid of that. Okay. Oh, cool. So, did that help this area at all? Sodium, well, there's no sodium to start with. That's kind of exactly where I was, so that would have been nice to know. Well, I have plenty of sodium. Hmm. What? Why not? Okay, well, you sent the truck out. I guess that's all I can ask for. Okay. Sure. These are not even running entirely, so upgrading them wouldn't do anything. Let's see, your steam is full. Curious. Overflow 60%. Okay, we're sitting at roughly 50. And we convert you into water for this process. Okay, so that's fair. That's where we want to be. Why are you full? Wasn't someone full on steam? Oh, you're full on steam because your underground is gone. That would certainly do it. Yep, that does make sense. Okay. How about down here? No, okay, so you're just missing brine. Which is also strange. Like, we should have brine. So I guess all the brine's coming in here and being made into lithium brine for the time being. I suppose. The fish is gonna make lithium brine, funny enough. So I might preemptively set up several requesters here. Several because they're gonna have to go very far away. Even then that's maybe a little overkill. And I'm gonna make you lithium brine. And then lithium brine can connect down this way. And in you go. And actually, maybe I want to connect you slightly differently. It can't go here. Could go on this square. So what if I connect down here instead? And there is a reason for this. Just give me a moment. That way, I can put a pump in here. So that goes away. Let's see. Then you can connect in there. Oh, cool. So pump right there, connect in, and top up. That way we only use this lithium if we really need to. And then all of you need trucks, of course. So full stack and 8. Full stack and 8. I've done this so many times, I'm gonna see this process in my dreams. And there we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. I don't know why there's a single red belt at the exit here. Let's go ahead and upgrade that. Not that we really need you to be blue belt, but just seems a little silly. Anyway, so is that where all of the brine is going then? Yeah, it does look like all the brine is going to the left. Not that we worry too much about it. We do wind up making salt from lithium brine anyway, so I guess that's fine. I might have even set it up that way intentionally. Okay. And the salt boxes are being brought in here and unpacked. So that is nice to see. No drones. You'll get your drones soon enough, don't you worry. Okay. Well, first things first. All of the prod that I can. And when can I research? Final prod. That does take space science, so it'll be a little while. You also take space science. I guess I have to be careful about that now, so let's get rid of you. I guess I'll start finding other things that I can queue for the time being. Like you take space science, so you have to come off. Okay. Sure. We'll see how that does. So, substation. This area needs power, so let's power it up. There we go. And I might just let bots deal with all of this. Like, I've got 3 of my ingredients up here. I think that's probably good enough. Also, why don't I have more boxes of titanium? Worked on titanium quite a while ago. Okay. So this is done. You are finished. And you are finished. Oh, you do need to be upgraded. So you're no longer titanium sheets. You are titanium sheet boxes. There we go. And then the same up here. And the same up here. So there are 200 boxes in here, apparently. Or just 200 somewhere. Maybe there's 200 on the other side, like stuck in the buffer, which is why it's still available to logistics, but then there's only 15 down here. So yeah, we just need more ingots, which needs more sodium. I have sodium on the way, but apparently not quickly enough. So let's just greatly increase the amount of sodium requests we can make. And apparently seems to be doing okay. So it might be worthwhile just going ahead and increasing the number of total trucks I can have down here. We'll see what happens from there. Yeah, we do have 5 out of 6 trucks of sodium on the way, so it's not like they aren't trying. I think they just need more trucks. That said, it did look like we went down to 6 out of 5, and they still weren't resending. So we may also just need better sodium production. Which is, you know, totally possible. Might be the case. Okay, let's try upgrading through here. I don't know if that's gonna make any difference necessarily, but might as well give it a shot. We do split right here anyway. Okay, we do always stay full of salt, so I could also try upgrading these guys. Don't know if I need to upgrade those. This doesn't stay full of salt really, so these guys are more than enough. Oh, I did not upgrade through here, apparently. Okay, and I'm missing 4 green inserters, because of course I am. Well, they'll get done soon enough. Now, like, we are using a lot of salt somewhere. I guess rocket fuel. Gonna be rocket fuel most likely. Well, that's the only thing it can be, because the other two we produce directly below, other than seawater, which is really only useful as a means of voiding salt, which hopefully we aren't doing. Let me go check on that. Yeah, so currently we are not voiding salt. I know for a while we were, so I did just want to come up and check. Okay, we've gotten a couple green inserters. It looks like a single blue input can't keep up with them now. So I will also upgrade you. I didn't expect I would ever need to have to upgrade the boxing input inserter. But here we are. Yeah, I mean, it'll get here soon enough. Oh, there we go. We're just waiting on this guy, I guess. Like, weird choice, but honestly, the way I would have preferred it to have worked out. Okay, so it's not like this salt is ever running out. So maybe I didn't even need to upgrade you. I just saw this empty and thought I was having input problems, but that is not the case. It does look like we're keeping this belt much better saturated with 4 green inserters, though. Yeah, which is mostly keeping all of this saturated as well. What if I go ahead and upgrade all of this to green also? Just see what that does. In fact, you can be green. I don't need these yet, but hey, what do you know? Maybe someday I will. Okay, and that has helped tremendously. We are now backed up on sodium, if anything, so we need more inserter speed. 1.5 a second, so it would take 10 of these to do half a red belt, which I do not have. But all the same, we are doing okay. Well, on the other hand, at 2 1/4 input, how many would it take to do an input from a red belt? Because maybe that's what I built you around. So 7 times 2 would be 14, and then that's almost another 2. So yeah, that's almost 16. So that's more than half of a red belt, but actually still perfectly comfortable, funny enough. Well, at any rate, they're now running perfectly fine. What I was thinking about is I could go ahead and upgrade you to Electrolyzer 3s, get a little more speed out of you, but I can't, like, beacon electrolyzers or anything. It just doesn't let you. Of all the things you can add productivity to, you can't even add speed to an electrolyzer. It just does what it does. And there we go. Very nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this upgraded, just in case. So it does look like it's mostly an issue of these guys not keeping up. Though at 4 items out, I suspect these are also going to need some help. And goes without saying, their inputs as well. There we go. So we'll see how all that does. And while we're waiting on that to all come together and get built, I think it's a perfect time for a drink of water. Okay, we are building up a nice stockpile of sodium now, though, even without the inserter upgrade, so I'm going to say that's probably fixed enough. We are working our way through a backlog of salt boxes, which is a little concerning, because at some point we will run out of salt. But I'm not that worried about it. I don't think we need to keep this up for very long. And if we do, that just means I need more salt production, and salt is relatively easy to build. Like, salt is pretty basic. Let me see. So, titanium. You are hardly running at all. All 16 trucks are out getting sodium, it looks like. That's pretty hard for me to believe. Not like sodium is miles away or anything. Yeah, like sodium's right there, so the trucks just have to come up here, down, and in right there. I mean, I guess... Hold on. So each one of you expects 1 box a second. There's 16 of you. That's 16 boxes a second. That is the equivalent of 80 items a second, I guess. So I guess I understand why I don't have quite enough sodium. 80 per second would be quite a bit. Yeah, even with the upgrade I just did, we have 14 total. And that's going to give me 56 a second, which is actually more than I was thinking. That's more than a blue belt, isn't it? Yeah, blue belt's only 45, so this is actually a green belt worth of output. So not too shabby. I mean, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I would need more salt, if anything, to keep up with you, but that might just be an input issue. Okay, so everything I'm producing, I'm now capable of outputting, and everything I'm outputting, I'm capable of throwing in here. But let's see if it stays that way once these belts get upgraded. Okay, so we are making it to the end now, which does seem to mostly be staying online. It does lag a little bit here and there, but like... honestly, what if I just made you blue the whole way down? I was being a little silly. Let's just upgrade the whole thing. I think literally just the time lag there might be making up the difference. Well... maybe, maybe not. It actually doesn't look like much salt is coming down here at all. Interesting. I mean, yeah, we're definitely using salt faster than we're making it at this point. But I mean, that's a lot of sodium too, so I think we're just gonna have to say that's good enough for now. Yeah, titanium is starting to back up, the ingots at least. The titanium sheets are running. The output 0.14, you consume 0.13, so we do just barely make some extra here and there. Each one of these makes 0.17. So we should be making way more. Oh, also, what's your deal? Up and up. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, each one of these, when running at full time, outputs 0.17. Each one of these takes in 0.16. You take 0.13, so we have way more production, assuming you're actually running, than we are currently consuming. So what if I did just go ahead and move you over here? Just W real quick. Bring you in. Sludge wants to be on top of the Roboport, which isn't really going to work for me. So what if I bring you down this way instead? And then nitric acid. I can do something like that. Is it beautiful? No. Does it work? Yes, it does. Okay, and with that doubled, then I can also just double this down here without any real issues. Or at least I should be able to. Like 0.13. 0.14. Yeah, you should be running faster, but somehow these are the ones that are missing input. I guess that is because we have a splitter up here. So half of it goes that way, which does make sense. Okay. I mean, that all looks fine to me. Yeah, the ingots are building up. And once this fills up, then they'll all come down here and be made into titanium sheet. Which we are a little low on right now, but, you know, we should be set on pretty soon. With this many, we're making 0.8 a second. How many does the silo want? 0.01 a second. Okay, so very little. Not much at all. That is with all those productivity modules, of course. You are a 400-second crafting recipe, but you're currently at the minus 80% minimum. So, yeah. You're gonna take a long time. That might be a bit too much even for me. What if I swap out for you? Okay, so now you're up to 0.07 at least. And if I get beacons in here. Okay, granted, it's not like I'm going to be able to supply this much anyway. I should be realistic here. 0.12 rocket fuel per second. What was my production down here? Because I think I was producing 0.08. Or 0.8, rather. So I'm producing 0.8. Oh wait, what did it want? 0.12. Okay. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. That's not bad at all. At that rate, if that's all at once... where was my rocket fuel? There we go. At that rate, I can actually swap out the speed modules with more productivity. There we go. At least I think I can. It needs 0.12, so even if I lose the speed module entirely, I think I would be okay. I say if, that is what I'm doing. In some theoretical where I do exactly the thing that I'm doing, I think I'll be okay. So let's see. You're producing 0.09 now, but I do have 8 of you, so even just 1.5 of you actually would be fine. Okay, somehow along the line, I was thinking rocket silo required way more materials. And I'm not really sure how I wound up making that mistake. But I thought you needed, like, way more materials. At that rate, I might just go ahead and get another one. Primed and ready to go. Can I move you forward a square, actually? Yeah, there we go. That works out a little better. Okay, and then you're just gonna be bot fed. I'm not gonna worry about belts or anything. Belts seem a little silly in this scenario. So each one of you just gets a requester chest. There we go. And copy down, and copy down. Doesn't look like I have gates and boxes, but that might literally be the very last thing that I need. So let's go put gates in boxes. So let's get a gate. Nope, that's not the boxed gate, that's just a gate. There we go. Okay, I don't even make a satellite anymore, so let me go see what I can do about a satellite area. Like, what even is the recipe for a satellite? So, batteries, labs, small beacons, okay, lots of stuff that is expensive, and you take more rocket fuel. You actually look like you take quite a bit of rocket fuel. But you are just a large assembler, and I think I'll just make you in my large assembler area. Let's see, right here. Yeah, you're literally right next to the silos anyway. So let's get rid of all of this stuff. Paving drone hazard. Hilarious. Okay. I think I'll have all of this but solar panel 2s. And labs, of course. For whatever reason, I cannot keep labs running. Like they are currently running. But I have none to offer. Maybe I just need to be producing more. Because at this point, it doesn't look like we're input limited. All day today we've been input limited on the labs, but now they are actually just running. Let me get the Spidertrons out of the... Let me get the rocket Spidertrons out of the way. Catches me off guard every time. Okay. Right. So I'll produce more lab 1s, more lab 2s. And what does a lab 2 even need? This type stuff. Okay. I might go ahead and make more gates. Wherever those happen to be. Okay. Anything else? Looks pretty solid to me. I guess you just get to stay as a parameter. There we go. Once you get placed, I will swap out your modules. There we go. There we go. Get you down that way. And that should be the final thing. Sensor nodes. On the way 3. I guess they're bringing it in from one of the buffer chests. Carbon composite. I should be making carbon composite. I don't remember where. Carbon composite, there you are. Well, make 0.06 of you, and I'm making you 4 or something. And just one silo alone wants 0.12. So this one little jank setup that I have down here, not nearly enough. I do have this whole area down here, however. So let's see something. Okay, so I do want carbon fiber in a box. If I do that, I'm already requesting carbon fiber in a box. So let's just get rid of all of these guys. Preemptively, let's get you and you in here, so you filter to carbon composite. Output up. And pick up down. And boxer, there we go. You're also Foundry 2s, so I can go ahead and upgrade you to Foundry 3s. There's a lot of you. Okay, I'll also go ahead and upgrade your modules. And you are speed 2s the whole way, at least. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. Okay. Let's make sure that gets accounted for. Okay. So as soon as there's a little bit of room in here, because I don't want what I'm about to do to clog up the belts. Oh, I can go ahead and change a recipe. That is going to dump carbon fiber onto the belt. Yeah, that's gonna take you a minute. But you are making good progress. Let's see. First rocket, let's go. That was so fast. That was way faster than I expected. It doesn't even do me any good to have the rocket yet, because I don't even have the satellite. Let's see. So, carbon composite is making its way down. Making its way downtown. So once there's nothing but carbon composite on the belts, I will just go ahead and break it. These belts, unfortunately, do just have to be broken. Just waiting for the bots to clean all that up. I know it'll take them a second, but they can do it. They have the skills, they have the technology. I know there's more carbon composite coming, but I figured I'd go ahead and get the bots to pick up what was in there. There's not that much left. And there we go. So that's the final bit that needs to leave. So now we can replace all these belts, and instead do this the correct way. So down and down, up and up. And in you go. And then you can be offset. Okay, and that's the only thing that needs to change since you are just one box and one fluid input. And that'll give me quite a lot more carbon composite in here. I do want to double check, make sure I wasn't requesting carbon composite anywhere. So let's see, request, that's just the main base. So that's literally it right there. So carbon composite, let's just get the bots to start breaking some of you guys out. Hopefully they'll be a little faster than that. No. No. Okay, well. Carbon composite box. And increase you to like 8 drones. Again, I don't know exactly how many I'm gonna need, but I might as well have some extra. Go ahead and get rid of you, I guess. This pipe, I can start running backwards. There we go. And I will go ahead and restore you to a sane and reasonable inserter. Okay, you've got like what, 2 recipes left? 1 recipe left? Yeah. So I'll go ahead and let you finish. So I said, but I don't know if I can wait that long. I mean, I guess it's fine. And there we go. So now you go away. Okay, so I don't believe I put carbon composite in a box before. Oh no, I looked for carbon composite and didn't get anything up here. Let me verify. Yeah, you're just glass. So I do need an unboxing for carbon composite, because some things will require it. So carbon, composite, and we'll keep like 200, I guess. How is this area down here doing on walls and stuff? Okay, you're keeping up. You're keeping up. Just wanted to make sure. Assemblers, doing good. Power poles, fantastic. Chests, good. Rails, fantastic. Okay, just making sure everything's doing okay. So what do you still need? Solar panel 2 and the lab. Still did not get a single lab in here. I just added more lab. What do you want? Okay, now you want green circuit. Which, like, okay, maybe there's a problem with green circuits. That's more reasonable, at least. Yeah, let's go check out green circuits. You need memory circuits. Weird. Okay, why do I feel blind? Red and green wire. There you are. Memory circuit. Hardly any. Okay. I mean, you just need logic, which just needs logic die, which needs polycrystalline, which needs more silicon ingot. Okay, so after upgrading you, I need more silicon. Oh, you're graphite restricted now. Well, that's new. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have practically a whole blue belt flowing that way. Yeah, like that is a fully compressed belt you can't even output. So I guess I need to start upgrading down this way. So you will get more output once I come up here and start upgrading all of this. Why are you underground? Okay, like you can be underground, that's fine. And like there or something. There. Okay. Well, we'll see how that does. Apparently, I had all those belts just ready to go because it didn't yell at me. So we'll see if doing all that actually improved anything or not. Let's see, you output 2 a second. That also means I can upgrade your inserters. Okay, this is going to get a little old if I do this the whole way up. At the same time, I can't see myself choosing to do it a different way. Okay, you're already purple. For some reason, just that one got to be purple. And there we go. Okay. Well, still waiting on those. Well, for some reason I'm waiting on purple inserters. I will never understand. Let's just make more purple inserters, why not? Oh, we could be missing logic circuits. Like, in fairness, that is the thing I am trying to fix. So, yeah, we are just out. So, I guess that's somewhat reasonable. I understand. Okay. It looks like I just need even a second green belt down here, because just one is not cutting it. So, let's see. After you, I suppose, I will begin the green underground secondary belt. Oh, that did fit. Look at that. I was worried it wouldn't. And then, yeah, you can bypass that entirely, come down this way, and in you go. And we'll see how that does. Okay, we've got some sort of research up here. Fatty acids can be broken down into my typical gas products. Okay, I did get a better ECH recipe. That's something I do want to look at. Paraffin. I know paraffin is important. I don't remember why. I just know that it is. So, ECH and paraffin. I'll try to remember both of those next time I'm not busy making something. So, let's say output priority to the right. And then any overflow carries along this belt here. Though it looks like I might not have started soon enough, because that is already a pretty filled green belt. Like, that was pretty full. So what if I actually start you all the way back here? I love it when that just works out. Man, you in there, you in there. You know, this is actually not what I want to do. I just realized the whole problem is the belt's full, which means these can't output. But this doesn't really help that. So I guess I actually want to force output that way and then allow the overflow to come this way. And that makes more sense. Assuming just these guys are enough to keep all this stuff supplied, which I think it should without really any issue. The problem is you do have a massive backlog in here, so until that backlog clears, it's going to be really hard to tell if I'm actually keeping up or not. But it does look to be holding on. Like, that does seem fine. Might go ahead and force output these. That just makes it easier to tell if I am encountering any issues along the way. Okay, then they merge up here. Okay, does look okay. So the very last one I have to worry about is this red one right here, but there is plenty coming down that I don't think I have to worry about you not getting enough, though you are aluminum. So if you do run out, I would be sad. Why do you not have anything? Because you have no hydrogen. Why would I have no hydrogen? Who's to say? Okay. What if I just upgrade the electrolyzers? Make sure the pipes are upgraded, the black pipe, along with all of you, and all of you. And then all of these electrolyzers can also be upgraded tier 3. That is, of course, going to mean they need more water now. Probably about twice as much water. So, would it be possible for me to just take this and put you on top? No, there's a roboport up there. I can bring you up this way. Okay. So, you will fit there. You can fit there. Of course, you are one tile outside the range of the substation over here. Oh, but there's another substation over there, so I don't need that at all. In fact, do I need any of these then? I don't think so. I think all these power poles can go. And there we go. I do see some of them have no power. Does just mean I'll have to deal with that in a moment. Yeah, so that stuff has no power either. let's see, substation there. The next one would want to be like down in here somewhere. What if I didn't do that and instead put you there? Okay, this power pole does unfortunately need to be there because that pump needs to be there. But I think if I break you... Okay, so that is disconnected now. Oh well, I tried. Okay, enough messing with power poles. Let's just get all of that connected up and dealt with. Next substation would be at this level. There we go. I can at least keep it horizontally correct. Yeah. I think that works out. Even if it's not perfect, it'll get the job done. So wastewater should all be connected. Yes, it is. Normal water is not connected. And unfortunately, I can't flip wells. So I just have to pick you up. So I think the top row might be 2 wells short. But at the same time, I think I'm already producing more than enough, so it shouldn't really be an issue. So let's get that wastewater cleared out of here. There, you in. And regular water. Where can I get you out? A little more challenging, actually. But I can... Nope, can't connect you there because wastewater wants to connect, but I can just do a little funny underground business like that. And then the same up here. Okay, so wastewater is full now. That's because you broke the pipe and didn't replace it. Bots please. I might go ahead and upgrade one of these if any of them are in power range. Doesn't really look like you are. You're still dealing with it. It looks like you're still able to deal with it. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, you're fine. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. So I wonder, is that enough now? Okay, we have too much oxygen now. What? How are you just not connected? That's been that way the entire game. Like, pretty much since I left the very first starter base. That has been there. Okay, not the very first. The very first starter base was pretty rough, but you know, pretty much since I stopped calling my base a starter base. That has been like that. That's just kind of crazy. I do wish they would go ahead and come in here and place those pipes. Well, I could see if I did actually need to vent more oxygen or not. Would be cool. These are also chimney 1s, so I can pretty easily upgrade them. In fact, I might as well go ahead and upgrade at least the first couple rows here. I don't see any... Well, I'll just upgrade them all. Whatever. Okay. Does that help? Okay, I'm now venting oxygen as fast as I can get it in there. But my pump is, like, at its limit here. Yeah, it's hard to say if it's actually if it's keeping up or not. I think it is just barely keeping up. But I could also just add another pump for basically free. Might also need another water pump. That doesn't seem like an awful idea. Since I did double water production, I probably need to double the pumps as well. Just seems kind of reasonable. Okay, that was all in an effort to make more hydrogen. It looks like these pumps down here could also use an upgrade. There we go. Okay. So, let's see, all the way down to the bottom. You should be capable of running out. Yep. Looks good. Okay. Yeah, that's running constantly. You very briefly flicker ever so often, but you are holding pretty steady. Yeah, 104 and you consume 56, so I have no idea where the problem is there. I guess it's just because you aren't running frequently. You take 160, you produce 80. Ah, would do it. Do I have Distillery 3s yet? Apparently I do. Let's see if that's actually true. And if so, I'm definitely gonna need to upgrade the air filters. Okay, I do have Distillery 3s. I just haven't used them literally anywhere. So you produce 160, you consume 160, so you should be in lockstep with each other. You take 600 air in, which is 1.5 of these. So for 2, I should only need 3. So 1, 2, 3. So it should work out like that. Okay, let's grab you and just copy you up. Unfortunately, there's no way to automatically have it clean up. I guess I could pull something like that and then paste on top. A little riskier. I could wind up making a mess of something. But I could do it. So let's just keep on doing that for now, and I'll probably just wind up messing up something. We'll see. There you go. And break you. And in you go. Okay. Oh, I did break an underground there, I noticed. So let's restore that. Okay. Some things don't have power. I guess I did break some stuff. Yeah, you can go, like, right there. Go have fun. Everyone else still has power. Okay. Oh, cool. I guess I'll go ahead and do this side as well. Oh yeah, horizontal flip. There you go. And then, so I don't have to flip you every time, I will go ahead and just recopy you. I do feel like I have to be so careful. Okay. On to the next. Paste you in. On to the next. And paste you in. Yeah, just making sure there's not anything that I'm accidentally breaking anywhere. Or at least doing my best to ensure that I'm not breaking anything anywhere. And then whatever this is down here. What is this? Why are you down here? What happened? What is this nonsense? Okay, whatever. I guess it's fine. Just 1, 2, and 3. There you go. Let's see. 320, you can handle 500. Okay, so you're good on output and everything. Let's see. Upgrade you, and you'll hit the roboport just fine. And no one else is without power or anything, so it does look like I actually did it. Okay. Okay, all cool. Let's go ahead and side balance you here. There we go. Just since this is right after where both streams merge together, I would like it to be side balanced appropriately. Please. Okay, there they are. Okay, so that should pull from both sides evenly now. That way I won't get this weird little stripey doohickey. And both machines will be able to output instead of just one of them. Though it still looks like mostly just one of them is outputting. Well, okay, maybe since this line is falling, maybe input is evening out a little bit. Could also be this line right here is the problem. So let's go ahead and take care of that. There we are. That'll even that strain out. Okay. So the whole point of doing this was silica, like forever ago, because I had no circuits. So let's see. I now have no sand. What? Why am I not able to get methanol canisters? Why am I not able to get methanol canisters? Okay, I make methanol up here. Is this the only place I make methanol? Okay, I also make methanol canisters here. You have literally never been connected to anything. Awesome. How about this one up here, though? Why aren't you running? Methanol is just low. Because methane is low. Because I make methane on site. I'm pretty sure methane is one of those things that I'm constantly avoiding. But who cares? If it's working, it's fine. 51, you produce 84. So yeah, with two machines here. Are you not the same? You should be the same. Oh, one of you just has a beacon, the other one doesn't. Oh, you actually have two beacons, never mind. Okay, I mean, sure. I guess I just increase your speed. And then only increase your speed a little bit. And see if that helps. Okay, so you output 98 now, assuming constant input. You want 54 and 44, so that's going to be 98, which is pretty much perfect. Am I good or what? Okay. Well, that should give some more metal. But why? I guess rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is consuming everything. That does make sense. Okay. So... You also are out of methanol. How am I just out of methanol? Because there's no methane. Okay, I guess I'm not voiding methane. Never mind. Oh, propene is full now. What? What? Propene I haven't had enough of in so long. Propene has been the reason I haven't had any ECH. It was the reason I was excited to have a new, better ECH recipe. Okay, ECH is full. Well, what do you know? Okay. I'm pretty sure I have a area down here that handles excess propene. Propene. Overflow. Yes, yes I do. So wait, what? Interesting, interesting. So I overflow back this way so that I can, yeah, I overflow this way so that I can void it if things are producing propene down below. But that means this process never kicks on. Interesting. I'm distracted momentarily because there's quite a large bug that I just noticed. And now it's gone. So, now you know. I suppose if it decides to come poke its head back out in front of me, then we'll both find out. Awesome. Okay, anyway, how do I deal with this? So, propene. Well, one thing I could do is just make this black pipe, and then maybe I won't need the pump there at all. So, let's see. Yep, definitely didn't have that much. Kind of figured. Oh, I guess I went way over my limit. Okay, I kind of thought I was going to have some. I didn't realize I was going to be missing that much. Well, that is a surprise. Well, in the meantime, I'll raise your overflow to 90% and raise this top up to 80%. And then lower this overflow to 70%. And then maybe lower you to 70% also. Because I do think I might produce propane somehow down the line. So maybe not. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't run fatty acid pyrolysis. I only just unlocked you, so I don't run that yet. Yeah, okay, maybe there's not really anything I need to worry about too much. Anyway, that has kicked on this process as it was supposed to. And that does seem to be able to handle the excess. Yeah, the pipe is no longer completely full of propane, at least. And since you are byproduct handling, let's go ahead and upgrade you, and then give you a speed mod. Might as well upgrade these guys here. And then upgrade them to the next tier of chemical. Oh, and these guys also can be upgraded to the next tier of chem plant, and then have their modules improved. There we go. How about you? You guys deserve the same. There we go. And what are you making? Methanol. Yeah, you can also get upgraded. Why not? Okay, you have kind of a weird pattern going, but I think I can just drag across you. No big deal. Oh yeah, I'm missing so much stuff. That's going to be coming in for a while. Okay. Well, I mean, I tried. It's a much needed upgrade, and that is a decent chunk of the early chemical base also. How's science doing? Science is wonderful. Okay. I am running bioscience right now, so that's somewhat understandable. I guess I did finally get all these labs in, so I might as well get started on the next line. Okay, nope, I was gonna say, it looks like I have them, but I don't. Of course I don't. Why would I have labs? And you're still missing methanol. comes from methane. Is there any better way to make methanol at this point? Sugar and bacteria. Yeah, sugar and bacteria. I wonder if I'm running that already anywhere. Like if I back up, I have methanol deliveries. Yeah. I have a single methanol right here. Okay, that's a fluid depot. And then the only other one is right there. Okay, so that is the only way that I'm producing methanol right now. Do I have excess bacteria? Is that, like, at all reasonable? Because I don't think I do. I definitely do. Okay. Okay. We might be getting somewhere then. So I can use bacteria to make glycerol, or I can use bacteria to make methanol. How is glycerol before I commit to anything? Completely full. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. So, bacteria. What do I make you in? You're made in a distillery. The same way biodiesel is. Let's go ahead and get you better productivity. So, distillery. Right around this level here. You are going to need sugar input, which does mean I'm going to need something here. Though I do have this guy already bringing sugar in. I'm not sure if I want to tap that or not. Let's also go ahead and move one more out this way. It just makes working with the pipes easier. And I might also bring, like, a little requester truck or something up this way. In fact, let's just go ahead and do exactly that. So I'll get sugar in right there. So let's see, you'll have a belt right here. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, that works. And that produces methanol. Okay. I mean, here we are. You also produce carbon dioxide, which isn't the best. Oh yeah, nailed it. I wasn't sure if that was actually the right pipe, but it sure was. Wastewater can be dealt with over here somewhere. And then this is a full pipe of methanol right here, which actually means I am not pumping it backwards. Okay, pumps, where are you? So there's you, and yeah. So let's get you in here as well. Okay, just break you, no reason to overcomplicate it. So you go there, and then just move that way. Okay, and that should work just fine. Of course, that's only one pump. So, glycerol, huh? Okay. So, methanol is right here, so that is the correct one. Just double checking. And then we're gonna hit the road, because of course we are. So I guess I will use small pumps. Which, you know, that's fine. So, top up and overflow. And then methanol down here as well. Okay. Where do you get power from? Substation. Okay, that covers you as well. Just had to check. And one more methanol right here, I think. I'm hoping that's going to be the last one at least. Okay. There is one more methanol right here also. And okay, now we're back to here. Methanol is free to cycle. And we're only missing a meager 850 pipe. Plus like 250 undergrounds. So that'll get done in blazing fast time. So while we're working on that, I guess I will come back down and continue working on you. So fill that in, connect you in, and let's go ahead and get landfill all over in here. But not on the road. Okay. So I do have both my inputs here. I just need sugar. So you in, you in. You go 3 away, and 3 away. And then if I make the bacteria the 2 tall, you can connect them there. And then water becomes the 1 tall. Just barely makes it. And then wastewater just is wastewater. So it's just gonna get dumped. How much you make? Basically none. In you go. In fact, just do that. Oh yeah, I guess you are gonna want power out this way. Let's see. There we go. And there we go. Yeah, and the last thing that I want to do is before I connect you straight up to methanol, I do want to make sure this is only an overflow connection. So let's bring that down. Let's get a small pump in here. And make sure you're a top up. I know I said overflow, but I was thinking top up. And then methanol doesn't really have a great place for me to connect. So what if I bring you down there, run you over that way? Nope, because then you connect there. Well, I can connect you in there at least. And that should be fine. Yeah, somehow I'm missing like a purple inserter. I can only assume that's still circuits being weird. Still circuits being weird. Yes, it is. Except now you're pretty much completely dead. Okay. Right. So, I thought a long time ago you were going to have your methanol canister and be good, but apparently not. You still have absolutely no methanol canisters, which is not cool. I mean, granted, that's why I came down and started building a new methanol area, but, you know, I do kind of wish I didn't have to do that. Let's see. If I do this, yeah, that tries to downgrade. Did not mean to deconstruct stuff. What if I do that? Okay, so that does just cancel upgrade. So what if I just cancel upgrade over this way? Actually, did want you to be complaint 3s. Whoops. That part wasn't a mistake, I was just trying to cancel the pipe upgrades. Yeah, it looks like the complaint 3s did mostly get placed, fortunately. Yeah, let's just do all that and see if that helps. Yes, I will cancel that as well. Okay, those are the labs, that's fine. Okay, now I'm only missing like 60, so that's a little more manageable. I think that'll get done before too terribly long. I think those are pipes I do legitimately want to place, so those should go pretty quickly. Yeah, it looks like we're mostly making the undergrounds for right now, but we will be making the regular pipes as well soon enough. And there's just no methanol. Can't prod you. Didn't think so. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do about that. Let me make sure that the assemblers are actually running. Okay, we are missing titanium sheets. That's good to know, because that means we aren't actually making pipe right now. I have so many titanium sheets, I guess I just don't unbox them. Or rather, I am unboxing them. So, let's do that. Clear you out, make some room. And then you need to be regular titanium sheet, not the boxed ones. There we are. Okay. Titanium sheets, titanium sheets. And so now they're getting picked up. And the pipes are piping again. Very good, okay. Well, glad I came and noticed, because otherwise I would have been really confused for quite a while. Yeah, I'm glad I came and checked. Okay, on that note though, this can be reduced to like 40%. And I want to make sure bacteria, likewise, only runs if I have plenty of spare bacteria. I'm pretty sure down this way I make abundant use of overflows somewhere to kind of gate the flow of bacteria. Especially up in this science area somewhere. Yes, so 10%, 10%. Okay. So I'm going to make sure your overflow at like 60% or something. Because I really don't want to send all of my bacteria in just to be made into methanol. That just doesn't sound super cool. I'll also set the priority on this sugar requester slightly lower. You do only take 0.1 bacteria a second, though, and generate nearly 10 methanol. So it's not like it's a bad return or anything. Might as well go ahead and extend you on. There we go. And then, of course, you need an underground. And yeah, we're making, we are actually making progress now. So as soon as the pipes get placed, then we'll be making methanol. As soon as I make methanol, then the train can move. As soon as the train can move, we can make circuits. And as soon as we make circuits, we can make labs and, you know, frivolous things like inserters. Can't help but notice you don't have water. Which is a little interesting. Not really sure why you're not showing water. Like, what do you mean? Fresh water. Fresh water. Okay. If anything, that's better. Not really, but, you know, I can say it, and it kind of sounds true. Okay, fresh water. So I need a well. How much? Pretty much nothing. So I can put you up there. Put those pipes back in place. And then connect you in. Or I guess I could just move you over that way. And we're only missing 10 pipes now. Okay, so we're pretty much ready to begin. Pretty much. We just... Okay, we have all the pipes that we need. We just are waiting on the bots to actually place them. So, funny enough, I actually have more methanol in the pipe than my top-up. So what have I been doing the whole way down as the overflow? Okay, so nope. So overflow that way, top up 30. So we're keeping you 30% full down this way. Best as I can tell, that's the most current pump. So top up 40 should be accurate. That should keep this whole pipeline full up to 40. Though maybe I want to keep you full up to like 70 or something. Well, no. Because I would like you to flow back up the pipeline so that I can start making methanol canisters with you, but that would mean setting you to 80. And I'm not sure that's what I want to do, but you know what? For right now at least, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so it is running. Overflow 60, so only if I have an excess of bacteria does this come on. And it'll create just a little bit of methanol. I mean, 400. 400's a good amount. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Okay, so you've output methanol now. This pipe is indeed empty, so you did pump it out. This is full. And if we cross the 320 line, we will start pumping it back upwards up the line, which shouldn't be too terribly long. Lost some of our edge miners, so I'm just cleaning up a little bit. Okay, so that should be pretty much crisis averted. That should be a new source of methanol coming in, even if it's not terribly slow. When it does finally finish, it does give a good deal. And let's see. Okay, so that did definitely pump some further up the line. Okay, we've got a lot of pipe to fill though before it ever makes its way up to the methanol canister. But hey, it is at least running. So yeah, you're powered by just ethylene. These guys are producing ethylene, but we're also full on propene. So while that's going, I can also come up here and see if I can't burn off a little excess propene, because I do have some propene up here somewhere. Benzene. That one's propene right there. The problem is your steam pipe is full. That is an issue. Interesting. Okay, what if I just did the same thing I did up here, and just add a few more? So if I grab you... what is this? Carbon dioxide. Why do you come down? You don't need to connect there. What if I connect you over here somewhere instead? There we go. So you can connect out over this way instead. And that way you don't need to do that weird connect down thing. Yeah, so that can go away. Okay, and then as I was saying, pipe extents. Yep, okay. So, upgrade you. And there we go. Okay, so for like the third time, let's get you in here. And you in here. You even just line up with the oxygen pipes. Beautiful. Yep, that just works itself in just fine. Very nice, very nice. Okay. So, you there. Yeah, you do have to underground, otherwise you connect to oxygen, which is too bad, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's just make sure I'm not doing something stupid. So methane here, propane starts here. And then ethylene ends over here. Okay. So all this in here is 100% pure propene. Yeah, all the other ones do just drop down as well. And that's what I intend to do down here. So you're going to connect right there. Our propane pipe is literally already here. So let's just connect right there. Propane, huh? Do I have more propane burning? Oh, there's a little more propane on the end. Over this way. Didn't even realize. Well, I have a little more propane burning back here now, too. Missing 4 pipe. Of course we are. Well, at least I'll get finished at roughly the same time, I would anticipate. Okay, there we go. Now there's no oxygen. Does kind of look like I just broke the oxygen line at some point. Didn't even realize. Okay. So, lots of orange pipes on that oxygen. But not many over here. So, what if I just upgrade you? Oh, nope. That's not oxygen. This is oxygen. Which, still, same thing. Not many on that pipe. So I can probably pretty easily tap into you. Yes, I can. And that shouldn't be any big deal at all. Other than the fact I need 1 pipe. Okay, come on. Can't take that long. There we go. Now, propane. Okay, so the steam is full. Once again, it looks like I just might not take steam out anywhere. Yeah, I think I broke something in there. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Again, missing 2 pipe. Come on, guys. You're killing me. Okay, there we go. Propane is waiting on oxygen, but it is otherwise working. Okay, very nice. Love to see it. Don't I have a tremendous area making oxygen down here somewhere? Yeah, like this whole area in here. Okay. Where does your compressed oxygen come from, though? Oh, right here. Okay, and you make compressed hydrogen. I just wanted to make sure I do have the ability to get your oxygen out, and it does look like I do. Okay. Yeah, there's oxygen in this pipe. I'm just keeping you topped up at 30%. Okay, so there's oxygen in this pipe. Just not in this one. Okay. Well, I guess I should have connected up there instead. So I can go ahead and get rid of all of that. So 107 compared to... Yeah, so you're definitely going to have trouble, but that's only because you have a bunch of orange pipe connected to you still. So let's just upgrade all of this. Which is actually quite a lot. Okay. And then somewhere downward was also oxygen, so let's get that upgraded. There we go. Okay, does look like somehow miraculously we were fine even without the pipe upgrade. I don't really understand, but I will take it happily and accept it. So let's see, propane is being burned away, turned to steam, very nice. Now that propane is not backing up anymore, we can run alkene synthesis and all of these guys can run again. Which is all I really wanted. Propane is not overflowing down this way. Curious. It is top up 70%, I guess. Yeah, okay, so you are 70%. What if I keep you topped up to 80%? Propane here, top up 80%. You guys run more reliably. Yes, you do. Okay. Now this is running a little more reliably. Just because I don't like burning the propane, like it is a nice release valve. But I would rather be turning it back into useful things, including methane, which is one of the things I've been short on for making methanol. Okay, so that's going great. How about this area down here? That's diesel. Okay, so this pipe is now 80% full. So there's methanol in here. Should be overflowing at 80%. And then you flow up this way. Just doesn't look like it's really made it that far yet. I don't know why, though. Okay, you know what? Less than or equal to 80. I think it was sat at exactly 80%, so neither pump wanted to run. So let's see, methanol now is at 390. Okay, so it does look like it's starting to travel upwards. Yes. So there's 123 in this pipe now, whereas before it was empty. You are missing your underground. I guess that's not helping anything. Not that this number is increasing, but you know. Let's see, so you guys are running. Okay. So 320 should be your overflow amount, and you're full. Okay. So you are outputting, that's good. So 400, you should be outputting. But you're backwards. Okay, I was gonna cut and paste, but I can actually just flip you around. Okay, so it does look like this one output this way. That's part of the reason that you really have to pay attention to your pipes. That's part of the reason why I'm being so precise here, so detailed. Because it would be so easy not to notice something like a single pump turned the wrong way, which is just ruining everything. But yeah, let's hope that's working more as intended now. We are getting more methanol the intended way, anyway. Yeah, so we are at least making some methanol canisters now. So even if most of these are going towards rocket fuel, hopefully one of them will just randomly come over here to the train. Would be really cool if you would. Really doesn't look like you want to, but it would be really cool if you would. Oh, you don't have request from buffers? Which means you're actually a lower priority. So if I do that, I bet I will get something to come over here, because if I don't have requests from buffers on, I will never get methanol here until all other requests for methanol are satisfied. And that would count rocket fuel, which is unlikely to happen anytime soon. In fact, I think I'll come in here and maybe turn off request from buffers on these chests to do the exact same thing, but in the reverse order. So these are now a lower priority than all of the trains. Or I say all of the trains, I don't even know if the trains themselves have requests from buffer. No. No, they don't. Well, at any rate, that did the trick. Now you can take off. And finally I will get circuits again, because I've been waiting on that train to leave for like half an hour, if not longer. You know, I am somewhat curious what would happen. I think I have some of the solar locomotives. So I'm curious what would happen if I replaced this with a solar locomotive. So let's pick those up. And grab a solar. Shouldn't have any trouble placing them. They shouldn't have any trouble placing them. like this guy down here. Train ghost must be built on rails. So if I get rid of you and replace you with a solar head, then I'll do the same down here. Okay, and then I do have to... Oh, I thought I was going to have to reset your schedules, but actually, I didn't. All locomotive fully fueled. I'm assuming that condition will just always be true, so I will just go ahead and get rid of that now. Okay, still waiting on this one to get placed. And there we go. Now you go unload. And yeah, from what I can see, you don't actually look to be truly solar powered. You just look to be like a free train, which is what I was hoping for. Like, don't get me wrong. I think the other tier 3 train is likely to be a train that still consumes fuel, but then just moves faster, which, you know, some people really care about like the fuel movement speed and all. On a train network like this, where they just go back and forth and back and forth, I really couldn't care less. In fact, I wonder if I can't just upgrade some of my other trains. Where have all my trains gone? I hate you. You have nothing in you. Go to confused. I'm going to come up to confused. And where's your outbound? So you come up this way, and that is strictly outbound. I'm going to break the outbound rail, and as trains build up in here, I am going to replace them with the solar ones. So go to confused. Let's see if I'm right. I got a 50-50 chance. Yeah! Okay, go to confused. Oh, well, okay. I guess I have to manually drive you now. And now go to confused. Why can't you get to confused? Maybe I didn't pull you forward far enough? Yeah, there you go. Now I'll go ahead and rip all of that up as well. Is there any... Nope, just a pylon. Okay, I probably had like a launcher or something over there at some point. Also, I guess this radar needs to move. You can move down there, because you're not going to have power down here anymore. Okay, so I should have a whole bunch of trains stacked up. So, break you, and then solar. Oh, I guess I'll break them all first. And then solar. There we go. You can do it, guys. You got this. Oh, and there's the last one. Okay. Now, you go there, and you go there. You go there. You go there, and now we're waiting on this one last train to get picked up. It's just taking its sweet time for some reason. On that note, I will go ahead and get rid of these fuel loaders over here and swap out the train with the solar one. Does mean I'll still need to upgrade the blueprint at some point. There we go. And in you go. Might as well go ahead and do it now, I guess. Out of curiosity, if I clear you, can I make a upgrade planner that goes from Tier 2 locomotive? Nope, I can't even go from Tier 2 locomotive to anything, so I guess not. I'll just have to make a new train, which is fine. I don't actually have to wait for them to actually place the train, I suppose. Though I will, because I want it to have the stop. In which case, that rail actually needs to be gone. Okay, am I waiting on anything? No, those are all ready to go. Okay, so I don't have those, so I guess I perfectly had these up here. So, good to know. Just waiting on that rail to get placed. I assume I have rail, right guys? I do have rail, don't I? There we go, okay. So, you go confused, you go confused, and you go confused. And there you go. I guess I don't even really need the new train stop anymore. Though it does give you a chance to read from the circuit network. That's what you're useful for. Something that I should have done quite a while ago. Let me go to my loading stations. Oh, you're actually kind of getting down there, huh? Okay, anyway, so loading station. I already have all these chests connected by a green wire. So let's see. Arithmetic. That's going to give me how full you are. Yeah, so that's what I want. So connect you. There are 6 12s. There's 12 here. It's exactly the same calculation I do at the unloading stations. Let me just go steal it from the unloading station. In fact, I'll just make you line up. Why wouldn't I? There we go. So, let's see. You're iron ore. So, swap that in. And then you're going to output that signal as P. And then, as long as P is greater than 35, you are enabled, otherwise you are disabled. So you can see I already had that on the train stops. I just haven't been using it for whatever reason. So let's go ahead and copy that. I'm going to bring that over this way as well. So, pop you in, read out, and make sure you have P. Yes, you do. I can also, I guess, set priority, and set priority. Okay, that is going to disable the station until these arithmetics get placed. I only just now realized, but... oh well. They'll get placed soon enough. So where are my other station? So there's iron, there's nickel, bauxite. I don't remember where bauxite is, honestly, but here's calcite. There we go. So clean this up a smidge. I guess I can come up here as well. Okay. And set priority, there you go. Now where is bauxite? I feel blind. Oh, is that bauxite? No, that's sandstone. You're the only one on your weird wacky line. Okay. Bauxite. Got bauxite unloading. Do I even have... I don't even think you're connected, actually. Yeah, I don't even have a actual train mining depot for bauxite. You're just mined directly from over here. Which, you know, fair enough. There we go. Okay. So I guess that's all that I've got, right? There's those two, and that's it. Okay. That's it then. Alright, enough messing around. Let's get back to this area. I think I should have circuits again. Yeah, the wires are still completely dead, but that's no shock. I think I've had time for everything to work its way through yet. Okay, so ingots are finally starting to come in again. Let's see, is there anything I could do for you? You're pretty much already as fast as I can make you without sacrificing productivity. And even if I did make you faster, you just don't have that much input. Wouldn't be much reason to. Yeah, so that's pretty much however much silicon I'm making right now is how much silicon I'm gonna get. I do have some excess silicon, I guess from a byproduct or something coming in. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not like ingot production is terrible, it could just also be much better. I'm also sending ingots down this way. And over here. Oh, ceramic powder. I kind of forgot about ceramic powder. Kind of forgot about ceramic powder. Yeah, like, even if I wanted to, there's not much more I could do to squeeze more throughput out of this. Like, I could go for green inserters, I guess, but even if I did, I just don't have that much throughput. Like, that train only just arrived. I mean... let's see, once this starts pulling, how many miners actually wake up? Okay, it's already gone, so we hardly pulled anything from what our miners are actually capable of doing, so let me go ahead and upgrade these to blue belts. Down this way. Up this way. Okay. So then all of that. And let's make sure we upgrade everything to the end. Okay, we do have them. Just making sure again. So I am curious, once these belts get placed, if that does help anything. Might also go ahead and upgrade the loading inserters here. And let's go ahead and upgrade the unloading inserters here, just to get it moving as quickly as possible. And see if that makes absolutely any difference whatsoever. I'm not upgrading this all the way, but I will take it up to about there. Okay, we are missing all of the green inserters, which is not super cool. I really don't understand why I don't have anything. Well, okay, I do. Circuits, that's the whole thing I'm trying to fix. Yep, that is the whole thing I'm trying to fix. We had no sandstone for so long that we have absolutely no backlog of anything, and that made a lot of things sad. Why are you marked green? Oh, I guess that's just a little sliver where there's no logistics coverage for some reason. Weird. I thought that was like some sort of upgrade indicator or something. Yeah, we just need you to be a little faster, it looks like. So it is perfect trade-off every time. Like you gotta admire the timing. So the belts are at least faster. For whatever difference that makes. It just means the chests go in theory faster, I think. Yeah, there's a pretty sizable gap between deliveries. If anything, I'd say it's about 50% on, 50% off. Though we are starting to back up some amount. Like some of our old buffers are refilling. Like this. Why aren't you being used at all? You're going in there. But I guess if I were pulling you, that's just more sand that could be going into these. So it's not really affecting anything, I guess. Though that is like extra machine capacity, but I don't need more machine capacity, I need more sand. Yeah, it's not even reaching this machine, so I don't need more. Well, okay, bad example, you're backed up. Okay, so you can't even output. Interesting. So maybe these belts need to be upgraded. There we go. Get this down here as well. Which means maybe I'll go ahead and upgrade you to blue. Don't really think you need it, but you might as well. Matches all the others. Let's make sure I'm not taking out of here and loading into here. Okay, channel 2, channel 1. So we are cool there. Yeah, that is just all we got right now. Hopefully, as I get more circuits in, this process gets upgraded a little more, but for the time being, it is running again. We are producing again, which means we should have logic dies again. And actually, this belt isn't fast enough for you anymore. You're able to output about 1.8, like 1.75-ish items per second. And with 13 machines, that's a little more than the 7.5 that a yellow belt can hold on to. We're probably starting right about there. Let's see, there's the big wave. Boom, okay. So now can you output? You still can't output. Okay, I bet you can once that gets placed. Okay, now can you output? Yes, you can. Now you got no issues. Okay, so if anything, it looks like this one inserter isn't able to keep up with all of this, which is, you know, a nice problem to have. Might as well go ahead and upgrade this belt down here. I don't really know if that's necessary, but as I continue upgrading more things down here, it becomes more necessary in my head. Let's see, are you able to output? Yes, you are. Okay, just making sure. You only make 0.8 per second. And with 10, well, that is 8 per second, which should be just barely over half of a yellow belt. Like, only just, but still. So I'll give you just the tiniest little smidge right there. Okay, and now everything is running again. That's what I've wanted to see for so long. So we are finally up and running again. Yeah, we just cannot keep circuits in stock. That's gonna be the way that looks for quite a while, I imagine. See, you stack up to 100, so you've got a little ways to go before anyone's calling from you. But yeah, okay, at least things are picking up again. We've got wires again. We've got circuits again. Love to see it, okay. Oh, actually, you are substantially faster than down here. There is this beacon, of course, but Man, this beacon's doing a lot. Yeah, I can't put you there because that overlaps. Yeah, you'd have to be like down in here. And that's not exactly gonna happen. Though I guess you guys are just a little bit slower. Oh well. Could I maybe get small beacon? No, you cover like literally one machine. Not happening. Okay. I mean, I got a bonus on some of them. I guess I should look at it the positive way. Let's see, we're out of logic dies again, because we're out of silica again. Got a fresh wave coming in. Again, I think the only thing that's really going to help the silica situation is once those green inserters start coming in. Anything short of that isn't really going to do anything. Somehow, we are still churning through science. I guess I had just a massive backlog of science, enough that it's been able to survive this circuit drought. Did I ever produce you? Okay, I still need a solar panel box. So I do make solar panels down here. You take epoxy, silicon wafer, solar panel 1, and ceramic powder. So hear me out. I'm just going to come over down this way, wherever the wood products are made, because there's already epoxy down here. And let's make you. But I'm also going to make silicon wafers up here. If I can. Let's see. You take hydrogen and oxygen, which should be pretty easily attainable. I'll just have to take it from somewhere up in here. That's not really usually meant to be taken from. But, like, ultimately, I don't think it matters too much. So let's see. I'll just bring hydrogen up and around this way. And then oxygen can go right beneath it. So oxygen goes in there. And then hydrogen can come in from there. Make sure we get the productivity in there. And do I need these for literally anything else? Silicon wafers are also used in green circuits. Interesting. And processor 3s. Well, if I go to make processor 3s, I'm going to be giving it its own dedicated area, so I'm not all that concerned about it. So yeah, you can just go there. And that's really it, huh? Oh, there's a new recipe for you at some point. Interesting. Well, again, at some point, it looks like you're going to be important, but you're not important right now. So, just trying to figure out how exactly I want to do this. I guess I can use the same deal down here. I put you too close together. Ah, that's because you're a weird size. That's right. Like, in order for you to line up with this pipe, you have to stick up a little bit. I guess you can come down. Not the end of the world. you can just connect in there. Who cares? Okay, get rid of you. And I don't want one with filters on it. Whatever. I can just remake you. Who cares? Actually, let me come in one so that I can stick you there. And then let's see, so green wire from you into input into there. And then red wire from output into provider. Or not provider, but the requester. So read ingredients. And read ingredients. There we go. Okay, I do also need to make solar panel 1s in a box. I should have all of this. Yeah, you're made in a large assembler. Large assembler, huh? I think that can be arranged. Solar panel. Solar panel. And let's keep like 20 of you, because you're not super important by yourself. Logic die box. Yeah, that might take a second to work your way up here, but I do have them. They do come up here, so it will be here before too long. Still waiting on these guys to get made, which is interesting. Just trying to find them. There we go. Okay, so you're missing motor 3s. I guess that's probably more circuit-related shenanigans that'll just have to get made at some point. Okay, anyway, I have boxed solar panel 1 getting made. That'll allow me to make boxed solar panel 2. And then all I need over here is monocrystalline silicon box. I'm assuming I do bring monocrystalline in somewhere, but I'm not actually seeing it. So what if I zoom out? So monocrystalline. Yeah, actually, the only place I request you is down here. Weird. I guess the main base just never requested you properly. Yeah, so every time I've been making a solar panel up here... Well, okay, you do request silicon wafers, to be fair. Not that I see those either. Okay. Yeah, once again, I only request them down there, not over here. Weird. Okay. Well, let's get a buffer, and let's make it for monocrystalline. I am truly running out of space. So, monocrystalline. Full stacks. Allow logistics. And that one I will just throw into a boxer. So let's keep like 50 in there. And let's keep about 20 boxes on monocrystalline. That seems fine to me. Yeah. Should be on the way, so it says. They're just coming from really far away, most likely. The buffer definitely wasn't in place and stocked. I'd be surprised if it even had trucks yet. Yeah, it has 3 trucks. I don't even know if it got fuel yet. It probably didn't because they haven't left. They didn't get dispatched. On the other hand, maybe there's just nowhere to pick them up from. That's not impossible. Like, Fuel Depot isn't that far away. There is somewhere for you to pick up from, correct? Monocrystalline, right there, yeah. Okay, there's just none to pick up. Fair enough. Let's upgrade all these machines. Oh, I have my pipe upgrade is gone. Let's put that back. Oh, and now I have to find you again. Okay. So, first, just upgrade all the pipes. That way I can upgrade the machines without having to worry about it. And then all of you get a yield module. And then upgraded speed modules. Let's see, right now you're running at a speed of 145, so 45%. But 145 is the part that matters. You have no productivity. And now you run at a speed of 3.3 with 7% productivity. I think that's a pretty big difference. In fact, could I swap you? Because that will help the drain on the polycrystalline as well. Like if I just do this back bit over here until the bots come up and start replacing things, what do you do? Okay, so now you're at 2.2. Like, I am kind of tempted to just replace the last little bit. Actually, you don't have beacons. You can easily just have a beacon put on you. That'll make you quite a bit faster. You don't actually go over anything. Which means the last machines don't get beaconed. Oh well. It's fine. Oh, also, these aren't substations. I guess you won't just get power magically. So I think the easy answer to that is let's make them substations so that you get power magically. And then you don't need these big ugly power poles either. Oh, missed one. Okay, don't think there's many more. Okay, so break all that. Substation over here as well. Break that. And then we do need power down here, but we can just substation right there as well. And I missed those somehow. Go ahead and get you upgraded so that those inserters on the bottom have power. And then I think that's all the power pole playing that I want to do for right now. So let's see, what does that give you guys over here? So now you're at 2.8 as opposed to 3.9. I think that's perfectly acceptable. So let's go ahead and grab these guys and just start moving them down. There we go. So yeah, you're significantly faster. You now have 14% productivity, which who doesn't like 14% productivity? And these guys really should get upgraded as well. Oh, there's a lot of you. Okay. That's fine. It might take a little while for these upgrades to go through, but they will go through. So, first things first, I'm going to do the same thing I did up above. Okay, so let's give you all Speed 2 modules to fill up the Ghost upgrade slot. And then your Efficiency module is going to get turned into a Speed module as well. Then your 2 remaining Productivity will be turned into Productivity 2s. And I should be able to just take that and start copy-pasting you down. So that does make me a little nervous. What I might do instead is just one side at a time. Let me see what you end with. You end hydrogen left. So I think I can manage that. And we'll just start from the end and work our way down. Okay, should be just about everything on this side, I think. Yeah, does look like it. So then we'll do a few down this way. And then the same deal. Gonna be hydrogen left on the end. So let's grab you. And then just start working our way down. And there we go. That should be all of them ready to be upgraded. I do have to wait for the new machines to get placed, but that shouldn't take too terribly long. At least I hope not. Okay, it's taking long. Yeah, we just don't have the input to support this much. Landfill 5 has been researched. Okay, let me see if I can force the green inserters to get made, because that's bothering me a lot. Oh, also, our research queue is empty. You all take space, except for you. So I guess I'm queuing you. And then why can't I do you? Because you also take space. Alright, understood. I just have to get space up and running. Let me find green inserters. Gonna be up this way somewhere. You need titanium rods. Okay. I think I understand. All of my titanium recipes are boxed now. And I bet I just don't unbox them. Which does make me think maybe I should bring in more buffers on this side. That's going to be the other titaniums. So rods and titanium plate. And let's make sure you have trucks. And make sure you have trucks. Also, that's the wrong one. Okay. Titanium rod. Nope, that's for you. And then this one is titanium plate. Trucks. Trucks. Okay, I did copy and paste there, and sometimes that makes things behave strangely, so I wanted to make sure they were behaving the way I wanted them to. Still waiting on silicon wafer boxes. Okay, you're working, you're just really slow. Okay, you produce 0.02, you consume 0.03. Let's see what that does. Okay, 0.04, good. So now you produce 0.0. Awesome. Okay, what if I did also change, like, 2 of you out? Maybe 3 of you out, whatever. Let's just, let's live a little. Okay, so we're now at speed 1. And you produce every 125 seconds, though you produce 2. So you produce 1 roughly per minute. Assuming you get fed enough. You don't get fed nearly enough. Which is wild, because you should. Let's also upgrade you to nanofab 2s. Yeah, wait, what? You produce 4 boxes every 60 seconds. You consume 15 every 125. Okay. In that case, once you do get upgraded, I guess that's going to be a little bit. What if I go ahead and swap that out? And that should bring you closer in line with each other. Yeah, I mean, close enough. You get a little extra productivity, you get to go a little faster. Okay, so what needed that specifically? Wasn't it the satellite? Yes. So I need 0.05 of those if I want to be making 0.02 satellites per second. Right. How much space science do you give me? 100 boxes. And then it does take boxes to make an asteroid miner. And then it... So, guide drone. I have no idea what those recipes are on about. Can't lie. But those are the only ones that need the boxed astronomy, which is very nice. But let's see. You take 3. You take 1, 1, 1. So here's the problem, right? Arthropod takes 4 plus a fish. Fish takes 1 plus a worm. So we're up to 5. Now we're up to 6. Now we're up to 7. Now we're up to 8, 9, and let me make sure it was 1 genome the whole way. Yes, so 9. And then you're a 2 for 1. So like 1.5. So it takes, let's just say 10. Let's just say 10 space science per arthropod genome. And that's a lot. That's 2 boxes per arthropod genome. And a satellite gives 100 boxes. So that a whole satellite only gives me 50 arthropod genomes. So the arthropods are a little on the pricey side. Okay. looking at that, maybe the play here is not to just tack solar panels on as a little craft on the side. Maybe I actually need an area that makes solar panels. Though my silica area actually is surprisingly very stressed right now, so it might not be able to keep up with that. Now we have no hydrogen chloride. Let's see. Okay, we do have trucks coming in. Yeah, the hydrogen chloride just isn't keeping up. I actually have 2 depots here bringing hydrogen chloride in. They both are only bringing in 5 trucks though, so that does indicate a supply issue. Well, hydrogen chloride is full over here. Okay, what if I do this? I wonder if that will help at all. Come on, guys, you can do it. 2 more. There we go. Okay, pipe extents. Awesome. Okay, because we have this tank over here. Okay, I can fix that. So, small pump. There, and there. Ooh, you back a space. Pipe in, pipe in. So, you are going to be overflow and top up. Of course, I am going to change those values. There we go, so top up. Let's bring you down to like 30. So if the pipe falls below 30%, we'll start pulling out of the tank. And only if the pipe goes above 80% do we start pushing into the tank, though we might have other overflows somewhere. So let me actually set you to like 60. Okay, but we do now have 2 of these fluid depots for trucks to pull from. And I'm curious if that will help at all. You still show 5 out of 8. How odd. How come? Why would you do this? Why are you only 5 out of 8? You're consistently staying 5 out of 8 as well. How confusing. Yeah, I have no idea why. Ah. So, just out of curiosity, where would this go? Okay, so you will reach all the way down. So, let's just underground you again. Does that mean, if I put another 2 over here, that the trucks just wouldn't care? So, 8, full stack. 8, full stack. And let's see what happens. And of course, we do have to wait for the trucks to actually show up. So we do have the depot right there, so it is kind of just a straight shot, but then waiting for fuel is probably going to be a minute. Oh, we do have a fuel depot literally right there, though. So here come the extra trucks. And as soon as the first one arrives, the fuel should be dispatched. So, fuel should be on its way. There's one, there's the other. So, let's see what you guys do. What do you got for me? Are you also going to just stick to 5 for some reason? Okay, you have been fueled and you are not going anywhere. That's not what I wanted to see. Might as well go ahead and do that. Okay, so what do I do about that? Because I don't understand why that would be the case. Like, we have plenty of hydrogen chloride. We have 2 depots to pick up hydrogen chloride from. Like, what else does it want from me? Does it want me to just put another hydrogen chloride depot on the other side? I can do that. I don't know if that's going to help anything, but I'll give it a try. Okay, you can stay. Pop this down there. A little ugly, but, you know, it's kind of an ugly solution. Maybe this pipe can be over there. Just waiting on them to actually place the pipe. Okay, so this is now full. You're full. You're full. You're filling up. Okay, and you're now full. And hydrogen chloride is still going strong. Okay. That's got to have helped, right? So let's find the correct area. There we go. 5500. What do you mean? How come? Wait, I just saw trucks come and deliver to you. What? I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna assume it's working just fine. You have hydrogen chloride in you again. That's all I needed. Okay, it looked like your nitrogen. Yeah, your nitrogen is not keeping up anymore. Well, we only have this one distillery back here. Let's go ahead and upgrade you. Why do you have productivity modules? You definitely don't need those. That was probably just a swiping adding module incident. Go ahead and upgrade those as well. And then I can actually pick one of you up because I remember a Distillery 3 only needs 1.5 air filter 3s. You do output 160 carbon dioxide those. Let's go ahead and upgrade the chimney. Yeah, so air filters taken care of. Just waiting on the chimney, but you should be making more than enough nitrogen now. Yeah, plenty of nitrogen. Okay. Okay, maybe with something else backing up, that means we're finally making progress on the sand. And it does look like sand is doing a little better. Even if not incredibly better. Though it could just be that it backed up because something else broke. And now that we fix that, then we don't have sand anymore again. Who's to say? I mean, we do have plenty more polycrystalline silicon coming in now. looks like we do need more of you. So, nope. Down and down. Yeah, the logic guys are doing their best. We are making circuits. They are getting produced. Yeah, I mean, that's all I can ask for right now. And the bots are not immediately picking up any and every one of the circuits here, so that's a bonus too. So some are showing up for red circuits up here, or red wire. Everything else does seem to be working okay. Really is just the silicon. Now, what speed? So each of you is 1.2. Each of you is 0.8. There's 26 of you. And 30 of you. So... let me see about that. So if there's 30 here, and I'm making 20 or 80% of that a second, so minus 20%. 20% of 30 would be 6, so I'm making 24 a second. So that would run 20 of these. I have 26. So if anything, these need to be faster or you need to be slower. And looking at the belts, you might be able to be just a little faster. I don't know though. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll try it and see what happens. So we'll try making you just a little faster. So now you make 1.18 per second, and you consume 1.2 a second. So you're basically 1 for 1, but we do have more of these now, which is good because we also send the polycrystalline somewhere else. So you are not the only consumer of the polycrystalline, and we weren't even keeping up with just you before. It actually looks like I'm no longer able to output onto a red belt, which is a wonderful problem to have. So let's go ahead and upgrade you. Which, I mean, makes sense. I'm outputting more than one item a second, and I have 32 machines, so actually that's perfectly reasonable. Okay, so you should be able to output again. Yes, you do. Okay. Okay, I will go ahead and upgrade blue up to there as well, just because at some point I imagine this will probably back up, and when it does I do want all of this to be able to flow up into here. Okay, it does look like things are finally starting to come back to normal just a little bit. That was a lot more rearranging and upgrading than I was ready for. I was not anticipating all that. That was kind of crazy. Speaking of kind of crazy, let's get a beacon and a couple small beacons in here. Because this just needs to be faster. Like, I can do more buildings later, but for the time being, I just want this one to be faster. Let's actually go ahead and move you so I can get the goop out. I forget what you're called. Epoxy! Still waiting on 50 of the Tier 2 buildings. 50 of the Tier 2 nanofabricators. But now that we're making circuits again, hopefully that comes in. I feel like I've just said something similar within the last hour or so. But I'm going to choose to ignore that, and that didn't happen. 0.12, 0.31. Okay, so you are significantly faster now. In fact, I could try and just run another one of you. Let's see. If I just move you down here, because it looks like it's going to be 2 of you to 1 of you. So, okay, first things first. Let's undo the upgrade so that I can copy you as a Tier 1. Put you in there. Move the hydrogen up 1 so I can run you as a pipe. Copy this. Flipped around, maybe? Nah, you get to stay. You go away. You're the only one here, so why be so silly? Let's just do that. Pop you in there. You're also not limited, which is probably a good thing to do. That's probably pretty reasonable. Yeah, 20 of you is a pretty good number. At least for right now. So you, I'll also keep like, I don't know, 30 or something? What do you stack to? 50? I can keep a stack. Why not? And then you should be the same. Yes, you are. Oh, cool. Okay. And then this one should really cover both of you. So let's move you over there. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, you're a fabricator too. I was wondering why your speed was so much different from their speed. That's why you're more of a 2 to 1 here. That makes a little more sense. So I'll go ahead and remark you for upgrade. And at some point, if you do get upgraded, then maybe I can just make another solar panel 2 box over on the side. In the meantime, though, how many have you made? 8. So that should have come up and been made in satellites. Of all things, I'm missing labs. I'm missing lab 2s. Lab 2s are being produced. Let's increase the buffer of you that I keep. So, labs. I also make lab 2s down here. Carbon, okay. So I can turn carbon monoxide into graphite. And I can turn carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide and oxygen in an electrolyzer. That's very useful. If only I had that a long time ago, that would have been great. Well, I guess... Hold on. I can take carbon monoxide and turn you into graphite and carbon dioxide, and I can turn carbon dioxide into monoxide. Then I should be able to take just any random carbon dioxide in the base, turn you into carbon monoxide, which in turn turns you into graphite, and the only byproduct should be oxygen, which I can vent, which I want to be doing. So I'm not going to jump on that immediately, but that is good to know that I can. Make sure that this is running. It is running full time, okay. How many labs do you produce? 0.06. You consume... You don't even take lab tier 1s. I'm offended. Lab tier 1s are used in chemical plant 2s, and that's it. Okay. Well, I guess chemical plant 2s go in here, so in a roundabout way, lab tier 2 takes lab tier 1, I guess. We are coming up on my my little half-hour break, and not too terribly long. Just trying to keep pace for myself more than anything. It's nearly 11:30 here, and in probably another 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to hop off for half an hour, go grab a bite to eat, and then I'll probably be back somewhere between 12:15 and 12:30. Of course, that's my time, as I just said. It's roughly 11:20 right now, so 12:20 is an hour from now. I don't think that was all that complicated. I just made it more complicated the way that I said it. So, again, in about 15-20 minutes or so, I'm going to take a little half-hour, 40-minute break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look for lab 2s. I'm just going to make a lot of lab 2s. I'm probably not going to be able to make this many lab 2s. But then, whenever I run out of something, I'll make more of those. Okay. So we'll just find out together what the bottleneck seems to be, and at the moment, it's looking to be processors. Yep, doesn't look like I have really any processors coming in. Let me check the little buffer depot. So I am completely out. I do have 2 trucks coming in. I'm gonna go ahead and increase the number of trucks and see what I can do about that. Missing memory circuit. I mean, I have them coming in. There's just not very many to use. Yeah, I mean, they're coming in. They are being produced. We've just had no logic circuits for so long that all of these backlogs are going to take forever to refill. We're also, once again, missing more logic dies. Yeah, sand is not reaching the end of this belt. Not reaching the end of this belt. We just need more sand. And stone is not reaching the end of these belts, which is kind of baffling for me to even think about. Okay, it is while it's running. While it's running, it reaches the end. It's just that we have such frequent gaps. Yeah, I've come back to, once again, if I could just make green inserters, everything would be fine and dandy. Wonder what the green inserters are missing. Also, I wonder where they are. I think they're up this direction. Missing titanium rods. I might be stupid. Yeah, okay. I brought trucks of titanium products in and then never unboxed them. So that one is on me. Let me make sure there's no titanium stuff in here. Like, for example, there's plates. These are plates that are being boxed. So this is actually the opposite direction that I want you to be going in. So let's do that. Make sure you are clear. Oh, I meant to be in map view doing this. Or at least I'm not used to not being in map view doing this. And then titanium plate, and we keep like 200, I guess, maybe 400. Why not? Okay, and then come up this way. There are going to be titanium rods. Right there. Ooh, but not the item. The boxed form. So, titanium, that's the whole point. Titanium rods. Let's grab you. Put you here. Titanium rod. Right there. And then pretty much same over here. You're going to be titanium sheets. And... oh, titanium sheets are right there. Okay, so that's going to be why I didn't have any of these guys, because I didn't have any titanium rod. And probably why I don't have a lot of those things down there. I probably just didn't have titanium products. That's probably it. All titaniums and circuits, and I mean, I have been pretty focused on circuits for good reason, but titanium's important too. It's just been sitting there. Okay, so I have produced 2 satellites. You know what that means. Before I leave, I do finally get to launch my first satellite. Oh, I need... hold on. I also need a landing pad. I have no idea where I want my landing pad to go, though. So I think I might put it right below the science here. Like, I need you for actual science, but I do also need you down here, but this is where all the science is made anyway, so what difference does it make? This is also the final science, so, like, it's just kind of fitting that it would go down here. So let's put you, like, right there. And then we'll have a supply depot. I guess... let's see. I'll put you, like, there. Nah. You can go there. Grab some road, connect you in. And get some power down to you. Very good. Okay. And yep, we're finally making headway on both the labs and the green inserters. So let's go allow logistics. And up here somewhere. I never did allow room for space science because I wasn't expecting this design to last that long, to tell you the truth. So what if I just grab this here and pop you there? You're going to do wherever you are. Okay, you also need a truck, full stacks. I don't need logistics bots, I don't think, so that part's fine. Okay, so landing pad, let's just double, triple check. And also give you a little holographic sign. So we'll fill you in later. So we have the landing pad, just had to double, triple check. Otherwise I would be quite sad. So let's find our silos. There we go. And I think it's time to send up the very first satellite. So let's send them off. Oh yeah, here we go. Bon voyage, boys. Bring me back some wonderful science, please. And first astronomy research. Create first 1,000 astronomy research immediately after is pretty funny. And there we go. So, in here, boxed astronomy. Let me just grab you. There we go. And we got astronomy science. Let's go. The first 200, which is the first 1,000 science packs. Okay, I think that is as good a time to wrap up this first part of the stream as any. And now that I have the astronomy packs, not only can I resume researching again, but I can now finally start making biters. I mean, I do have to research them still, but the astronomy packs are a requirement for making biters. And let's see, what do I actually need? Yeah, of all things, it is lab holding me back. That's just hilarious. Each machine makes 0.02, and you consume 0.05. So 2.5 machines plus whatever I need for physics science. I guess that's reasonable enough. We also have no green circuits for you. So I did forget that for a long time green circuits were dead. Maybe I'll go ahead and upgrade these pipes, and at some point when I have more nanofabs, I'll come through and mark these machines to be upgraded as well. I'm still missing 51 of those nanofabs, so I think that'll be a little bit. Still, missing memory circuits is all that I've really got to deal with. So I think we're doing pretty good. We've got 3 trucks of those coming in. Yeah, we should be fine. I say completely baselessly. I mean, yeah, when they are coming in, we do make it, like, here, and that's about it. Just out of curiosity, looking at products finished, yeah, like 1,000 compared to like 6,000, so they hardly ever make it down here, and hardly ever make it down here. Yeah, we're down to like 400 at this point. Interesting. 0.18 per machine. 100 machines, so I need 18 per second. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not making that many. Let's see, there's 6 machines and each one makes 0.75, so I'm making 4 per second, not 18 per second. I don't even want to think about the setup you would have to be making 18 of these per second, I guess. Well, once again, I'll be back soon. I'm going to go take a well-deserved, in my opinion, break. And... ooh, big stretch. Oh yeah. I haven't moved in so long, I almost feel like I've forgotten how. So, let me just go ahead and save really quick. And I'll be back before you know it. See you later, guys.